I woke up face down on cold dirt, head pounding, no idea where I was. The last thing I remembered was fighting alongside my clone, one of the Echo splits, before something went very wrong with the Omnitrix. Now, I was lying in what looked like a swamp in the middle of nowhere. A voice snapped me fully awake. Finally, you sure took your time. I glanced around, but no one was there. Then the Omnitrix's faceplate opened, projecting a small frog-like hologram. Azimuth? I asked. Not quite, it said. I'm a 10th generation AI that runs the Omnitrix. You may call me Azimuth for convenience. Great, an AI with Azimuth's attitude. The AI explained the situation quickly. I wasn't the original Ben. I was one of the Sonicarian clones, echoes of myself that had been separated too long. Normally, clones merge back into one consciousness, but Sonicarians are different. Stay apart long enough, and you become separate people. So I'm stuck like this? I asked. Correct. But you and the original Ben are both alive. That counts as a win. I couldn't argue with that. The AI scanned the area and found AM radio signals. This is Earth, it announced. A 21st century variant. There's a city to the north. Also, something is moving in the swamp. I suggest staying grounded. Perfect. A swamp. Because my luck never fails. I switched into swamp fire and began the long walk north. Hours passed with nothing but mud, bugs, and regret. That's when I stumbled onto a strange wooden hut grown straight out of the swamp itself. Before I could knock twice, a voice growled behind me. Who goes there? The creature that stepped out of the fog looked like me, if swamp fire had gone feral. Vines, moss, glowing red eyes. It wasn't human, but it wasn't hostile either. You may call me Alec, it said. The green confirms your intentions. The what now? What followed was one of the strangest conversations of my life. Alec explained that the green was a conscious force that connected all plant life across the planet. He wasn't an alien. He used to be human. An accident in the swamp turned him into something else entirely. Something chosen. I asked Azimuth's AI for backup, and even he sounded impressed. This world's Earth developed a metaphysical plant consciousness, he muttered. Fascinating. Alec told me the green sensed an imbalance, something called a rot, a force of decay pushing the world out of balance. Spirits, corruption, death, the opposite of everything plant life stood for, and he'd been fighting it alone. I knew the feeling, so I offered help. Alec tested me, touching my chest with a warm green glow. The green recognizes potential in you, he said, but you are foreign, compatible, but different. No surprise there. I wasn't just an alien. I wasn't even from this version of reality. That night, we shared a fire and stories. By dawn, the green had accepted me enough for Alec to strengthen my connection to it. It felt like plugging into the planet itself. When it was time to leave, Alec extended a hand. I hope you find your purpose, he said. I shook it, and I hope you don't have to fight alone anymore. I'll come back when I can. Then I headed north, toward a city, toward answers, and toward whatever destiny this Earth had waiting for me. Omnitrix DNA entry, swamp fire, polished version. Species, Methanosian. Homeworld, Methanos. Abilities. Methanosians are plant-based humanoids capable of manipulating and communicating with vegetation through airborne organic compounds. Their bodies are rich in methane and can ignite it, granting advanced fire generation and control. They regenerate quickly and can reattach limbs as needed. Over time, they develop unique variations in coloration, petal structure. 1546 Eastern Standard Time. Man, that walk took forever. I stepped out of the tree line and finally reached the edge of the city. Before going any farther, I let swamp fire dissolve into green light and return to human form. Jeans, black shirt, green jacket, still intact. Still normal enough. A big green sign welcomed me. Welcome to Central City. Wow, real creative, I muttered. Whatever. Time to figure this place out. Central City was like any other metropolitan zone. Nice neighborhoods in the center, rougher edges on the outskirts, and everything in between. After a half hour of wandering, my stomach growled loud enough to scare pigeons. I reached into my pockets and found nothing. Just my ID and cards. No cash. Of all days, I sighed. Then I spotted a pawn shop. A quick check confirmed the coast was clear. I slipped into an alley and slapped the Omnitrix. Green flash. Diamond head. I planted a hand on the concrete and focused. Over the years, I'd learned to manipulate more than just silicon, so I coaxed a sapphire cluster out of the ground. No diamonds. Too suspicious and practically worthless in reality anyway. Once I had a palm-sized, uncut sapphire, I reverted back to human and walked into the pawn shop. The owner, a gruff man with a jeweler's eyepiece, turned the gem over in his hands. High-grade stone. You sure you didn't steal this? Nope, I said with my best innocent smile. Family heirloom. He studied it again. No cut, no engraving, no serial numbers. Nothing traceable. After a long moment, he shrugged. I'll take it. $10,000 later, I headed straight for the nearest vendor and bought myself a mountain of chili fries. Thank every god in existence that chili fries are an omniversal constant, I whispered between bites. Once fed, it was time to gather information. I found a city library, got myself a card, and slipped into a quiet corner with a computer. What I found blew my mind. Superheroes, villains, metahuman prisons, a planet-wide roster of gifted beings, and something called the Justice League, which worked with the UN. They're basically the galactic enforcers, I muttered. Please don't be jerks like them. Scrolling further, I found a Daily Planet article titled, Superman Prevents Plane Crash. Blue suit, red cape, giant S on his chest. Classic. Swamp Thing had mentioned him, but seeing the photo made it real. So he's the last of his species. Note to self, maybe add Kryptonian DNA to the archive one day. I searched the League roster. Martians existed too. Interesting. I leaned closer to the Omnitrix and whispered, Hey, Azimuth, think you can set up my identity here? A hologram flickered to life. Already on it. The watch connected to Wi-Fi, ran a burst of background computation, then disconnected. All done. You can collect your documents at the district office. A driver's license has been issued as well. I blinked. You gave me a license? Benjamin, you can't walk everywhere. Fair point. With new papers in hand, I browsed Craigslist and found a small studio apartment on the north side. Affordable, modest, and decent enough. The next day, my new apartment was simple. Studio layout, bathroom, kitchen, thrift store furniture. It wasn't much, but it worked. Around noon, Azimuth appeared again. What is your plan for long-term income, Ben? Well, selling sapphires forever isn't exactly subtle, I said. So I need something consistent. Oh, I grinned. Don't worry. I've had a plan for years. Azimuth sighed. This is going to be something personal, isn't it? Yep. 3 months later, 2 young women strolled down a central city sidewalk. One had emerald green hair and stylish black and green attire. The other had snow white hair and soft blue clothes, more modest but just as striking. Early 20s, flawless, and clearly close friends. It's nice to finally hang out again, the green-haired woman, Beatrice, said. I know. Your modeling schedule is brutal. The white-haired woman, Tora, replied. Ugh, I'm dying in this heat. Can we grab a drink? Tora shrugged. I like the heat, but fine. Beatrice hugged her. You're the best. A quick search on her phone led them to a newly opened shop down the block. Beatrice raised an eyebrow at the sign. Mr. Smoothie? I love smoothies, Tora said, dragging her inside. The shop was modern and cozy. White walls, hardwood floors, wooden tables, potted plants. Empty aside from the 2 of them. They rang the bell on the counter. Ding. A familiar voice called, Coming. I walked out from the back in a green apron over my usual black shirt and jeans. Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. What can I get for you ladies today? Tora smiled politely. I'll have a winter melon. Nordic, I noted. Rare around here. I turned to the other woman. She froze a moment too long before answering. I'll have a strawberry sunrise, Beatrice said, cheeks slightly pink. Got it. Names. You can call me Beatrice. And I'm Tora, the white-haired woman added, smiling warmly. I nodded and stepped back to start their drinks. Business was picking up, and so was my life in the DC universe.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A young man soon came walking in. He had worn his common black shirt and jeans under his green apron. He looked at the two and smiled. "Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. What can I get for you ladies today?" The snow-haired girl was the first to reply with a smile. "I'll have a winter melon, please." Nordic. You don't see them often. Her outfit really suits her along with her Brazilian friend. He turned to her and asked, "And you?" "Green eyes too," the Emerald woman thought. Shaking her head out of her stupor, she gave her order. "I'll have a strawberry sunrise. I always like Latin accents." "Sure. Coming right up. Can I get your names?" The Emerald Brazilian was the first to speak. "You can call me Beatriz." Her friend spoke next. "And you may call me Tora." She smiled happily at the man before them. He smiled at the two. "It's nice of you two to stop by. You may call me Ben." He walked around the kitchen and soon made their drinks. After he received payment, he handed the two their drinks. "Thanks." Tora and Beatriz both smiled. They decided to take seats near the counter. "Enjoy." The room was quiet at first, but a conversation started between them. The three continued to talk for another half hour, enjoying each other's company. "We're actually staying here in Central City for a month," answered Tora. "I'm sure that you'll enjoy your stay." "You two can come by any time," he replied. "I take it that we gave off a good first impression," Beatrice commented. "Don't sell yourself short. It normally takes time for people to get on my good side. Now that I think about it, where were you two headed before you stopped by here?" "Tora and I were on our way to Central City Plaza to check out the sights and do some shopping," Beatrice answered. Tora's eyes widened at the idea. "Ooh, do you want to come with us?" Ben blinked at the sudden request, while Beatrice raised an eyebrow at the invitation. "Excuse us while I chat with my friend here." Beatrice grabbed Tora and walked to the other side of the store. Ben was used to girl talk, so he didn't mind. Beatrice looked at Tora expectantly while tapping her shoes. When she saw her confusion, she whispered to her, "Why did you invite him to come with us?" Tora simply rolled her eyes and whispered back, "Come on, he seems nice. As far as I can tell, he seems pretty docile and sweet. So, we're new here, and I would prefer a local show us around rather than a tour guide. Remember what happened in New York last winter?" Beatrice shuddered at the memory. Their tour guide was a total sleaze. He barely knew anything about the town and tried to get into their pants the entire day. "You have a point. Plus, he is pretty cute, especially with his green eyes." Beatrice twitched. "Really? I haven't noticed." "So, is it a plan?" "Fine. He can come along." "Yay. But if he steps out of line," she lit a small green flame on her thumb, "I'll roast him." They turned to see Ben leaning against the counter, his hands in his pockets. "So," he started with a hopeful smile, "does the offer still stand?" Beatrice nodded, and Tora smiled back, replying, "We would love for you to accompany us today." Ben pushed himself upright and clapped his hands. "Great. We can take my car. It's pretty hot out there for us to be walking there. I'll close up shop. Wait for me outside, and I'll pull the car up front." They both looked at each other to see the other's reaction to getting into their new friend's car. They had the unspoken agreement, "We can handle him, if anything." Turning back to Ben, they answered, "Sure," and walked out the front door. As soon as they were out the door, Ben took a deep breath. "It's been a while since I went out with people on this new Earth azimuth." As Ben closed the shop, a hologram projected from Ben's wrist and replied, "Indeed it has. Since coming here, you haven't had much social interaction outside your shop. Then again, you devoted much of your time to your recent projects. I'm just glad I had the flashes to keep things calm until I set everything up. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to bring him back and build my new ride. One of which you will show to your new acquaintances." A smile pulled at Asmitha's lips. Ben rolled his eyes at the implication. "We just met, and I'm not one to rush into relationships. I will admit, they are both really cute. I swear, Beatrice has to be a model or something. If things go well, then who knows?" Julie was a special one. A little naive with the cult fiasco, but wholehearted nonetheless. "Yeah, Even though I'm a copy, I still miss my family and friends, especially Julie. Ben walks into the back room and changes into his signature green jacket. I'm sure she's happily married with me right now, disregarding the flow of time across universes. He shook his head. Getting back on track, I better not keep those two waiting. After pocketing his wallet, phone, keys, and a small metallic device, he walks to the garage. 10 minutes later. What kind of car do you think he drives? Asked Tora. B shrugged. If it's a windowless van, we book it. In the corner of their eyes, a sleek black blur sped down the road and stopped right in front of the pair. The car in Alien Swarm in the series was based on a Mazda RX-8, but I wanted his new one to be modeled after the 2016 Nissan GTR. Now that it stopped, the two could finally get a better look at the car. The overall color scheme was jet black with emerald green highlights. Said highlights formed an X on the front and stretched to the side skirts and the rear spoiler. The chrome rims also had an emerald green center. B whistled and Tora gawked. It looked damn good. The tinted passenger window lowered to reveal their new friend, Ben, with a knowing smile. Thanks for waiting. Ready to head out. He wore the familiar black shirt and jeans, but was now wearing a green jacket with white stripes and the number 10. Strangely, it suited him very well. B placed her hand on her hips. Sure, I have to say, Ben, you really know how to make a good first impression. Ben gave a modest shrug and grin. I aim to please. I'm glad you guys like it. Hop in. I've never seen this kind of car before, stated Tora, getting into the rear seat while B took the front passenger. The Emerald Empress nodded. I have to agree with sis. What model is this? Shifting gears, Ben replied. I'll tell you later. In the meantime, here's a little demo. Reaching for the dashboard, he enabled high-performance mode and adjusted dynamic control, transmission, and suspension. Holding down the brake, Ben charged the engine by stomping on the accelerator and then released the brake. The car shot to 60 miles an hour in less than 3 seconds. Whoop! Everyone in the car was excited. The G-force was incredible. Luckily, Ben was taking the back roads, so he didn't need to worry about any traffic. They eventually came to a calm and steady 45 and began to talk. So, have you had a chance to see the flashes? Asked Tora. He shook his head. No, not really. Things have been pretty quiet since I've been here. He raised a brow. Really? Ben shouted. Hey, it's been peaceful in my part of town. I'm not complaining, but it would be nice to talk to them eventually. Maybe the villains and crooks are on summer vacation. Besides, I'm sure some of the heroes appreciate the quiet. Ben ended up striking up another entertaining conversation with Tora while Beatrice looked out the window and stared at the passing clouds. I do admit, it is nice just spending time with my best friend. She glanced at her friend through the side mirror. As much as we love both jobs, we needed this outing. Her thoughts drifted to Ben. He's not such a bad guy. You're right. Ben's words pulled B out of her thoughts. To recover, she replied, you might want to keep your eyes on the road, Juice Boy, with a playful tone and smirk. A smile tugged at his lips. What? You think we're going to crash? She tilted her head. I haven't decided yet. Is that a challenge? He changes gears and pushes on the accelerator. Ben, what are you doing? Tora asked, slightly panicked at the increase in speed. The speedometer was going over 60 miles per hour. There weren't any other cars around, but the speed was still high. Ben and Beatrice looked straight in the other's direction, a blink here and there, not looking at the road at all. Ben? B? You're scaring me. Her hands latched onto the seat. The speedometer reached 90 miles an hour, and the upcoming light was red. Tora closed her eyes tight, but nothing bad happened. The next red intersection arrived, and the car came to a sharp yet comfortable stop. She opened her eyes to see the smiling pair in front of her. Oh, she was rather pink in embarrassment. A few snickers escaped before the car erupted into full laughter. Oh my God, that was hilarious, exclaimed Beatrice. I know, wheezed Ben. I can't believe you called my bluff. I can't believe you called my bluff. I can't believe you guys did that. The two turned around to see a squealing Tora in the back seat. She gave off a watery-eyed puppy dog expression that clearly melted hearts. Even her friend Beatrice was not immune to those eyes. Beatrice sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck with an apologetic look. Sorry, Tor. We got so caught up in everything that we put you through that. If anything, it's my fault. I'm the driver. Can you forgive us? B is my friend, so I'll let her go for now. A small, sly smile appeared on her face. You, Ben, are not getting off that easy. His sweat dropped with a nervous smile. What do I do to make it up to you? I'll forgive you if you do two things for me. I'll think of the second one later, but you'll treat us to dinner tonight. Sure. He rolled his eyes. The best friends proceeded to high-five each other. Somehow, I feel like that was you guys' plan all along. Ben only received giggles. 20 minutes later, Central City Plaza. They had just arrived at the plaza near sundown, and Ben started to show them around. Surprising to them, Ben seemed to know all about the local hot spots and a little bit of the history. They visited many nearby landmarks, scenic points, and a few shops. Beatrice also helped Ben pick out a few clothes since she had an eye for fashion. When they visited a dog park, the girls went head over heels for Shibas and Corgis. Don't leave me. I will hug you, squeeze you, and call you George, squealed Tora, hugging a Corgi. Ben finally got them to their next stop, the top of the Central Arch in the middle of town. Nearby radio speaker plays Zelda's Lullaby, violin cover, Taylor Davis. The three were the only ones there as they gazed out. Wow, cheered Tora. It looks amazing up here. Bea chuckled at her enthusiasm. It really is great to be here. He shrugged. I'm sure you've been to other great places like this. The three ended up against the railing, taking in the entire view and overlooking the sky, park, and city lights. Truth be told, Tora, I haven't had much time to venture during our stays. They eventually stopped talking. Boom. Well, that killed the mood, Bea deadpanned. Shaken from their relaxed state, they raced toward the source of the sound. Down below, a beast was wreaking havoc. Upon closer inspection, he looked vaguely like a giant tiger cat or a puma. Where is Flash? He yelled. It's time we settle our score without that runt of a sidekick getting in the way. No one was getting hurt, but he was causing a lot of property damage. With that kind of entrance, the Flashes should be here any second, stated Tora. The music was cut off, and a female announcer took control. This just in, broadcasting to you live. The Flash and Kid Flash are currently engaging with Mirror Master at the Springfield Natural History Museum. Earlier today, the Hope Diamond had just stopped along its nationwide tour. Crack. Oh no. The Flashes have just been trapped in the mirror dimension. This isn't the first time they have been trapped, but it will take some time for them to find their escape. Local law enforcement is pursuing Mirror Master, but his use of mirror gateways makes apprehension extremely difficult. We'll keep you up to date on this as best we can. We advise all citizens to vacate the surrounding area until further notice. The loudspeaker was cut to a commercial. Or not, said Ben dryly. He gave Tora a serious look and whispered, We need to get down there now. What about Ben? Tora asked. What about me? Ben wanted to go down there to help, but he had to deal with the girls first. He had just overheard his name come up. Bea grunted loudly, expressing much of her irritation and discomfort. She pointed straight at Ben. If you tell anyone about us, I swear to God I will dash. Fire, come on. Ben turned to Tora's voice to see her encase herself in ice and break out of it in a completely different outfit. Ben's eyes widened as Tora was the perfect combination of cute and sexy. Her snow-white hair, sky-blue eyes, and face shape were amazing. Ben also noticed her silky smooth legs revealed by her rather high-cut suit. It didn't help that the suit also gave a distracting view of her cleavage. Yeah, ice. Remember what I said, Ben? He turned back to her, as she erupted into green flames, transforming into an emerald sun goddess, in Ben's opinion. Her skin was green, while her hair was a torrent of flame. One thing that stood out to him was that she looked mostly naked, allowing Ben to see her luscious skin and jaw-dropping curves while her other flames covered her conservative areas. His eyes moved between the two elemental beauties, processing the shock and awe of what was before him. Bea flew down to face the obnoxious threat. Tora walked up to Ben, kissed him on the cheek, and gave it a light pat. Don't worry, we'll explain this later. You still owe us dinner, said the last part teasingly. There, she glided down below Iceman style. It took a few seconds for Ben's brain to reboot and draw a conclusion. Oh, I did not just get left behind to fight crime. He looked down at the two, now facing off against the feline freak. A grin grew on his face. Well, Azimuth, it's hero time. Down below, I asked to fight the fastest man alive, not some hothead and an ice princess. He uprooted another tree and hurled it toward fire. Luckily, the tree phased right through her, and she fired another scorching flame. As he named himself, Sabretooth took on the searing flames without flinching. From above, Ice was sending slabs of ice in his direction. His thick hide and brute strength could withstand her attacks, so she was acting as support for now. Fire flew in close, blazing like a phoenix, and launched a stream right at Saber, knocking him into a tree behind him while Ice started hailing him with rock-hard snowballs. Saber pulled the tree out of the ground to block the snowfall, and then threw it at the heroine in question, knocking her out of the sky and behind Fire. Ice! Fire turned and saw Saber get closer. She shot out some fireballs, which didn't do much to stop him. Suddenly, Ice shot the ground underneath him with her powers, making her equivalent of a banana peel beneath him, tripping him up. As he slid forward, Fire and Ice shot extensive blasts to each side of him, making him roar slightly in pain. He jumped out toward Ice and plucked her out of the sky, throwing her at her friend when he landed. He picked up a nearby fire hydrant as she hit and threw it at the duo. As Fire and Ice saw it, they countered, firing streams of their respective elements at it, trying to stop the velocity of it enough to get away. As they just managed to duck under it, Ice shot an ice cage around the offending cat's feet and promptly collapsed. Fire then flew towards him and started fighting up close. Ice was losing her breath. She was overtaxing herself. She stood behind cover to regain her composure. At that time, Fire was going in close-quarter combat with the cat. While Fire had technique, she lacked the brute force Sabretooth had. With a few bruises here and there, Sabretooth was able to get Fire off-balanced and on the ground. He picked her up by her neck and declared, "Come on out, Flash. If you don't get here soon, you won't like what you'll see afterward." Ice was still exhausted, and she feared for her best friend's safety. A thud happened behind her, and she quickly whirled around only to be left speechless in shocked silence by the darkened 9-foot figure towering over her. Ice stared at the newcomer. She saw what looked like 2 claws protruding from its wrists extend outward by at least half 6 inches. "You want to fight, Sabretooth? Raph, let's go." The towering figure turned to her. "You okay?" Surprised at the new guy just talking to her, she simply nodded. The behemoth's fiery gaze instantly shifted to the beast. Using hostages is not cool. The shadow-veiled colossus jumped near the pair and then unleashed a primal roar so powerful its resonance echoed for miles. "Let me tell why something, Saber-Tooth," it shockingly bellowed, pointing menacingly at the man. "Nobody threatens Wrath's friends. You think you're the alpha predator here? There's a reason your name is extinct, and Wrath is going to make you wish you were." Not at all intimidated, the Beastman merely replied with a snarl. "I'm still waiting for the Flash, but I guess I'll have to establish my dominance over you right after I'm finished with her feline." Without further ado, the newcomer instantly exploded out from the shadows, rocketing past the female duo and crashing into Sabretooth with the full force of a jet-propelled battering ram. The Fire, Ice, civilians, and newscasters still of the area stared in shock as the now exposed Lookador tiger-like behemoth slammed his forearm into Saber's chest, bringing the Tiger Man crashing to the ground. Standing about 9 feet tall, he resembles a tailless orange and white bipedal tiger with 1 claw out of each wrist. He is wearing sleek green and black wrestling shorts. His green eyes contrast with his sharp black eyebrows. Black stripes run on his shoulders, head, legs, and upper body, while white fur fills his jaw, neck, chest plates, hands, and feet. Finally, an hourglass symbol is on his Lookador-like belt. Free from the throat hold, Fire stood back up and faced a rescuer. "I don't know who or what you are or why we are friends, but thanks. Now let's kick his ass." The Battle of the Beasts raged on as the newcomer jumped and brought his hulking elbow smashing into Saber's solar plexus. Distracted by the pain, Saber was set aflame by a pissed-off Brazilian. Saber helplessly gasped desperately for the air that the blow had knocked from its lungs and that the fire burned up. Ice jumped in to douse the flames and freeze Saber's entire lower section and left arm. The tiger-like behemoth picked up Saber by its chest fur. "Come on," he thundered into Saber's face. "You wanted to fight, and now you got one. So show me what you got." Saber was not going to give up until he got his revenge. He roared right into the Apoplexian's face and sent a mean right hook, sending the newcomer reeling backward. Saber was able to free his left arm and right leg, but he didn't have the time to free his left because fire started beating down on his chest with plasma-enclosed fists. The Apoplexian was unable to help itself from grinning. "Now, that's more like it," he shouted with pumped-up enthusiasm. "You think you got a second wind? Well, Wrath is going to rip it out of you." He then cracked his knuckles and neck as he loosened up for round two. Wrath! Without any hesitation, Saber countered Fire's last strike, spit out some blood, and tossed Fire aside to face Wrath. Wrath narrowed his eyes at Fire and back to Saber. Unfortunately, having never actually encountered an Apoplexian, Saber had no idea what a mistake he had just made. While Saber was strong, he had nothing over Wrath's raw strength, fighting prowess, and overall unbridled savagery. With savage ferocity, Wrath instantly smashed its fist into Saber's windpipe, cutting off his momentum. He then dealt Saber a powerful knee to the stomach, causing Saber to keel over in pain. The battle-hungry Apoplexian picked him up upside down, securely locking him in its hulking arms, and sprang high up into the air. "Polaris Piledriver!" he thundered as they came crashing back into the ground. Focusing her power on a high-powered stream of fire, Bee unleashed it on the being, getting back up and stopping after a few seconds. Fire grinned wickedly as Saber soon collapsed into an unconscious black soot mess. Ice took the chance to make his ice prison so the police could take him in without any further problems. Bee stretched her arms from the fight. "Thank for the help." "Wrath." Ben waved it off. "Don't mention it. It's what I do." The civilians nearby were cheering the trio in thanks and taking photos while a few reporters were already targeting the heroes. Questions were shot at them from multiple directions. "Who are you? What are you? Are you lady single? Are you an alien, like Superman? What are your 3 sizes? Are you part of the Justice League? Will you go out with me? Are you 3 new heroes to Central City?" Ice made a small ice blast to the sky to get the reporters to shut up. "One at a time," asked Fire. "Yes, we are single. We will not tell you that, and we respectfully decline." She turned to Wrath. "We gave our answers. Now it's your turn." Wrath grunted. He still hated the media after his experience with Will Harang. It didn't help that Wrath was the body holding any emotions. He needed to stay composed. "Wrath is a hero. That's all you need to know. I'm not part of the League. I kick criminal, but whenever I see it. Kinda sorta on the last one. Wrath and Wrath's friends will be on our way." He scooped up Tora into a bridal carry, causing her to redden in embarrassment. Wrath motioned Fire to follow. The 3 moved to a nearby rooftop, away from the media and civilians. Wrath gently put Tora down on the roof. "Sorry." Wrath wanted some privacy. Didn't want an ice trail. She nodded slowly. "No, I understand. Who and what are you, by the way?" asked Tora. "And why did you call us your friends?" asked Bee, who just landed. Wrath sent a fake hurt expression to the pair. "Wrath hurt that you guys don't recognize me, Tora and Beatrice." The 2 girls winced at the knowledge of their identities. "Should we?" Bee asked. "I'm pretty sure we would remember a gigantic Lookador Tiger Man." Wrath grew a mischievous grin. After all the time we spent together this afternoon, it was their turn to go wide-eyed at the sudden revelation. "Ben!" Tora exclaimed in shock and awe. "Is that really you? Hold on a sec." He pressed the hourglass symbol on his belt, causing him to be engulfed in emerald light. After Tora and Bee removed their hands from their eyes, they saw the familiar Ben standing there with a friendly expression on his face. "It really is me, the one and only. Considering that you showed your secrets to me, it is only fair that you know this little bit about me." Tora and Beatrice changed back into civilian clothes once they confirmed it was Ben. That still doesn't explain how you changed. Tora was still confused. "We'll trade stories soon." Come follow me. The night's not over yet. What are you talking about? Said the two in unison. Anybody hungry? Like I promised you guys earlier today, dinner's on me, and I know just the place. Tora and Beatrice are so consumed by the fight and Ben that they forget about their hunger. Their faces reddened as growls escaped from each of them. Ben laughed. Ben took them to an all-you-can-eat yakiniku restaurant. For those who don't know, a yakiniku restaurant allows you to cook the food on a stove at your table. They had their own private booth, and each gave a Cliff Notes version of themselves, nothing too specific but getting the point across. Ben talked about his Omnitrix briefly, but focused more on some of his past adventures. He even explained why he opened a smoothie shop. Ben did not mention that he was from a different universe. No one needs to know that. Why would anyone need to know that? Seriously? Why does anyone need to know someone is from a different universe? It's just stupid. After trading stories, they ended up enjoying a casual dinner together. This was Tora's and BEA's first time in this type of restaurant, and they liked Ben's company. Once everything was said and done, Ben drove them to their hotel. Both paused before either of them got out of the car. We should do this again sometime. Ben was surprised by that. I take it that the villain thing didn't ruin things. Actually, that is the best-case scenario, replied Tora. It's hard making friends when you travel the world occasionally, but we can finally relax when we hang out with you since we both know each other's secrets. We will be busy with a meeting, but are you free next Friday? Are you kidding? It's a plan, Ben answered in a quite happy tone. With a small flicker of jealousy, Fire spoke. I'll be modeling in the Victoria's Secret pageant in a few weeks. Why don't you stop by? Noticing BEA's intentions, Tora also spoke up. You should come. If you want to call us later, and we'll give you the details and the backstage pass, so you can meet us. How could I turn down such an offer, especially from you two? I'd love to go, Ben replied sincerely and teasingly. A slight hue of pink grew on their cheeks. Beatrice and Tora took out pieces of paper and gave Ben their phone numbers. Tora smiled. Bye, Ben. Don't be a stranger. Be wave back. The same goes for me, too. I'll call. Good night, ladies, Ben said, waving them back goodbye. As Ben drove off, he thought, looks like I'm back in the hero game. Back with Tora and B. Tora gave her friend a sly smile. I told you that he was a great guy. Shut up. B muttered in embarrassment from her best friend. We both like the same guy. This will be interesting. Meanwhile, Washington, D.C. Hey, Dawn, are you feeling okay? You've been staring in that direction for a while now. Ollie, you feel the same thing, right? Something new has arrived, and it keeps popping up every month. I can't figure it out, but feel somehow connected to it. I know. It's strange. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Forget about it for now. Come on, let's go home. Hashtag Omnitrix DNA entry. Name Wrath. Species Apoplexian. Home world Apoplexia. Powers and abilities. Apoplexians possess enhanced strength and agility, enabling them to jump great distances and lift objects heavier than themselves. While not the smartest of species, their expert fighting style combines wrestling, grappling holds, and sheer brute force, allowing them to power their way through dozens of opponents and smash through tough defenses. Apoplexians possess a large, retractable claw on each wrist. Apoplexians are extremely durable. Apoplexians can always remember things relating to fights or battle techniques learned. Their unbridled aggression gives them a psychological edge in combat. There are very few things that Apoplexians fear, and many opponents find it extremely difficult to stop one who is fully enraged. Behavior, special case. Apoplexians value emotional openness. If an Apoplexian has a feeling, they express it openly. Generally, the feeling is a blind rage. Apoplexians love to fight and have a great appreciation for the best fighter. Instead of shaking hands when they meet, they engage in a wrestling match until one is established as dominant. Apoplexians believe any problem can be solved by hitting it. Apoplexians are prone to referring to people by their full name or title and beginning a conversation with, "Let me tell you something." They also refer to themselves in the third person. Apoplexians have an advanced level of shame and wear pants. The Wrath strand of DNA lacked the strong sense of shame that most apoplections have as he ran around naked uncaringly. Green Arrow slumped over the monitor. Ugh, monitor duty is so boring. The Scarlet Speedster was sitting right next to him in a similar state. Come on, someone, anyone, try to make a doomsday machine. Anything. I'll even take stealing candy from a baby. Just 2 more hours and I can finally go on my date with Felicity. How long have you been with her again? A little more than a year. She was the one who helped me launch the whole Green Arrow gig. She's been with me the whole way. That's so sweet. I still have to buy a gift for my anniversary with Iris. I was supposed to get it yesterday, but Mirror Master ruined my outing. Flash put a hand to his chin. Is there something specific for a 5th anniversary? Not that I know of. Now that I think about it, what was that huge ruckus on the other side of the state back in Central at the time? What do you mean? Flash wasn't aware anything happened. I heard there was something, but it was taken care of. At least, that's what the police chief told me. Hold on, let me Google it real quick. After a few clicks and keystrokes, he found what he sought. Check this out. Flash checked the screen to see his old villain, Sabretooth, fighting fire and ice. They were on the League charter for potential members, but said they weren't ready for the League commitment yet. I'm glad they could hold the 4 down while I was gone. That's not the part one was referring to. Keep watching. Flash watched as fire and ice were on the edge of defeat. Oh God, are they okay? Instead of replying, he heard a roar off-screen. The video continued, and the 2 men watched the Tiger Wrestler intervene. With assistance from the 2 women, Sabretooth was taken down. The reporters ran up to the trio, loaded with questions. Flash and Green Arrow rolled their eyes at the inappropriate questions asked of Fire and Ice. They were more interested in the newcomer's answer. The Tiger Man grunted, "My name is Wrath, and I'm a hero. That's all you need to know for now. No, I'm not part of the League. I'm more of a freelancer now, and sort of for me, on the last one. If you all don't mind, we will have a private chat." Ice was scooped up by him into a bridal carry, causing her to redden in embarrassment, and Wrath motioned Fire to follow. "He's a loud one, that's for sure," noted Arrow. "I'm glad to hear that he's on our side. What do you think about him being in Central? Since I've been with the League a lot, it's good to see that the city is still in good hands while I'm gone. What do you think of the guy in general? He seems all right. A bit rough for my taste, but it looks like the girls are keeping him company." Flash nudged Arrow on the shoulder. He simply chuckled. "Yeah, from the looks of it, they're having fun with their new toy. Do you think we should tell the others about the new guy?" Flash shrugged. "Meh, he was on the news. I'm pretty sure that they already know. I wonder what he's doing now, being a Tiger Wrestler." Flash smirked. "Maybe he's auditioning for the next WWE season." Meanwhile, Central City. Ben wiped the counter with a positive expression on his face. The day before was quite eventful. He met 2 beautiful women who were heroes just like him. In addition, he can make his debut on the hero front. Considering what happened the last time his identity was leaked, he would do his best to keep his secret in a small circle. Things are looking up for Ben. The doorbell rang, signaling a new customer. Ben wasn't looking at the door as he moved some things under the counter. "Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. May I take your order?" Hands in the air, bub. That caused Ben to drop what he was doing and look up from the counter. At the entrance of the store was a quite attractive blonde woman pointing a gun at his face. Her outfit was an ensemble of red and black leather. If you were to draw a line down her middle, you could see that each side was the opposite of color. The corsage gave a clear view of her navel and lower back. Each of her arms had a sleeve and glove. She also wore tights with a brown belt around her waist. Around her neck was a choker. To Ben, the design gave off the theme of a deck of cards. Her blonde hair was tied in 2 ponytails, each with colored tips. I based her off the picture in this link. Harley Quinn 111992 DeviantArt.com/art/Harley Quinn by Rajivkar7 D7JHSCM 4989124888. Ben looked at the sign he posted on the wall nearby. Days without incident. 54. Well, looks like I have to update the sign. Years of getting pointed at with guns got him used to the experience. Ben could have used master control to change, but the woman would have still seen him change. "Shut up," she yelled. She walked closer to the counter, still aiming the gun. As she drew near, Ben noticed her eyes. They were quite red, with dry tear marks trailing down each of them. What caught his eye was the bruise on her left eye. What happened to her? Come out from behind the counter, she ordered, and Ben complied. Now, I want you to remove all the money in the register and place it in a bag. Ben wasn't concerned about the money, as he could simply make more sapphires. He was more concerned about the woman in front of him. Looking into her eyes, Ben could see how broken she was. Over the years, Ben has helped people of all backgrounds. There were times when Ben was to assist in domestic issues on other planets. This person in front of him needed help. Ben reached for the register and started packing the money. The woman started to relax a bit as everything was going smoothly. This was his moment to act, but it would be a huge risk. Would it be okay for me to know the name of the woman who's robbing me? The woman's expression didn't change, but she answered. It's Harley. Harley Quinn. Ben smiled. I'm making progress. Harley. Nice name. You can call me Ben. Well, Ben, I'm glad you're making this easy. He continued to pack the money. So, Harley, what's a woman like you doing here? She raised a brow. What's it to you? I'm robbing you, aren't I? That's not what I mean. Harley tilted her head. What's he going on about? What do you mean? You're robbing a smoothie shop. I wouldn't call it the best place for profit. Ben paused for a moment to look her in the eyes. Does it have anything to do with whoever gave you that bruise? Harley's eyes widened to the comment. Her free hand slowly reached for her left eye, but she shook her head at the last moment. And no, this has nothing to do with it. She yelled. Ben could see that her conviction was wavering by the look of her hold on the gun. Just a little more. Did someone you care about do this to you? She kept silent. I guess I'm right. Aren't I? No, she answered. He loves me. I deserve his love. Her belief in her statement was faltering. Ben was seeing the signs of what this person was, and he didn't like it at all. Whether he loves you or not, it's obvious that he doesn't respect you. Is this really what you want in a relationship? Aye. She didn't know how to answer. Ben frowned. What kind of person was she involved with? Was there ever a moment he put you ahead of his or her desires? Harley's mind raced through several memories of her with the Joker. It wasn't good at all. The betrayals, the lies, and the abuse began to surround her mind. That straw broke the camel's back as Harley collapsed onto the floor in a crying mess. She felt so helpless. Ben couldn't help but feel empathy. Ben placed the money on the counter and walked toward the still crying Harley. He took a seat beside her, and Harley didn't react. At that moment, he pulled Harley into a hug. Harley continued to cry, but she knocked on Ben's arm with the butt of the pistol. Each hit was weaker than the last until she simply let go of the gun and dug her face deeper into Ben's shoulder. Harley slowly wrapped her arms around him, returning the hug while still tearing up. 1 hour later, Ben was leaning against the store counter, Harley resting on his lap. Harley's sobs slowly stopped over the course of half an hour. She finally stopped when her body gave up from all the fatigue and stress that was likely building up inside. Ben gently stroked Harley's hair as she let out slow breaths in her sleep. You know, when she's not pointing a gun at me, she does look pretty cute. Her sleeping form slowly squirmed, and her eyes lifted open. She took a few seconds to get her bearings. Once she saw Ben, she realized that she was on his lap and moved to get away. Ben gently placed his hand on her shoulders to get her attention. Harley, hey, it's okay. Calm down. I'm not going to do anything. She gave him a skeptical look. How do I know that you haven't already called the cops and that they're on their way right now to take me away? Well, for one, we've been in this position for about an hour now. Harley blinked at the statement in his lap and gave a nervous laugh. Oh, I guess so. Ben rolled his eyes with a small smile. 2. I think it would have done more harm than good for you if I called the cops and let them handle you. Harley raised an eyebrow in confusion. Good for me. While I respect the men doing their job, I believe you need help outside the system. Harley lightly scoffed. You expect me to believe that you want to help me? Hey, I'll have you know that my best friend was a criminal. This surprised her. She thought back to the statement. Ben shrugged. He moved on to better things. He's much happier, if you must know. Oh, she replied. There was a brief moment of silence before Ben spoke up. So, do you feel much better now? Harley was slightly taken aback by the concern for her well-being, but straightened herself back up. Her eyes drifted away from Ben's face, a little embarrassed at what happened so far. Well, much better than before. Thanks for not calling the cops. It's not what I do on a daily basis, but I made an exception. Ben stood and held out his hand to Harley. Come, let's get you cleaned up. She was hesitant to trust the guy she had just met, but he didn't seem to have any ill will toward her or her actions. This piqued the curiosity of the psychologist inside her. The way this man acted was contrary to her expectations. She wanted to know more about him. What made him tick? Why is he helping her? She closed her thoughts, gathered her resolve, and took Ben's hand. I hope that I don't regret this. She was led to the back of the store and up the stairs to the second floor. She was surprised to see a loft right above the shop. Ben noticed her surprise and explained, Sometimes when I stay here late, I crash here as a second home. He led her to the bathroom. Go get yourself clean. I'll be back with a change of clothes. Harley was left in the bathroom as Ben walked away. Harley's first instinct was to lock the door behind her. After taking a breath, she walked to the sink and looked at herself in the mirror. Aren't I a mess? She sighed and began to strip, placing her clothes on the toilet seat. Soon, she was in a lukewarm bath, lying back against the tub, staring up. She occasionally scrubbed away the dirt and grime she collected but stared at the roof at the end. The scars from her previous injuries have nearly faded away. Her thoughts were reviewing everything that had happened in the past few weeks. It's been 1 year since I joined the Joker and about a month since I left Gotham. I just wanted to get away from it all. My feelings with the Joker were all messed up since that day. She gave a sad chuckle. I guess I was just in denial. I still can't believe I was lucky enough to leave Arkham during the breakout. I wonder if Pam is doing okay without me. Knocking on the door brought her back to reality. I have some spare clothes at the door. Call me if you need anything. She sank into the water and thought about what she would say to Ben when she got out. 15 minutes later, Ben was sitting on the couch in the living room watching TV when he heard the bathroom door open, followed by footsteps. Out of the walkway came a clean Harley wearing a black t-shirt and shorts one size larger than her. The larger clothes enhanced the mystery of the luscious body underneath, while her smooth arms and curvaceous legs gave a pretty good hint. She soon planted herself on the couch next to Ben, and they watched the TV silently for a short time. Hey, Harley asked to get his attention. Yeah. Listen, I just want to say, the words are getting caught in her throat. I'm sorry about earlier. That was a load off her chest. I've been through a lot and took it out on you. Her mind drifted back to her time in Gotham, but she shook those thoughts away. Also, thanks for everything. Most of the time, people don't spare me a second glance before they judge me and run away. Ben smiled at her honesty. I'm glad I'm not most people. He gave a small chuckle. I don't mean to push, but do you want to talk about it? You said that you were dealing with personal issues. She opened her mouth to answer, but stopped. She took a moment to think before answering. No, maybe not now. I just need some time to think everything over. Ben accepted her answer. I don't want to force you into anything you don't want. Take as much time as you need. I'm all ears anytime. Thanks for understanding. I should be okay. I'm a psychologist, you know. He smiled. Huh, who knew? That's all well and good, but it's always good to have an outside perspective. Like I said, I'm all ears if you need me. I had experience in psychology when I went for my criminal justice degree. That threw her off a bit. You have a degree in criminal justice? Yep, he replied, still with a smile. It was Harley's turn to laugh a bit. So you have that degree, yet you're running a smoothie shop? Ben laughed a bit along with her with a shrug. You know what they say, do what makes you happy. Yeah, what makes you happy? A brief pause came before she spoke again. Hey, Ben, I know you've done a lot for me already, but... She turned her head in a feeling of shame. Do you mind if I stay here for a while? I don't have anywhere to go, and I don't feel like talking to anyone else. In a way, I did what I did this morning because I needed money for a place to stay. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and braced for the rejection. Only it didn't come. Of course you can stay. Harley's head made a 180 to face Ben. Oh, really? She couldn't believe it, yet she could see the sincerity in his emerald eyes. Ben took a seat closer, smiled, and continued, I promised that I would help you through this. Right. Harley lunged at him and pulled him into a deep hug. Thank you. That was all that she could say at the moment. Ben returned the hug with a tinge of pink on his face. The afternoon went smoothly as they talked a little about themselves. Harley really enjoyed Ben's stories of his summers spent across the country. Ben offered to sleep on the couch when night fell while Harley slept in the bedroom. Before Ben left her alone with the room, she called out to him. "Hey, Ben. Yeah, I have to ask, why are you helping me? I pointed a gun at you. I tried to rob you. Now I'm taking baths and sleeping in your home. What did I do to deserve this?" Ben's face turned into a much more solemn one, and they answered. "Just like you, I had my moments of helplessness. When I first saw you this morning, I recognized the look in your eyes. The eyes of someone on the verge of breaking. Someone was feeling hopeless. I was lucky enough to have friends and family around for me. I assumed that you didn't have someone to talk to. After that time, I learned that the best way to cure hopelessness is to get up and do something. Don't wait for good things to happen. If you go out and make some good things happen, you will fill the world with hope. I want to give you hope. I want to help you see a better tomorrow." A smile grew on Harley's face, and she had a slight tear in her eyes as she heard those words. It has been a long time since someone genuinely cared for her well-being. "Thank you, Ben. You have no idea what this means to me. I'm glad to help." Before Ben closed the door, he said one last thing. "By the way, you're cute when you have a smile on your face." The closed door hid Harley's face, which had an even larger grin with pink on her cheeks. She looked at the nightstand and saw the phone. She needed to call someone. Gotham City. Pamela Isley was lying in her apartment for the night. Her fair skin gave an alluring contrast to her auburn red hair, and her leaf-patterned nightwear accentuated her curves. You can imagine her to be any appearance you see as attractive. One look at her DeviantArt told me I couldn't choose one. Her room was filled with plants that she called her babies. She looked out the window as she stroked her tulip. "I hope that Harley is okay. I haven't seen her since we were both in Arkham." Her face scrounged up. "It's all that damn Joker's fault." She then grew a sad expression. "I knew he was bad for her, but I just let her live in her deluded fantasy, hoping she would realize her mistake." She sulks even more. "I should have known that Joker's manipulation would have ingrained deep in her head. Does his madness have no bounds?" She has been friends with Harley Quinn since she met her. Unlike most team-ups, their partnership is genuinely rooted in friendship, and Ivy wants to save Harley from her abusive relationship with the Joker. Her thoughts were broken by the ringing of her cell. She sighed and answered the unknown number, somewhat irritated. "What? Who is this?" "Hey, Pam. It's me, Harley." Pamela paused, nearly dropping the phone. The sound of the familiar voice and name made her jump at attention. "Oh my God, Harley. Is this you?" Her voice grew in concern. "Yeah, it's me, the one and only," answered her friend shyly. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you since the breakout. I almost thought you were dead. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Pam was in a state of anger and relief because, deep inside, she was glad she was safe. "I'm sorry that I made you go through all this. I just needed to get away from it all. I didn't mean to hurt you, Pam. You're my best friend in the world." Pamela smiled since Harley sounded much better than a month ago. "Well, I'm glad that you're all right. So tell me, where have you been? Why did you leave?" "I finally did it, Pam. What you've been telling me for the past year. I finally left the Joker." To say that Pamela was shocked was an understatement. She was amazed that Harley had finally left Joker. "Oh my God, Harley. That's great. I always knew that you had it in you." "I guess that I did the right thing then. He was never good for you, Harley. That man had no respect for you. I've seen the bruises and scars. Last time was just unforgivable for me. I'm starting to see that now. Anyway, I'm currently staying in Central City while I get everything sorted out. I almost forgot to ask, how are you doing since the escape?" "I'm doing fine. I'm just living in my apartment with my babies until the heat dies." "Are you staying somewhere nice?" "I'm staying with a friend." Oh, this piqued Pam's curiosity and concern. She experienced cruel men in her lifetime and grew to distrust and manipulate these men. Meeting men like the Joker manipulating Harley did not help man's cause. "I see that you've already moved on. Who's the lucky man?" Harley sputtered before replying. "I just met him today, and his name's Ben. So, how'd you two meet?" "Oh, well, I was robbing his store." Pam blinked at the statement, even though it was a phone call. You didn't hold him hostage while you lived in his house, did you? What? No, Harley replied. I was just trying to get money for a night's rent. One thing led to another, and I ended up having an emotional breakdown in his store. Are you feeling okay? She asked with concern, and then her tone changed into a more threatening one. He didn't take advantage of you, did he? And no, he didn't do anything like that. He's been nothing but empathetic to me. He genuinely wants to help me. He didn't call the cops on me. He got me cleaned up and clothed. He's even letting me stay with him while I sort myself. All of this coming from Harley was something new to Pamela. She sounded so relieved, so happy. I honestly don't know what would have happened to me if I didn't meet him. I honestly don't want to imagine it. When Pamela learned about Harley's new situation, she felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She was getting the help that she desperately needed. Me too. I don't want to lose my best friend. Best friends for life, Pam. Anyway, it's getting late. I should probably go to bed now. You're right. Take care, Harley. Call me back soon. Thanks. I'll keep you updated. Oh, and if this Ben gives you any trouble, I'll be right there to turn him into fertilizer. Harley chuckled at the threat. I do not doubt that you will. You'll like him if you meet him. He's different from the people we're used to. Pamela smiled at the idea. Maybe when the heat dies down, I'll come to visit. I'll send you the address when you're ready. Just try not to scare him too much. Oh, Harley, whatever do you mean? Good night, Pam. I'll talk to you later. Good night, Harley. I'm so proud of you. Central City. Harley washed up and wrapped herself in her sheets. Before she closed her eyes, she whispered, "Thanks, Ben, for everything." It didn't take long for her to enter her dreams. Harley had a peaceful night of sleep for the first time in a long time. Living room. Ben just left Harley in the room, and he slumped onto the couch. Today was quite the day, but he was happy to help Harley. He waited for Harley to sleep before pulling up his watch and calling for his friend. The image of Azimuth came up and greeted him. "Greetings, Ben. How are you?" The two of them talked every other day. Ben gave him a recap of what happened, and he was surprised at the response. "I must say, Ben, I am very proud of you. This is a sign of your growth and maturity as a person." He blinked at the compliment. "Thanks. I normally don't hear that from you often." Azimuth scoffed. "It's not often that you give me a reason to, at least until recently. If you were put in this morning's events from about 5 to 6 years ago, he would have gone straight to the violent approach." Ben cringed at that thought. He knew it was true and sulked a bit. He didn't want to imagine himself hurting Harley physically when she was having emotional problems. "I see what you mean. Thank God it turned out better." Azimuth expressed hope, "But you are much different from then." The Ben today was calm and collected. He went to the root of the problem and dealt with it appropriately with compassion and understanding. "I have changed, haven't I?" "Indeed you have. Do you remember why I made the Omnitrix?" Ben nodded. "It was to bridge the gap between species to promote understanding and peace. And what you did today was of your ability. It seems that you continue to prove that I chose the right wielder of my creation." Ben smiled at the compliment, but it returned to a neutral expression. "That means a lot to me, Azimuth. However, I still remember the day I broke your trust when I tried to hack into the first Omnitrix. I still feel remorse for that. I'm glad you still allowed me to continue working with you." Azimuth gave a small chuckle. "For what it is worth, Ben, I have gotten used to humanity by now. Your kind means well, but they don't realize their mistakes until after the consequences. The same can be said for Sir George. May he rest in peace. You have learned your lesson and changed for the better. I do forgive you, but I hope that you please show some respect for my warnings." "Thanks for the talk and everything, Azimuth." "Thanks to you as well. By the way, it's that time of the month to meet with Serena and Bellicus." After getting the new Omnitrix, Ben tried to improve his relationship with Serena and Bellicus. They have not been on good terms the last time they met before that. Since then, Ben has tried to do his job as the voice of reason. Thankfully, college helped to improve his public speaking and persuasion. As Serena and Bellicus have been arguing for eternity, never having a tiebreaker, getting them to focus on any present task is difficult. This leaves Alien X's body trapped in place, floating about a foot above the ground until an agreement is made. It is indeed. Fortunately, they allowed time to dilate when you're helping them make decisions. He sighed. "I know. Last time, it felt like a week, but only a minute had passed. That still doesn't compare to the first time I talked with them here in this universe. Anyways, release the safeguards, Azimuth. Very well. Do take care. I hope that your meeting goes well. The core opened up and displayed the hologram of Alien X. Ben took a breath and pressed it down, now engulfed in emerald light. He soon disappeared, and in his place was a 7-foot humanoid. He was shaped like a human, save for the 3 crests that rose out of his head. His entire body was black as the void itself, yet was dotted by distant stars. It was as if someone had poured a part of the night sky into a glass man. The only part of him with a different color was the green Omnitrix symbol on his chest. When he spoke, he did so with 3 voices, a deep male voice, a gentle feminine voice, and Ben's voice. Alien X. Inside Alien X. At that moment, Ben found himself within Alien X's mind, which appeared to be the darkness of space with stars in the distance. Of course, he wasn't alone. The other 2 personalities within Alien X were also there. They appeared as giant green faces without eyes, the empty sockets revealing only the space behind them. On one side was Bellicus, the embodiment of rage and aggression. On the other, Serena, the embodiment of love and compassion. The 2 constantly debated what actions to take, unable to agree on anything unless Ben intervened. Motion to welcome Ben Tennyson. Serena asked pleasantly. I guess it's that time again. Fine. Very well. Motion carried. Bellicus said. Welcome. The 2 faces said in unison. Are you ready to begin? Asked Serena. Ben nodded. Yup. Bellicus chimed in. Remember our agreement, Ben. For every 100 decisions you resolve for us, we'll listen to one of yours, but that doesn't mean we will say yes. I got it, replied Ben. What was our last decision, Bellicus? Serena asked again. Bellicus thought about it for a moment. I believe we were on whether we should create a new star and whether or not we bring back the dinosaurs on this Earth. We never had a chance to decide in the previous universe. Serena gave a light sigh. I remember when Ben first talked to us in this new universe. Yeah, I wish that you would allow us to go home and set Ben on fire. It certainly was an eventful meeting, replied Ben. Serena faced her companion. Oh, Bellicus, don't be so reckless. I remember it like it was yesterday. Flashback to the first month. Ben found himself in Alien X's mind with Bellicus and Serena. At the moment, Bellicus looked angrier than usual, while Serena seemed more excited. Ben was extremely nervous as the 2 faces in front of him learned about the scenery change. Hey, guys, how's it going? Anything new? Bellicus merely narrowed his eyes. Oh, the usual. Arguing, staring out into space, finding out that we're in a completely different multiverse. Ben coughed. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is never going to work. Serena chuckled at Ben's attempt while Bellicus sighed and continued. Ben, did you think that would work? No, I was just trying to relieve the tension. Serena spoke up. We are one of the most powerful beings in this universe. We noticed a change in the balance between chaos and order. This was new to Ben. Change in chaos and order. She smiled. Why, yes. The universe, or any universe, really must stay in balance. This universe, in particular, has several entities of chaos and order. Bellicus scoffed. Bah, those beings are ants compared to us. Ben raised a brow. It makes sense that you guys are aligned with chaos and order. Chaos can be connected to rage and aggression, and order can be connected to love and compassion. Anyways, what do you think of the place? Bellicus sighed. It's all right, I guess. There are some pretty interesting places full of rage and aggression. The color red seems to come up a lot in that area, with little pockets of yellow and a speck of orange. Serena giggled. I love it. The Forge of Creation was always so boring. It's exciting to see something new that the other celestial sapiens or we didn't do. I can also feel the areas connected to me too. Mostly indigo and violet with a touch of blue. That's pretty interesting. Not sure why you're thinking about colors, though. Ben shrugged. You guys want to go home? Or do you want to check this place out? I want to see more of this world of heroes. Meh, Bellicus replied. We'll make it a decision later if we want to leave. Now that I think about it, a new multiverse means a new set of decisions. He chuckled. Oh, I haven't felt this way in eons. Same for you, Serena? Most definitely, now that you bring that up. What do you want to do first? She asked excitedly. Good question. He looked at Ben. You have your job as reason out for you now, Tennyson. Now, I would like to wage war against the gods of this place and establish my dominance. The excitement in his voice rang out as Ben and Serena gave him a blank look. What? Too much. Motion denied, the two said in sync. Bellicus groaned. Fine, fine. We'll start a little smaller then. I propose that we bring back the dinosaurs. Ben and Serena glanced at each other and looked back at Bellicus. We're listening. Flashback end. Anyways, back to business, Bellicus replied. The meeting had gone on for about 2 days inside Alien X before the two personalities decided to give Ben a break. Ben's living room. In a flash of green light, Ben turned back and yawned. Azimuth popped up again and asked how it went. Oh, the usual. Stopped Bellicus from waging war against the local deities. Made a few planets and stars here and there. Serena convinced Ben to make an entire society of corgis in one of those worlds. I might visit that planet one day. We did some other stuff, but I'll tell you that later. Azimuth chuckled. Quite a productive meeting then. I'll say so. I'm going to sleep. He fell on his couch like a log. Night, Azimuth. The Omnitrix gave off a faint glow as Ben went to sleep, indicating that Azimuth was still active. Little did the two know that a few individuals felt Alien X's appearance. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Alien X. Species, Celestialsapian. Homeworld, Forge of Creation. Powers and abilities. Celestial Sapiens are an extremely powerful species. They are capable of controlling reality with ease and at any level. Professor Paradox sees them as the greatest power he's ever seen, going as far as to call them omnipotent. He places them above his chrono-navigator, which can destroy a multiverse. It is said that Celestial Sapiens can destroy the multiverse with 6 thoughts, but this is yet to be confirmed. Celestial Sapiens are immortal, or at least extremely long-lived, as they can live for tens of thousands of years before even being considered mature. Celestial Sapiens have their personalities. Bellicus and Serena are unique to Alien X. When Harley woke up, she seemed to have a much more positive attitude than the day before. While she was still broken after her relationship with the Joker, Harley felt that yesterday gave her hope to continue. She sat on her bed for a short while, staring out the window and thinking over what happened. I guess it wasn't all a dream. Harley looked down at herself, thinking about the previous weeks without clean ones. Now that she thought about it, Mr. J always picked out her outfits. This feels nice. She got to her feet, stretched, and went to the door. I wonder if Ben is still here. Harley peeked out of her room to see if Ben was still around. While she didn't see him, a fresh breakfast aroma blew into her face as soon as the door opened. He's in the kitchen, then. Knowing that Ben had shown some concern since yesterday, she plastered on a small smile. While she appreciated that Ben let her stay here, she didn't want him to worry too much about her problems. She took a deep breath of the deliciousness and went downstairs, still in her sleepwear. Something smells good. What's cooking, Ben? She could hear the light bustle in the kitchen when she descended the stairs. Ben was wearing a simple black t-shirt and jeans and holding a hot pan. Oh, morning, Harley. I decided to make some breakfast for us before opening the shop. She smiled at the small array of food on the table. Some waffles, breakfast sausages, and pancakes were ready to be served. Wow, thanks. This looks delicious. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm still working on the omelets, so if you can grab some salt and pepper from the pantry, that would be great. Sure. She walked up to the cupboard, opened it, and traced her finger along the rows of boxes and other containers. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Ah, right next to the bulk popcorn. Here you go. Thanks. Take a seat, and I'll have this ready for us. About 5 minutes later, all the food was set and ready to be eaten. Harley's mouth watered a bit from being so close to the smell. When Ben sat down, he noticed this. Thanks for waiting. Let's dig in. While they were eating, Harley decided to start up some conversation. This is all good. How did you learn to cook like this anyway? When I finally left my parents' place after college, I had to start learning to cook independently. The internet helped, but that didn't stop me from burning a few things at first. Harley laughed at his modesty. My cousin and best friend didn't like how I ate out often. In retrospect, a diet of chili fries and smoothies for a few weeks does not end well. Once they finished breakfast, the two began to open up shop. Ben decided that Harley could live in the room upstairs and help around while she recovered. She was still unsure what to do with her life, but who does? Things were looking up for the two of them. Things were not looking up for the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians of the Universe were in a frenzy. Random stars and planets were popping up out of nowhere, and they couldn't find a reason why. One of the sagely blue beings was sitting in a chair, massaging his head from today's headache. A knock came, and he let the man in. It was Kilowog, a rather large alien man who was a well-respected member of the Corps. He was holding a datapad and read out the message to him. Ganthit, it appears that one of the planets that popped up has intelligent life. Want to send lanterns to investigate? Ganthit took a breath and contemplated the situation. Considering that we have no idea who these inhabitants are, I advise that we only send in one lantern to scout. I hope to know more about these new arrivals and if they know how they came there. I advise against any direct contact with them. We need someone who can blend in with the surroundings. Considering that the planet contains many forests and plains, I know the perfect man for the job. He raised his hand to his communicator. Hey, Chip, I got your next assignment for you. This wasn't the first time events like this happened. They began several months ago and have occurred about a month apart since then. The Guardians could not find a single pattern. This phenomenon has never happened before and will most likely lead to trouble. News of these happenings has been kept to a select few to prevent panic. On another note, there have also been reports of power fluctuations coming from all colors of the lantern spectrum at the same time as these events. The emotional spectrum beasts are reacting to something, but I don't know what. Thankfully, the beast of willpower seems to have the least reaction during these time frames. Kilowog, where Lantern members Hal Jordan and John Stewart currently. They should be with the Justice League back on Earth. Since Guy got in that accident a few years back, they try to stick near him so he doesn't get into any more trouble. Yes, I remember that incident. He really should not have aggravated that prisoner during transport. He really should have read the prisoner report beforehand. Maybe he wouldn't have poured his drink on the guy. Suddenly, a light buzzing came upon Ganthit's monitor. It looks like another Lantern Corp calling, he sighed. This must be regarding the latest incident. I better take this. Okay then, I'll be off on my rounds. Kilowog left while Ganthit answered the call. Hello. Greetings, Ganthit, a feminine voice said. On the other side, the caller had blue skin, a slim figure, and black hair. She had darker blue eyes and face paint. She wore a sleeveless pink top that exposed her midriff and navel, 2 pink bands around the arms, a pink skirt with a longer length in the back than in the front, and pink high heels. To you as well, Agapa. He sighed once more. Let's get this over with. Central City, Wednesday, June 9th, 2010. A young raven-haired woman was currently stretching on the lawn. If men were to walk by, they would stare at her for a bit before they walk right into the nearby tree. It happened more often than one would think. In all fairness, she was wearing a typical female workout attire. She wore a black sports bra with midnight blue athletic shorts. This is good for me, Dinah Lance thought to herself. Due to personal issues, Dinah traveled around the country to help clear her head. While this may sound like an expensive task, it helps that the Justice League has Zeta teleporters across the United States and some parts of Europe. It helped when she had to meet with the other League members when mutant horseshoe crabs began attacking San Francisco Bay, and she was back in Boston. If she remembered correctly, Arthur said it was due to some radioactive waste being dumped off the coast under the table. Arthur took the leftover population to a remote location in the Pacific Ocean due to his natural affinity with sea life. Dinah stayed in Barry's home for the past 2 weeks with his wife, Iris. It was fortunate that the two were understanding and generous toward her. Then again, she and Iris are very close friends. For some of the League members who were more open about their identity to trusted friends, they hung out during the holidays and other special events. Considering that Dinah never really had a secret identity in the first place, it made introductions quite easy. Whenever she fought on the streets, most people never had time to get a good look at her. Anyways, Iris and Barry were now at their respective jobs. Iris was working on a report about the incident when Barry took care of Mirror Master's latest heist. Dinah didn't look into it, as it was stated in his short interview with the press at the time that he was an alien. If anything, Hal and John would look him up in the Lantern database for any past discrepancies. Another one is the recent crow problem. On the other hand, Barry is running some tests at his CSI lab. He wanted to stay indoors since yesterday. Something about crows, popcorn, and water. I'll ask him about it later. Whenever Dinah was alone at the house, she would take the time to exercise during the day and catch up on some TV shows and movies at night. She had just finished her stretches and was about to jog to the UFC gym. While she had her canary cry, she still needed to stay in peak physical condition to fight. She had numerous mentors before that helped her become an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Even though the people at the gym weren't her level, they could keep her on her toes whenever she sparred. Packing up her gym bag, she started jogging west. Mr. Smoothie. The breakfast and lunch rushes had passed, and it was time for Ben to go on his break. At the moment, he was tying his sneakers, ready to head out. He's currently wearing a silver tank top with black basketball shorts. Are you sure you don't want to come with me to the gym? Nah, I'll be fine. As much as I love to get worked up and sweaty, I have some stuff to do before I work the afternoon shift. Harley volunteered to work the shop in the afternoon, while Ben took the morning and lunch rushes. Ignoring that little tidbit, are you sure about doing that? Why? Remember what happened last time you went out? The sign clearly said not to feed the birds. How was I supposed to know that it was the crows' mating season and that they get violent during this time? He placed a hand on his chin. Fair point. I didn't even know that. She waved her hand carelessly. Besides, everyone got out of the park okay. Ben's face reverted to a deadpan expression. The elderly nearby were almost getting their eyes poked out. He groaned. Thank God that they were wearing such thick glasses. See, almost. The worst thing that happened was when that guy with blonde hair got attacked and kept running into street lamps. And then he ran into a popcorn stand, spilled it all, and got assaulted by even more crows. PSH, he's fine. Her smile grew to a mischievous grin. That sexy firefighter saved the day. Didn't she? If you were referring to when you showed up in the eye-catching outfit, hijacked that fire hydrant and sprayed at that poor man for a minute, even though the crows already flew away in the first 5, then yes, you did save the day. Glad you liked the show. You bet your sweet ass I did. Ben simply gave a nervous laugh. You're lucky I could pick you up after seeing the news flash before anything else happened. So, can you promise me you won't cause more trouble today? I make no promises, but I'll try. The innocent smile she gave would make any man think she was serious. Ben, however, held it with a grain of salt. If you get in trouble again, no more dessert. What? Wait. Oh, I get it. You want me to blame it on someone else. That's the most basic rule in Gotham. I can't believe that I forgot that. That's not what I... Don't worry, Ben. I hear you loud and clear. I'll try not to hurt anybody, but I hold no responsibility regarding the mimes at the park. She gave a final wave before she slammed the back door shut. Ben sighed. Asmith, the holographic mentor, appeared before him. Yes, Ben. What's the probability that she'll make another scene? Taking into account her prior history and current emotional state, I calculate a 60% chance of recklessness and tomfoolery. At least that's an improvement from last time. I'm surprised you let her out when I said it was 90%. I had faith in that 10%. And now, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Right now, I better get going. While I admire your somewhat trust in your new companion, I do hope she does to you in turn. Well, Asmith, sometimes all you can do is hope for the best. With that, he packed his backpack and headed south on Siena Avenue. Taylor Street. 30 minutes later. It was pretty clear out for an afternoon in the city. Usually, it would be somewhat cloudy, but not as much as Gotham. Dinah left the house a while ago and left a note for the Allens. As Dinah continued her jog and thought about recent events, she felt more at ease thanks to the soft breeze brushing her face with the warm sunlight. As they say, exercise is therapeutic. Things were going well. However, these comforting thoughts were cut short. Just as she was passing the corner, another figure ran by, and they collided, leaving both of them dazed for a bit and on the ground. So much for that easing feeling. She blew at the strands of hair that covered her left eye. Dinah fought criminals daily. This was nothing compared to that. So, she was used to getting hurt. Today's difference was that it was still her vacation and that the criminal wasn't a criminal, but a civilian. Is asking for some relaxation time outside of work too much? She was more annoyed than hurt. Well, that hurt, answered the other person nearby. Shifting her gaze to said person, she saw what looked to be a man in silver and black workout attire. On the ground, she shook her head. Would you watch where you're going? I'm pretty sure neither of us wanted to end up on the floor today, she complained in an annoyed tone. As he noticed her, he immediately stood up in a flutter. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful when I was running. He dusted himself and regained some composure. With a calm smile, he extended his hand to Dinah. Here, let me help you up. At least he apologized. With what just happened, she sighed. She grabbed onto his hand as he pulled her to her feet. Thanks. I guess I can forgive you a little for your consideration. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked, That's good, I guess. You're not hurt, are you? Trust me. I've had worse, replied Dinah as she adjusted her clothes. A nervous sweat dripped as he took a small breath. That's a relief. Again, I'm sorry for the mishap. She moved her hair out of her face. He seems like a nice guy. Given his body language and tone, he appears genuine. The thought lightened her up a bit. Don't worry about it. In any case, putting all the blame on you wouldn't be right. This caught him off guard briefly, and he tilted his head slightly. Really? Why do you say that? His shift in mannerisms made her chuckle. To be honest, I was lost in my thoughts for a moment too. I'm on vacation right now, so I've been trying to ignore the stress of my work life. He nodded in understanding. Yeah, work can get pretty unsettling sometimes. I'd be lying if I said my life was always perfect. Tell me about it, thought Dinah. I may get rough sometimes, but it feels nice to help people who need it. This piqued his curiosity visibly. If you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living that has you all stressed? Sorry, I completely forgot to ask your name. She moved a lock of her hair behind her ear and reached her right hand out. I should have introduced myself. I'm Dinah Lance. And you? He reached out to her hand in turn and replied, Ben Tennyson. As with most people with secret identities, she had a cover story. Lucky for Dinah, it fitted well with her profession and education. Well, Ben, I'm a private consultant for the Department of Defense, she explained. Ben blinked at the answer. Private consultant? You mean you're like Sherlock Holmes? She laughed a bit at the statement. Yes, in a weird way, I am like Sherlock. She paused a bit before she continued. I still have season 4 in my queue. Ben beamed at the mention of the show. Same for me. I like the show, but I was left off after Moriarty made his return. I know, right? I can't wait to see what happens next. She shook her head in realization. Sorry, I got off track. As I said, I have a doctorate in psychology, so I assist in behavioral analysis and therapy. Earning that degree was one of the hardest moments in her life. Well, aside from the time, toy robots nearly overran the city. You would think that the robots made of Legos would make them break more easily. She was right about that, but the others would rebuild them afterward. So, you're Dr. Dinah, then? Asked Ben in a teasing tone. She answered back with a smiling eye roll. This wasn't the first time she had been called that. Ben continued to talk. You know, my friend and I also have degrees in psychology, although she received a doctorate in her major and not me. That's good for her, but if you didn't go for psychology, what did you end up majoring in? Ben went on to talk about his time in college and his current career status. In a similar matter to Harley, she couldn't help but laugh. I know it's not the most common choice. It's still mine. I'm happy with it. Maybe I should just tell people I'm in the consumer beverage industry. Maybe that'll hold off the laughter till later. Meh. People are enjoying the new boba tea flavors I added recently. They talked a bit more before Dinah asked the obvious question. I take it that you were also exercising before our meeting. Hee hee. Yeah, I was heading to the UFC gym, which I've heard so much about. Well, I'm headed there too. She started walking ahead of Ben. Would you like to join me? Ben crossed his arms and replied, Sure. It's always better to have a partner to train with. If anything, that'll probably keep us from accidentally running into each other. They both laughed and continued their walk. About 10 minutes into the walk, Ben decided to ask about the gym. They say many professional UFC fighters go there to train and spar with each other in preparation for the next tourney. I've been going there for a while, so I can confirm that what you heard is true. With my profession, the higher-ups encourage me to take part in various self-defense arts. What about you? What's a smoothie jerk doing at a UFC gym? I'll have you know that I have been sparring with people since I was 10 years old. You sound experienced. I'm surprised that you kept it up for so long. To be fair, I had an unrefined style until I was 15. After that, I started taking martial arts. My cousin is much more skilled than me in judo since she started before me. She raised a brow at his history. I won't lie, Ben. Some of those people can get rough. I should know. I'm one of the top fighters there. Ben's widened a bit from the revelation. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said that you were doing self-defense. What's it like over there? I'll be honest. I'm still looking for a challenge to come up. Fighting the League of Assassins once in a while is a much better learning experience than traditional training. You sound confident. She looked up to the clouds in the sky before she spoke. My mother always said to control the fight on your terms. Act, never react. Ben nodded in agreement. Your mother is a wise woman. A sad smile formed on her face. Yeah, she is. Noticing her shift in tone, he decided to change the topic. Maybe we should spar to see how well I stack up. Maybe. Let's see how you do with the warm-up and training before we even think about going there. I wouldn't want to break you by accident. We'll see about that. People have underestimated me before, and it didn't work out for them. Dinah smirked at the hint of a challenge. Noted. She looked ahead before she gestured at Ben. Come on, we're almost there. Once they finally reached the gym, Dinah offered Ben to do the same routine as her, and he gladly accepted. What they did would be considered a high-intensity workout for MMA fighters. The workout consisted of a warm-up, a station workout, and an additional set of grip strength moves. By the end, both were fatigued, Ben a little more than Dinah. I gotta say, Ben, she took a short breath. I'm surprised that you made it this far. He gave her a grin. I'll take that as a compliment. He breathed and pointed to himself with a thumb. As I said, don't underestimate me. She laughed a bit with a grin of her own. With a raised brow, she asked, so, you want to keep punching the bag, or you want to go a few rounds with me? Ben paused at her words. What? She turned away from him and started walking toward one of the practice rings. I'm talking about sparring. Coming back to reality, Ben replied, that'd be nice too. He narrowed his eyes a bit with a sly smile. Oh, it's on. I'll have you pinned under me in no time. Ben waved his hand dismissively. Dinah looked at him with a raised brow and a small smile. She decided to push it further. In a humorous and mocking tone, she continued. I'm a classy girl. Her palm bent over, pointing at her chest. At least take me out to dinner first. Seconds passed before both of them broke into laughter. Some bystanders gave odd looks, but the two didn't care. They soon arrived at the ring and set themselves up in the center. The two got into defensive stances. Last chance to back out. If you think I'm too much for you to handle, we could do something else. Dinah asked. Ben shook his head. Nah, kicking was on my to-do list anyway. Might as well take care of it now. Standard rules. She nods. Let's go. She immediately swung her left leg towards Ben's face. He could block it with his left arm, but her right fist rushed in. Using both arms, he held back, but he was put on the defensive. This caused Dinah to frown. Is that all you can take? Frankly, I'm disappointed. Ben got ready again. Don't worry. We're just getting started. I don't disappoint. Narrowing his eyes, his instincts and training at the Plumber Academy kicked in. Dinah sent a left hook, and he narrowly dodged it just in time. When Dinah threw a right fist, Ben rotated his torso and countered with a right hook to her face. Moving with the momentum, he continued to rotate his left and sent his left leg as a follow-up. Dinah managed to duck the swing, and as Ben sent another left kick, she grabbed onto it with both arms. Swinging her body, she flipped Ben over and onto the floor. Dinah took a breath. I'll admit, you're good. Ben got back to his feet, sending a left strike. Unfortunately, Dinah deflected it. Ben sent a right strike, but she deflected it again. This went on for a few seconds before Dinah sent another swift kick to his face, turning once more to deliver a kick to his chest and sending him back. But you still have much to learn. Just as Dinah sent a left strike, Ben grabbed that arm, diverted her movements, and delivered a connecting right hook. They soon began to grapple arms together, but Dinah was beginning to overpower him. I wish I had 4 arms right about now. Dinah ended up pushing Ben down to one knee. Taking a page from Kick and Hawk, he pulled her arms toward him. This caused her to lose balance easily, and Ben dropped to his back. With her falling over, Ben used his legs with her momentum to throw her right over him, sending her landing about a yard away on her side. Thankfully, the floors were padded. Ben waited for her to recover, and she immediately went for a leg strike. Anticipating this, Ben dropped down and performed a sudden leg sweep, bringing Dinah to the floor. He quickly rolled to get on her back and grab her arms, putting her into a standard hold. With bated breath, he asked, "Told you I'd be on top. You yield." She smirked, as if. Dinah forced her arms outward while knocking Ben off balance from her back. The struggle for dominance on the floor continued for another 5 minutes until Dinah finally got Ben pinned. Unable to get free, Ben surrendered. Okay, I yield." With that said, Dinah let go. She dropped onto the floor with heavy breaths. "That took longer than I expected. You have potential. Where'd you learn to fight like that, anyway?" He stretched his body. "I traveled a lot, learning from new teachers all the time. I even went to an academy. I couldn't use what I learned on Koros because of the lack of extra appendages and more brutal methods. This is a spar in a gym, after all. You've been taught well, but still have room to grow." She thought for a second. "If you want, we can train together while I help polish your technique." "That's generous, but I don't want to be a burden." She shook her head. "No, it's all right. I don't mind having someone to exercise with. To be fair, it's been kind of lonely here since the others get intimidated by me. Is it because of your looks or your fighting skill, because both knock people out easily? You're the first person here to reach my level. Has there been anyone who beat you?" Dinah thought about the normal people she fought with and spoke to. "There's this one guy, but he's a bit of the loner type. My other friend bested me too, but she is busy with politics most of the time. If that's the case, I'm happy to come along and learn from you." They shook hands before heading to the lockers to shower and change clothes. About 10 minutes later, they met outside the locker rooms. "Today was a long day. Do you want to grab a drink before we go?" she asked as she pointed out the room. He nodded and replied, "I know a place. Drinks are on me. Mr. Smoothie." 45 minutes later, they finally reached the storefront, and Ben was relieved that everything was still in one piece. He opened the door and saw Harley in a simple red apron working the counter. "I'm back from the gym," he said. "Hey, Ben, you're back." Her eyes widened when she looked at the fellow woman in the room who she recognized from an encounter in Gotham last year. Why she didn't wear a mask, she didn't know. Black Canary. It took all her willpower not to flinch. "So, who's your new friend?" Dinah extended a hand to Harley, which she accepted fully. "Sorry, I'm Dinah. It's nice to meet you. I met Ben at the gym, and he offered a drink for winning our spar." She sent her a smile before turning to Ben. "Is this the smoothie store you told me about before?" "Yeah, I opened this place not too long ago. People seem to like it." He looked back to Harley, who seemed a bit nervous. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce my friend. Dinah, this is..." However, Harley cut Ben off. "Haley, it's nice to meet you too," Harley stated in a cheery tone. Not sure about the sudden name change, Ben decided to just roll with it for now and ask about it later. "Yep, I've known her briefly, but when you get to know her, she's a nice girl. When she's not outside doing who knows what." Dinah tilted her head when she got a close look at Harley. Luckily, the entire time she was Harley with the Joker, she wore her red and black skin suit with a hat covering her blonde hair. Not to mention that she always wore face paint at the time. Not many people remember what Harleen Quinzel looked like. "Do I know you from somewhere? You're strangely familiar." I don't think so. I tend to blend in sometimes, you know. Maybe we crossed paths at the park." Dinah looked at her for a little longer before she shrugged. "You're probably right." Harley couldn't help but feel relieved. "Oh, thank God." Ben crossed his arms with a smile. "I'm glad that we made a good impression. I'll go make us some drinks." Anything from a menu. Dinah asked for a banana blueberry, while Harley asked for a raspberry vanilla. After making drinks for the three of them, they sat and talked in the store for a while as customers came and went. Dinah checked her watch. It's getting late. I don't want to miss dinner with my friend. I guess I'll see you guys later. I'll see you at the gym next time, Ben said as he waved goodbye. Harley did the same. Don't be a stranger. Come back anytime. Once she left, Ben turned to Harley and asked about today. So, why did you change your name to Haley? Well, if I used Harley or Harleen in public, people might recognize me even though I don't have my outfit and makeup on. Good point. He took a seat at the counter. So, how was your day today? She simply smiled. I did some shopping, exploring, and whatnot. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Well, he groaned. What happened this time? It involved 3 cats and a tuna sandwich. He held up both hands. Stop. We'll talk about it in the morning. She laughed nervously. I'm also not allowed at the subway on 4th Street. Ben sighed as he walked up the stairs with Harley close behind. Later, Dinah finally finished her jog back to the Allen residence. She knocked on the door, and a red-haired woman with green eyes greeted her with a bright smile. Iris always knew how to make people smile. Hey, Dinah. You're back just in time for dinner. Dinah looked around the dining room and couldn't find the Scarlet Speedster. Where's Barry? He's usually on time for dinner. Iris shook her head with a slight frown. He decided to turn in early. That incident with the crows and the fire hose is still fresh in his mind. I told everyone in my report that they were getting more aggressive, but maybe he didn't see it. That's too bad. If anything, I'm willing to talk to him if things don't get better for him soon. Thank you, Dinah. That would mean a lot to me. So, anything new happened today? Why do you say that? First off, you look more scuffed up than all the other times. Second, you seem much happier than I saw you this morning. If it's that obvious, I guess. Taking a plate from the cupboard, she smiled back at Iris. I made some new friends today, Ben and Haley. What's he like? She told Iris the short version of who Ben and Haley are and what happened during their spar earlier. He was able to keep up with you? A surprised Iris asked. Not many people, normal people anyway, match her combat experience. Yup, he almost kept me pinned to the floor. We went for 5 rounds before he tapped out. Lucky for me, because I was running out of steam myself. Iris grinned like a madwoman. With a raised brow, Dinah asked, What? Tell me, is he cute? Dinah rolled her eyes. I just met him, so it's nothing like that. We're just friends. I swear, Dinah, you have to get out more and talk to people. She dropped her head onto her palms. You don't need to flat out marry like I am with Barry, but you must keep up with the dating scene. But Iris looked back up at Dinah. If I put him on a scale of 1 to 10, he would be about an 8.5. After a good dinner with Iris, Dinah got ready for bed. She walked by her dresser and placed her choker by a photo frame. Picking up the frame, she looked at it with a melancholy smile. Her thumbs would grace the wooden finish before she placed it back down. The photo showed 3 people, 2 adults and a little girl. The man was in a police officer uniform with his arms draped around his wife. She wore a blue jacket over a black blouse, with a choker around her neck. Her hair matched that of their daughter, who was wearing a white dress. The girl's face was beaming with joy on her mother's lap. They looked so happy together. Closing her eyes, she whispered, Good night, Mom. I'll always miss. Things have been going well so far since the defeat of Mirror Master and Saber. The local rogues decided to bide their time to make their next heist. There have been a few crimes here and there, but the police could handle them without complications. Throughout the day, he could see the occasional blur of red and yellow passing by. Ben continued to train with Dinah, and she even invited Harley to come along. She was hesitant at first, but they eventually convinced her to join. Harley surprised both of them with her agility and dexterity with a few acrobatic moves and stances. She said that she used to do gymnastics in high school, but most of her recent practice came from battling the dynamic duo during her career. It was fine for Ben since running the shop is more of a hobby and passion than a job. One would wonder how he stays in business and pays bills, but it greatly helps when people love his drinks. That's also not including spending late nights in his room, eating popcorn, watching movies, and literally making gold. Thank Azimuth for master control. 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. The shop's door chimed open, and a young Norwegian entered enthusiastically. Walking to the counter, she greeted Ben with a hug from behind while he was wiping down one of the tables. "Hey, Ben." He laughed at the surprise before turning around and returning the hug. "Nice to see you too, Tora. So, you ready for our date?" Tora cheekily asked. "Yeah, I'm just closing up right now. Harley should be in the back, putting away our stock." The blonde walked out from the back to hang up her apron. Tora waved to her. "Hi, Harley." "Hiya, Tora." While the two model besties couldn't visit for long, they did their best to come by when they could. All four of them ate lunch together often. During that time, they got acquainted with Ben's roommate, Harley. Harley was preparing for her shift when she thought of something. "I wonder if Ivy and I can meet in a few weeks. She still needs to lay low from the bat and the police." "Hey, Ben, is it okay if I invite a friend to come over next week?" He blinked at her for a second before he shrugged with a smile. Sure. I'm glad to see you opening up again. What's he or she like?" She smiled at his reply. "You'll like her. She has a knack for plants. You could even say she has a green thumb." Huh. She's one of my best friends back in Gotham. In a way, she is one of the few people who looked out for me." The smile didn't look as bright anymore. Ben and Tora both frowned at her expression. "Harley," the blonde shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You two go and enjoy yourselves." "Are you sure? If you want, we can just hang out here," offered Tora. Harley shook her head. No, I can handle myself. I wouldn't want to spoil your date. Besides, after work, I'll visit the store for something I want to try and cook tomorrow." Ben complied. "Well, if that's what you want, don't hesitate to call us. We'll be here," added Tora. Harley rolled her eyes jokingly. "I always have him on speed dial." Ben turned to the Norwegian beauty. "Ready to go, Tora?" "Yeah," replied Tora. As the couple left the building, the two said their goodbyes. Ben and Tora were riding along Main Street, enjoying the midday atmosphere. "So, what do you want to do today?" asked Ben. Tora shrugged. "I'm not exactly sure. There are so many interesting places we passed last time that we didn't get a chance to visit." He nodded. "Yeah, he did take a huge chunk of our time. Now that I think about it, I know where we should go first." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" "You'll see when we get there." With that, he took an on-ramp for the freeway and stepped on the gas. "Anyways, how have you been so far? I've texted you two a few times since then, but it feels great to meet face-to-face again." It brightened Tora to hear her effect on him. "It's great to see you again, too. It's been pretty busy this past week. A lot of preparation is being made for the event. We've had a meet with numerous managers and sponsors. Today's meeting involved all the models perfecting the layout according to each style." "Wow, seems like a very high-profile event." "It really is. Some up-and-coming designers are trying to get their careers to take off. My good friend Mari is both the designer and the model." He nodded. "I hope that it goes well. I've heard that it's a competitive niche." "Yeah, well, enough about me and work. Anything new with you lately?" she asked. "Yeah, a lot, actually. I'm glad that you two are getting along. She seems like a sweet girl. My heart goes out to her. Such toxic and abusive relationships should never be tolerated in today's society. I'm glad you're helping her get back on her feet. It's a challenge, but she's progressing. Should I be worried about you coming on to her?" she slyly asked. Ben knew she was joking, but it still stung as an insult to his character. "I'll admit she's cute, but I wouldn't do that to you both." Harley's still healing. A lot of her issues still lie in interactions with those around her. She and I understand the effect toxic relationships have in the long term. People feel less confident and closed off from others. It would be morally and professionally wrong for me to take advantage of her vulnerability. It's good that you're knowledgeable on the subject. Yup, while she and I are certified psychologists, the treatment is easier said than done. If things get worse, she'll show signs of sociopathy, a weakened conscience, and weakened empathy. I've also had to do counseling with alien couples back home. I hope for the best with her recovery. Also, points for you. Points? What's that about? I wanted to see a little more of your personality. I see a lot of compassion and empathy. You gave a great answer and more. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Ben rolled his eyes. Well, I'm glad a lovely lady like yourself has high expectations of me. And I never settle for anything less. So, about these points, can I redeem them for some sort of prize? He asked suggestively. She smirked. That's for us to know and for you to find out. Let's hope that I go on a point streak, he replied with a small smirk. They continued to talk more about each other, with Tora explaining a bit about her early life and home. When they pulled into the parking lot, Tora realized where they were. It was the largest indoor mall in the state. Inside, the two walked among the crowd with arms locked in each other. While the many shops and decor were, the large ice rink in the center of the plaza drew her attention. She raised an amused brow toward Ben for his choice of activity. With a person of your talent, I thought it would be nice for us to go ice skating. Tora rolled her eyes in amusement. A little bit on the nose there, but you're lucky. It's one of my favorite things to do. She smirked at him. Have you ever skated before? In an honest voice, he replied. Not one bit. This surprised her. Really? You never had a chance to try? Yeah, my place never really had one. The closest I ever got to ice skating was when I had to dash through a frozen river to stop an artificial spirit of Christmas from turning my grandpa into Santa. Tora tried her best to hold in her laugh and disbelief. You can't be serious? I'm completely serious. The old mayor built a machine years ago to keep the entire town in a moment. You definitely need to tell me more about that later. I know. They finally reached the rink and paid the rental fee. All strapped up, Tora jumped onto the ice with no problem. Ben, however, had more difficulty. You weren't kidding. So, you want me to teach you? She teased. If you're willing to, he asked wryly. In that case, grab my hand, and I'll lead you. From there, the rest of the day went off without a hitch. It took about half an hour before Ben could move on the ice by himself. Tora and Ben took slow laps around the rink, and they didn't mind at all. It gave them an excuse to stick together as the world passed by around them. At one point, Ben hung around the wall to watch Tora glide across the rink. She could turn her cheap rental skates into temporary professional blades with a little ice power. She performed spins and leaps with the grace and elegance of an Olympic figure skater. To put it simply, he was stunned and amazed like everyone else. When she skated back into a hug, she asked with a wry smile, "So, how'd I do?" The words simply fell out of his mouth. It was a work of art that no one else could ever copy. She pressed her finger against the tip of his nose. Points. Tora kissed his cheek lightly before wrapping her arms around each other. A bit cheesy, but still good. Ben said, "Hey, I'll let you know that some people like cheese now and then." She pressed her head against his chest. Well, you're not wrong since I'm one of them. The two spent the next few hours exploring the area, finding new things to do at every turn. After a sushi dinner and dessert, it was time to go home. Right now, Ben and Tora pulled to the entrance of her hotel, like last time, and walked her to her room. I had fun today, Ben. Yeah, me too. Tora's hotel room. 1 minute earlier. Beatrice just came from a long day of preparation for next week's event. At the moment, she was getting a drink from the mini fridge. She scrolled through her social media feed until she heard familiar voices outside the room. To satisfy her curiosity, she peeked through the peephole. Ben and Tora stood close, still holding each other's hands. Tonight just got more interesting, thought Beatrice. I had fun today, Ben. Yeah, me too. Go for it. Do it. You guys better not leave me hanging, the Emerald Beauty exclaimed at her thoughts. Outside, their faces started to draw close. It didn't take long for their foreheads to make contact and to look into each other's eyes. To them, it felt like an eternity waiting for something to happen. Screw it, thought Ben. He started off with a forehead kiss. She felt so warm. A kiss on the tip of her nose followed. A small giggle left her mouth. Finally, after cupping her face in his hands, he went in for a kiss. Tora pulled him closer by the waist. A few seconds later, they separated. Vanilla, commenting on her lusting taste. Tora smirked. She grabbed Ben by his coat and pulled him in, softly pressing her lips against his again. While Ben was surprised for a second, he quickly recovered and followed her lead. Both of their hands wrapped around each other. They kept soft eye contact as they eased into the kiss. They kept them soft and tender at first, kissing the top and bottom of the lips. Tora teased him by putting the tip of her tongue in his mouth for a moment and then moving her head back slightly. So sweet and seductive. She began grazing her tongue between the lips and slowly added a little tongue. Soon, it became a little game where they chased each other's tongues for a couple of seconds and then sucked on the top and bottom lip. The intensity continued to grow between them. As Ben ran his fingers through Tora's hair, Tora gently scraped hers along his back and neck. His hands slowly started to lower from her back to her hips. In return, she started to kick it up a notch. They began using tongue, a lot of tongue. Thank God for nose breathing. Contrary to what's seen in movies, they follow about a gentle use of your tongue. There's an ebb and a flow, at times slow, tender, and sweet, but gradually increasing in intensity. Light moans and deep breaths escaped both of them. The taste of her saliva had hints of vanilla from dessert. Their eyes would occasionally make soft contact. She pressed her modest breasts against his chest. Her fingers lightly dug into his back. It didn't take long for his hands to slowly creep towards her butt. Ben waited to see if she wanted him to stop, but her lips and hands told him to keep going. His hands finally reached her curve to an increase in her moans, and it only got him riled up even more. What followed were varying intensities of squeezes, clawing, and moaning. They let go and got lost in the moment. They started going through a wide variety of things. She ran the tip of her tongue around his teeth, played with his tongue, and even sucked on his tongue gently for a few seconds, which felt surprisingly amazing. There were combinations of kisses with sweet kisses, slow and soft kisses, neck kisses, cheek kisses, etc. It took a few minutes before they needed to take a break. They were left hot, bothered, and ragged when separated. Tora moved stray hairs from her eyes. Wow, took the words right out of my mouth. He chuckled. Sorry if I got a bit carried away there. Don't be. I don't mind. I may not be like Beatrice, but I know passion. I'm sure she'll enjoy herself with you as much as I have. He shook his head in amusement. I swear, every time I see you guys, I hate having to leave. She whispered into his ear in a seductive tone. You know what they say? Always leave the other wanting more. With that, she kissed him again and entered her room, leaving Ben alone in the hallway, a bit dumbstruck and staring at the door. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before leaning against her door. With a smile, he whispered, She knows how to push my buttons, doesn't she? I need a cold shower when I get home. Inside, when Tora entered her room, she leaned back against the closed door. Looking up, she saw Beatrice lying on her bed, her expression teasing. So, Beatrice smirked. How was your date? Long story short, it went well. That sounds like an understatement when you compare it to what happened outside just a minute ago. Tora's face glowed red. Oh my God, were you watching us in the hallway? A little. Beatrice had her own red glow. You weren't being subtle with all those sounds. Tora groaned into her pillow. Oh, calm down. If anything, you two almost made me want to open the door just to join. Tora moved from her pillow and gave a grin. Oh, you'll love him. He's definitely a keeper. Mr. Smoothie. June 15th, 13:32 Eastern Standard Time. It all started out like any other workday. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock that a woman with luscious red hair walked through the door. In Ben's honest opinion, she was a beauty, rivaling even Beatrice. Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. Instead of walking to the counter to order, she flipped the door sign to closed and closed the blinds. Can I help you? Ben had a feeling that this was no ordinary customer. She smiled mischievously. Yes, you can. But before that, let's get more comfortable. She raises an arm, and a nearby ficus soon grows rapidly. The branches wrap themselves around Ben's ankles and lift him off the ground. Ben stared at his new predicament. A chlorokinetic. I did not expect that. She soon pulled out a chair to sit right before the dangling owner. That's better. Who is she? He thought with a dumbfounded look. Are you robbing me? If you are, why are you robbing me? It's a smoothie shop, not a bank. That's not including the piles of gold in my room safe. The redhead rested her chin on her hands. Well, that all depends on whether or not I found who I'm looking for. Is Harley here? Ben blinked at the mention of his housemate. She's here for Harley? Wait, didn't Harley mention a friend coming over? The one with the green thumb. Huh, Harley invited you, right? She smiled in amusement. So, I am in the right place. Has she told you about me? Not enough, apparently. He thought dryly. Well, you're a best friend with a knack for plants. She said that you had a green thumb, but I didn't think of that in the literal sense. Now that I think about it, Harley never told me your name. She rolled her eyes. I shouldn't be surprised. Friends call me Pam. You, however, can call me Ivy, Poison Ivy. Still hanging upside down, Ben introduced himself. Well, my name's Ben, and it's nice to finally meet you, given the circumstances. I see that the name fits. Is Pam short for Pamela? She raised a brow at Ben's attitude. Yes. In fact, it is. So, how did the whole plant thing happen? Oh, science, genetics, and whatnot. You're taking this situation rather well. Well, this is way better than being over molten lava on a planet about to explode. Would you believe me when I say I've had worse? Really? Her curiosity about the man before her increased. If you've looked at the news lately, it's a pretty crazy world. Am I right? Ivy nodded in agreement. And that's why I don't leave Gotham often. So, you're the one that Harley's living with. Yep. We take turns running the shop. She's gotten the hang of it so far. She waved off the latter half of his statement. Enough with pleasantries. What's your angle? Ben blinked at the change in tone. A what? Her eyes narrowed. Your angle. What are you trying to do here? Ben was confused, but he gave an honest answer anyway. Run a smoothie shop? Her scowl didn't let up. Don't play dumb with me. No one just takes in a random person off the street. Why did you take Harley in? Are you using her for some sick pleasure? What? No. What kind of person do you take me for? The scowl continued until she thought, right, we're in Central City. Some people here couldn't compare to those in Gotham. That Flash guy Dieter's a lot of lower-class criminals. Harley's voice echoed from the staircase. Hey, Ben, I'm almost ready for my shift. He looked at Ivy for what she wanted him to say. Instead, she shrugged. Ben shook his head in slight annoyance. Being Harley's best friend certainly explains the somewhat hostile first impression. That's good, he called back. By the way, that friend of yours came over. Oh my God, Ivy, is it you down there? Harley ran down the staircase in her work attire. Seeing that her friend was safe, Ivy gave her a warm greeting. Arles, Pam. She practically leaped from the bottom of the stairs into a tight hug. Oh, I've missed you so much. Pamela laughed at her attitude. You call me all the time. PSSH. It's still nothing like the real thing. I'm glad to see that you're okay. Yeah, things didn't go so well until I met Ben. Now that I think about it, where is her? Ivy laughed and whispered. He's right there. She pointed behind the counter. Harley turned to the overgrown ficus and her friend dangling from it. Oh crap. Ben, how long have you been like that? A while ago, Ivy stopped controlling the plant, so Ben rotated upside down. About a good 8 minutes or so. That surprised the blonde. Why didn't you say anything? Well, I haven't seen this happy in a while, and I didn't want to ruin the moment. Harley chuckled. Idiot. She turned to Ivy. Would you mind letting him go? Sure. Ivy waved her hand again, and the plant released Ben to his feet and regressed back into the pot. Harley sighed. Sorry about that, Ben. Ben rubbed his lower back. I'm just glad my blood is circulating again. Pam, this is the guy I told you about, Ben, gestured Harley. He and I have already exchanged greetings. Ivy stated with a shrug. I hope you guys had a good first impression. Harley's sweat dropped. She seems all right, stated the two people of green in sync. That's good. Hey, Ben, you don't mind if I steal Harley for the afternoon, do you? The young blonde frowned. Pam, I can't. It's my shift. Ben interjected. I don't mind, actually. Really, Ben? Are you sure? Come on, Harley. You and I both know that being with supportive friends helps the process we discussed before. I'll still be here tomorrow, but I don't know how long Ivy will be. Actually, I'll be vacationing here for the week. Mr. Cobblepot finally paid back his debt, so I have some vacation days to use. Really? Oh my God. We're going to have so much fun. You two enjoy yourselves. I can manage an extra shift. She gave Ben a sweet hug. Thanks, Ben. I'll make it up tomorrow morning. Go ahead and get yourself ready. Just remember what I asked you before. Harley rolled her eyes and recited, Don't do anything illegal, and don't show up on the morning news. While Harley was upstairs, Ivy and Ben tried to restart their previous conversation. Ivy asked, I understand the illegal thing, but why the news? Would you believe me when I say it started with crows attacking a fire truck and a bikini? Ivy blinked at that statement before she laughed a bit. Huh, that's Harley, all right. It's kind of exhausting to have the person sitting next to you on the couch also on the news for doing something outrageous the day before. Ben asked, "So, how did you first meet Harley?" Ivy thought for a bit before she answered. "I first met her when she was my therapist. My profession can be overbearing at times." Ben nodded. "Understand. I would assume that it's something along the lines of botany." She shrugged. "Yeah, as you can see, I went through a little bit of a change during my career." Her eyes narrowed a bit. "This isn't going to be a problem, is it?" It didn't really faze him. "Not all, really. Harley trusts you, so I do too. Besides, I've met stranger people and aliens." From there, more small talk happened. Ben even offered him a smoothie for the road, which led to a conversation about how he's cultivating grown Michelle bananas in the backyard. Soon, Harley came down the stairs with a black miniskirt and red blouse. "Okay, Ivy, I'm ready to go." She turned to Ben. "How do I look?" After a short look over, Ben replied, "You look great. You two are definitely ready to hit the town." "Thanks," Harley beamed. She turned to Ivy. "I can't wait to take you to the faux restaurant Ben showed me last Tuesday." Ben gave one last goodbye to the duo. "You two take care now." Ivy smiled back. "We'll be all right." Harley laughed, but Ivy opened the door and looked back at Ben. "Also, please call me Pam." With that, she left the shop behind Harley. Ben was browsing the various boxes of produce. While he could easily grow fruits and vegetable seeds at home with some alien help, Ben enjoyed getting the fresh air and talking to the people. Ben walked to his usual stand and waved to the owner. "Morning, Mr. Abernathy." The middle-aged was currently helping another customer pack her order. Hearing a friend, he turned his head and waved in return. "Good morning to you, too, Benjamin. I'll be with you in a minute." Ben chuckled. "Like I always say, take your time." Once he finished with the woman, he turned to his regular. "What can I do for you, Benny?" "The usual." Ben shook his head with a smile. "Not today. I'm preparing a roast, so I'll need onions, garlic, carrots, celery, and potatoes." Abernathy grinned at the thought. "Ah, you're trying to savor those drippings, right? I wouldn't cook it any other way. I still haven't had a chance to visit your shop. If you ever stop by, I'll give you the first one on the house." He selected his food from the crates and went to the register. 42nd Street. 30 minutes later, Ben was walking back to his car, groceries in hand. "I wonder if Harley wants me to get her anything." Ben pulled out his phone, but before he could call, a car flew through the air and landed 20 feet away. Several people ran in fear from the intersection. Peeking his head around the corner, Ben found the culprit. It was some weird robot rampaging through the streets. "Damn it, is it so hard to have a nice day?" After looking around for any civilians nearby, Ben reached for the Omnitrix. The holographic interface appeared, and the hero activated his uniform. He glowed in white light before his clothes started to change. His signature green jacket, black shirt, and jeans changed into a black and green jacket, matching black pants, gloves, and silver boots. A black mask covered his face. The part covering the mouth was smooth, while the area covering the eyes had a digital display. In place of his eyes were symbols. At the moment, they were simple X's. XX. Taking cover, Ben used his mask to start analyzing the situation. His modulated voice came out. "So, Azimuth, what am I dealing with here?" In the corner of Ben's vision, an icon of the Omnitrix's AI voiced his thoughts. "It's definitely on the higher end of level 3 technology. I'm detecting a fission power source. I never understood why my Earth was level 2. The range of level 3 tech is quite large. While your Earth had electrical systems and engines, interstellar law forbids alien technology greater than or equal to the planet's current technological age going to the public. With the rate you humans progress, your planet was due for an upgrade soon." Carrot Hut, good to know. "Anyway, it doesn't seem like the robot has a target. It's just working at random." With recon done, he ran behind a dumpster. Carrot, it's hero time." One green flash later, the transformation finished. It's time to face the Wrath. Considering that Wrath already made a positive impression on the public, it would be best not to scare them with a different alien showing up. He's already had to deal with people back on the other Earth that he was starting an alien invasion. Running down the block, he arrived at the scene. Several police officers were pinned down behind their squad cars, occasionally taking potshots at the rampaging machine. While the robot was bashing against a storefront, Ben took in the entire area and saw officers attempting to help people out of their overturned vehicles. They kept getting pushed back by the flying debris. Taking a few leaps, Wrath landed alongside the officers. They immediately pointed their guns at the unexpected arrival, but Ben wasn't fazed. "Let me tell you something, officers. You want a piece of Wrath, you got a piece, but Wrath's only here to stop that." He pointed to the robot. "And help them." He pointed to the trapped civilians. Several officers were hesitant. While they usually worked alongside the Flash, they only recently heard of an alien running around their city. Sergeant Ramirez glared at the intruder. "You ain't the Flash. Why should we take a stranger's help?" Wrath groaned. "If you haven't noticed, Flash ain't here. So, unless you have a tank coming anytime soon, Wrath's clobber that guy, so you can save those guys." The group was silent before one of the lower-ranking officers spoke. "I say we trust him, Sergeant." Ramirez turned to his subordinate. "What makes you say that? This alien might have been the one who unleashed this thing in the first place." Wrath rolled his eyes. "You gotta be kidding me. Why would Wrath be involved with that bucket of bolts?" She shook her head. "You and I both know who that robot belongs to. This thing broke out of the captivity somehow." She then turned to besides, he's the same guy who fought Sabretooth alongside Fire and Ice. The squad leader groaned and turned to the alien. "All right, I have faith in my people, so I'll trust you just this once. Just know that if you make one wrong move, I'll have your hide in my den." He then bellowed orders to the other officers. "Prepare for emergency rescue. Carlos, you're taking point." "Yeah, sure." Wrath faced the female officer. "Thanks for having my back, She coughed. "It's Officer Spivot." "Got it." She nodded. "No problem. It's not every day I get to meet an alien like Superman. We need you to get him at least 30 yards away from the civilians. I'm sure you can pull this off." Wrath jumped into the fray to engage, and the officers went to work. The doors were jammed, so they had to break the windows open and pull them to safety. The two fighters traded blows as the people moved in the background. Once they were free, Wrath motioned them to get out of range. "Get out of here if you don't want to end up as robot roadkill." They all followed the order immediately. Wrath turns to the rampaging robot to see a mailbox flying at him. Crossing his arms, he braced the force of impact. Wrath glared at the machine across from him. "Let me tell you something, Chrome Dome. Wrath's just trying to enjoy his day, and now you show up and ruin it along with everyone else's. It's time Wrath fixes his problems in the one way he knows how." Wrath jumped on the metal torso and began jabbing at the head, by beating them into submission. Seconds of a beating later, it managed to grab Wrath in between hits and slammed him into the concrete. In return, Wrath head butted in the torso. "You think that hurt Wrath? Let me tell you something. Wrath has faced all sorts of enemies in the cosmos, and you're at the bottom of the totem pole." The two began duking it out in the streets even further. Blaster bolts fired from its shoulders. Irritated, Wrath ripped them off and crushed them in his hands to scrap. That's your first mistake. When you shoot Wrath, you just make Wrath mad. Picking up a crush car, he launched it right at the enemy. However, one of the hands converted into an energy saw, cutting the vehicle in half. This just enraged Wrath even further. "You think you're so smart, Robot Man. I'm gonna rip you to pieces and turn..." Just as the alien hero was about to recycle the machine, a scarlet blur sped by and landed a kick against it, pushing it into a brick wall. The figure ran back right in front of Wrath. He was a man in a red bodysuit with a lightning bolt on the front. The sides of his head also had the familiar Colts. While white lenses hid his eyes, his mouth and nose were exposed. This man was the iconic hero of Central City. "I hope you don't mind that I dropped by." Wrath blinked at the hero's arrival. "Flash." "That's me." Flash pointed a thumb at himself. "You're Wrath, right? The alien hero I've heard about recently." "You got that right." Wrath crossed his arms. "Super speed, my ass. You're late to the party." "I get that a lot," Flash replied with a shrug. "Did you just throw that car at him?" "What?" It was already busted. Looking past Flash, Wrath noticed the bot pulling itself out of the wall. "Whatever. Let's take this hunk of junk down." Wrath extended his blades and ran back into the fray. The Flash sprinted alongside him and spoke. "We have to stop it. but we can't destroy it completely. Wrath grabbed an oncoming metal fist with one hand and gave Flash a disappointed look. What? Why not? It escaped Star Labs. Originally, it belonged to Toyman. They were trying to reverse engineer the technology for advances in prosthetic research, but the original programming reactivated. Wrath sighed. Wrath's got the picture. He dodges another swing from the robot. You have a plan, or are you just going to stand there? Flash ran around the robot, striking the torso at specific points to find a proper access port. If you can hold it down long enough, I can find an access port, upload the override codes from Star Labs, and power it down. Wrath nodded back. This would have been much easier with Upgrade, but I'm already in this mess. Azimuth starts scanning. The AI replied. Understood. The machine sent a barrage of punches with its free arm before an enraged Wrath grabbed the other. Have him check under its left side. Check under its left arm. Flash narrowed his eyes on the area under. I think I found it. Good eye. I need you to keep him stable for me. Leg hook camel clutch. Wrath moved his weight to the right and dragged the robot face first to the ground. The alien tiger gets on its back, places both arms on its thighs, and reaches around the head. Wrath pulled his opponent's leg backward, tucked it under his underarms, and applied a chin lock. Wrath then leaned back and pulled its head and torso, applying more pressure to the lower back with the leg's new position. Great job, Wrath. Flash quickly plugged in a device. Lines of code ran down the terminal screen. Below, a progress bar slowly grew. Come on. Suddenly, a panel from the robot's leg opened, revealing a sparking prong. The prong stabbed into Wrath's hide and began shocking him with several thousand volts of electricity. Wrath grunted at the jolts, his fur all standing up. Can you hurry it up? Wrath doesn't like being a lightning rod. I would if I could. I'm just following Star Labs' instructions. Another panel opened up, revealing a dagger. While the prongs were busy with Wrath, the blade darted for Flash in the terminal. Holy crap! The world began to slow. Flash contorted his body and the terminal to avoid the numerous stab attempts. Not to self, don't underestimate Toyman. What felt like minutes to the Flash, he watched as the loading screen progressed. He saw Wrath gnawing on the taser in the corner of his eye. After what seemed like forever to him, the screen blinked red, and the robot's movements began to die down. It's done. Wrath released the metal body as it fell lifelessly to the ground. Finally, Wrath started patting down his fur to a more decent appearance. From several yards away, cops, civilians, and a news crew were cheering and thanking them. Flash smiled at the alien. We did pretty well there. Thanks for the assist. I wouldn't have been able to neutralize it as safely without you. Nah, it's cool. Wrath checked his surroundings again while Flash answered a phone call. The destroyed street, walls, and vehicles were a real mess. Suddenly, his headset started ringing, and Beatrice's picture popped up in the corner of his eyepiece. He took a deep breath. Hey, Fire. What's up? Hey, Ben. I wanted to check up on you. I heard about an incident in the city. It's nothing Wrath couldn't handle. Hell, Wrath finally got to meet the Flash. This hunk of junk is confiscated villain tech. Wrath? Well, I'm glad to hear things went well. Tora and I were out of town sightseeing, and we had to deal with some guys trying to siphon off the local oil pipeline. Sheesh, they're coming out of the woodwork now. Was starting to feel like a vacation. I know, right? Trying to deal with them was a real pain because of the oil everywhere. Thankfully, Tora was able to keep things under control. On a lighter topic, she paused. You're still up for our date tomorrow, right? You kidding? Wouldn't miss it for the world. You certainly sound excited. Tora told me what happened to her. Now, what did she say? You're better than others we've met in a while. I hope that it'll be the same for me. I'll see you then. Wrath coughed at her seductive voice. Won't disappoint. Pick you up at 11. Later. Wrath hung up at the same time Flash did, too. So, is this Star Labs going to pick this hunk of junk? Wrath gestured to the mess around them. Flash hung up. I just got off the phone with them. They're on their way. As for the damage, it's in their budget. You won't believe what happens because of criminals trying to steal their tech or Star Labs confiscating it. Wrath looked over the street again. Wrath can imagine. I'm going to have to come back as clockwork and fix some of this. I doubt most of these people have robot insurance. Hell, people back home were reluctant to buy alien insurance. Flash started walking toward the news crew. You sticking around for the public? I still have to tell them what happened. Nah, you go ahead. You know more about the robot stuff. I still have to take care of a few things. Flash frowned but shrugged. No problem. Before Wrath started to leave, he turned around. Hey, Wrath will be done in about a half hour. You hungry? A grin grew on the speedster. Are you kidding me? I'm always hungry. Wrath smiled back. Cool. Once Wrath's done with Wrath's errands, and you're done with yours, we'll meet back here and go get some lunch. Flash reached out and shook Wrath's hand. I'm down for that, but I get to pick the place. 45 minutes later, the Scarlet Speedster and El Tigre were ordering food at Chipotle. People were whispering all around them, and a few were brave enough to talk to them and ask for a photo or an autograph. Will that be all, sir? The woman behind the register asked. Wrath turned to Flash. You want anything else, man? The Scarlet Speedster read over the screen once more. Nah, I think we're good. We can get more if we're still hungry. She nodded. So that'll be 20 beef burritos and blows with guac, cheese, and sour cream, 20 soft tacos, and 6 large sodas. The total is $655. Wrath pulled out $700 bills from his pocket. Keep the change. The two carried their food to an empty booth. As they ate, they struck up a conversation. I can't believe meeting the new guy in town took me this long. When Wrath came here, he heard about a speed demon living here. Flash brushed a fist on his chest. Fastest man alive. Seeing the opening, Wrath went for it. Must have been hard dating. You wouldn't imagine. Flash took a sip out of his soda as Wrath tried to hide his laugh. It took Flash a few seconds to register his answer. Hey, Wrath stopped hiding it and let out a few hearty laughs. Fell for that one. Huh. Very funny. Flash grinned. I will get you back for that. Sure you will. By the way, don't you have a mini-you running around, too? Wrath saw him on the news with you sometimes. What's his name? Speedy. Flash did his best to hide his laugh. Whatever you do, don't say that in front of him. He gets angsty about it. Honestly, it's hilarious. We call him Kid Flash. Green Arrow's protege is named Speedy. Wrath gotta hand it to that modern-day Robin Hood. He does good work. He's cool. He's much more of a conversationalist than Batman. He joked. Flash thought for a moment. By the way, I almost forgot to thank you, Fire and Ice, for taking down Sabretooth while I was indisposed. Wrath waved it off with a burrito in hand. Flash paused a sip. How'd an alien like you meet up with them, anyway? Honestly, it was a coincidence. Wrath didn't even know Fire and Ice till that night. I hope they were a good first impression of Earth Sans Sabretooth. He scratched his chin in thought. So, what brings a guy like you to our solar system anyway? Wrath lived on Earth for some time, when Wrath was growing up, and Wrath thought about coming back here. Wait. Are you telling me that you lived on Earth before? Wrath nodded. Yeah. I've met Martians and Kryptonians, but what kind of alien are you anyway? Wrath's an apoplexian. Hearing the name, Flash nearly choked on refried beans before coughing it back out. Wrath quickly handed the Flash his soda. Dude, you okay? Flash took a gulp and breathed slowly. Can you say that name again? Wrath raised a brow. Wrath's an apoplexian. Why? You've met Wrath's kind before. Considering humans can evolve in another universe, there was a chance that other alien species from my universe live here too. Flash breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. I thought I had to knock you out a second there. Wrath glared and flexed an arm. Give Wrath one reason why Wrath should knock you out. Flash tried to recover from the awkward threat. The aliens that invaded Earth last time were called Apalaxian. Your species' name sounds dangerously similar to theirs. Really, the alien tiger growled. Damn, name-stealing invaders. The next time Wrath sees them, he'll show him what for. Flash laughed shyly. Kinda too late for that. We already sent them packing. Calming down, Wrath grinned. Let me tell you something, Flash. If anyone tries to invade this planet, you let Wrath know because Wrath will shove his fist where the sun doesn't shine. Flash laughed. I'll be sure to do that. After another bite, Wrath remembered one of Flash's friends. Hey, you said that you met a Martian, right? Yup, he took another bite. Has he ever mentioned popcorn before? Not that I can remember. What? Flash started on another bowl. Wrath shrugged. Might be related to Martian culture. Weird. Later, The two spent the next 2 hours talking before they both had to leave. I'll be honest, today was nice. If I see you around, we should hang out again sometime. Maybe I'll introduce you to Green Arrow. Rath's down for that. With that, Rath saw the red blur speed off into the distance. If I ever meet him as XLR8, Days passed since Pam's arrival and his date with Tora. When Beatrice was finally free, Ben invited her to the park. While the picnic lunch was delightful, the date took an exciting turn when Ben mentioned his time playing college soccer. A figurative fire lit her eyes. After correcting Ben with the international name of football, she passionately challenged him to a one-on-one game. Lucky for them, Ben keeps a spare ball in the trunk. Since it was just between them, they would take turns as a striker versus a goalie with each point. The first 5 rounds went off without a hitch, but soon got more intense between them. Beatrice asked Ben if they could have superpower matches. While hesitant, Ben eventually caved into the Emerald Beauty's request. However, this came with new rules and a new setup. Like before, think Rocket League. Neither could use their hands, but they didn't need to hold back in terms of strength and speed within reason. Moving to a more secluded area of the city's park, Ben got to work creating the new field with Diamond Head and a new ball. After ensuring no civilians or cameras were around, they both powered up. Beatrice lit up as fire. Needless to say, the sounds of loud impacts and their smack talk drew people's attention. Soon, there were a few spectators. The game wasn't a competition, but it felt like one now. Neither of the two was going to lose without a fight. The first to 50 goals won the game. Beatrice and Ben dashed across the field, shooting and blocking shots one after the other. Half an hour later, the two were soaked in sweat, and Ben was tiredly pumping his arms up in victory. It was a close game, but Ben earned his soccer scholarship. Once they got cleaned up, Ben drove Beatrice to her hotel and walked her to the room. When Beatrice and Ben said their goodbyes, she was much more proactive and hands-on in her appreciation than Tora. Another enjoyable date comes to a close. Later, when Ben's not at the gym or out in the city, there is never a dull moment at the shop. It made him smile whenever one of his newest recipes gained another fan. Experimenting with acai and lychee paid off. More tropical fruit flavors were a bit of a summer day hit. Regarding his recent roommate, things have been progressing. The two would have a movie night every other day, alternating picks. With a small smile, Harley was more open to talking with Ben about her experiences. Her growing list of friends was a major contributor. Silence is a petri dish for abuse. It's where it thrives, and it needs to be broken. As for Pam, she often came by once Harley finished her shift. They haven't caused any trouble, so Ben paid no mind to their excursions. Some days, the three of them would go out for Mexican food. Unfortunately, there was a night that both came back drunk out of their minds as Ben came down to see the shop a mess. Both were passed out on the floor, and cans of whipped cream and tree sap were littered around. It didn't help that his plant grabbed him as a self-defense mechanism for Pam, leaving him again hanging. One transformation later, he was free and out of range. Suffice it to say, they were closed for a few hours for cleanup. The next morning was filled with sighs, apologies, and admissions of self-defense. Apparently, someone received several bruises for trying to get fresh with them. Pam mentions a new breed of plant she was experimenting with to calm the nerves with little side effects, leading to last night. No surprise, it needs work. Thankfully, Ivy's plants cleaned up most of the mess. June 25th, 2010. Eventually, the fashion show arrived. Beatrice and Tora offered to invite Harley, but she declined, saying that it wasn't a venue she was comfortable with. Before the show, Ben greeted the girls backstage, and they introduced him to their friend Mari McCabe. Apparently, she also took part in heroics. However, he never got a chance to hear the details when the directors asked him to leave backstage for show preparations. The audience was bustling as they chatted away. Camera flashes lit the room. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves. When trying to reach his reserved seat, Ben met Oliver and Felicity, a nice couple 2 seats down. They were nice, but a little antsy. It might have been the crowds. So far, the event went off without a hitch. The host introduced their sponsors and exclusive guests, and Ben was surprised to hear that Oliver owned his own company, Queen Industries. Many lovely ladies strut down the walkways as the show progressed, looking fabulous. When it was Beatrice's turn to strut down the runway, she cheekily blew a kiss and winked in Ben's direction. Unfortunately, the crowd believed it was for Oliver, much to Felicity's chagrin. As the show progressed, every model didn't lose their flair. Each outfit was as stylish, if not more. Overall, the night was a success. When the three returned home, they brought up an interesting offer. Bethany Beach, July 4th, 1350 Eastern Daylight Time. Soft waves washed over the warm sand, and the cool ocean breeze diffused the scent of cooked meat from the nearby grill. Beatrice laid against her beach chair with a meat kebab, relaxing under the summer sun. It's great that you came with us, Ben, not to mention helping out with the food. Tora nodded as she applied sunscreen, especially since this is our last stop in the States before we head back to Europe. Ben sipped from his iced tea in his chair. You allowed me to spend the holiday weekend with you girls and have a beach barbecue. How could I refuse? A frown briefly appeared. It's too bad Harley decided not to come with us. Beatrice raised her glasses to look at him. You said she wanted to spend her weekend vacation in Gotham, right? Yup. He stood back up to turn the beef over. From what I heard, Gotham isn't what I would call a summer destination, but she knows the place better than I do. Finished prepping her skin, Tora got up to make herself a plate. I swear, some of them are psychotic. Did you hear? Some ICE villain attacked a public park there earlier today. Seriously? What a dick. Ben sighed. What does a person gain from that? To inflate his ego? Tora guessed. I don't know. Thankfully, Batman and the kid were there to stop him. Beatrice raised a brow. That one happened in Gotham. On the way here, I heard about someone freezing over Pearl Harbor. Not even Hawaii is safe. Ben crossed his arm. How many villains are ice-themed anyways? Tora groaned. At least 4. I swear. If any more show up, people will start thinking I'm the bad guy when we show up. Nope, he snarked. You're too cute to be a villain. Tora giggled while Beatrice grew a sly grin. What does that make me? Ben smiled as well. You would be the type of villain I would humor being trapped by. I don't know, added Tora. You can be surprised what the two of us can do. A wolf in sheep's clothing, he described the Ice Princess. Clever girl. Ben finished placing all the cooked meat on a platter and lit the flame. Anyways, that's enough of hero talk. It's time for us to— What do you have in mind? The Emerald Heroine asked. With a smirk, Ben snapped his fingers as he was engulfed by the familiar green light. When the light faded, they immediately felt the temperature increase. In Ben's place was an alien with a body composed of bright yellow magma and dark red or brown rocks. His feet have a slight oval-like design with only 2 toes and 1 back toe. Who's ready for fireworks? Realizing Ben's new form, Beatrice ignited her body's flames and walked up to him. She danced her fingers across his stone chest. You didn't tell us you had an alien similar to moi. Tora allowed her ice to counter the radiating heat. Heat Blast shrugged. You didn't ask. Fire rested her head on his shoulder. So what can you tell us about tall, dark, and fiery? This alien is a pyronite, though I call myself Heat Blast. They live on a planet-like star, and as you can tell, their specialty is fire. Amazing. Tora walked up to him, more comfortable than before. Do you have any aliens with cryo powers? Heat Blast nodded. I have a few I found so far, but do you want to know something weird? Fire tilted her head. What? When pyronites get sick, their abilities flip, and they control ice. Both girls started laughing. Shut up. You can't be serious. Ben joined in. It's true. You can be surprised how illness can affect aliens. Composing herself, Fire walked to the water's edge. What are we waiting for? Let's see how good you are. Heat Blast followed her, with Tora close behind. Ladies first. Fire shook her head. Newbies first. He smiled. If you say so. Charging his fists, Heat Blast sent out a coordinated array of fireballs. Some that were more charged than others exploded in a cluster of embers. He continued, trying to make an appealing show before finishing it off with his signature in the sky. Heat Blast. The girls applauded in approval. Fire smirked. Not bad. I can see that you've had practice with this one. However, I think your output was a little off. The dot of the exclamation point is still there. Ben waved it off. I've been using Heat Blast for years. I'm sure that it'll burn out soon. Washington, D.C. Cadmus. 10 minutes later, XX stood before the maintenance computer, typing away at console commands. All I have to do now is overload one of the fuel lines, and hopefully assistance will arrive. Suddenly, a large explosion was heard that rocked the facility a bit. He reached for his security report. What happened? I don't know how, but one of the rooftop generators exploded. We couldn't cut the fuel line's time, and the fire is still spreading. Emergency services have been called to assist. XX nodded. This will work. No suspicion will be placed on me as well. Thankfully, the lower levels are still locked and separate from the above-ground structure. Proceed with evacuation procedures. Washington, D.C. Outside Cadmus. 5 minutes later, many people were running out of the building as first responders arrived. A man in a white lab coat burst through the fire exit, coughing a lot. Where the hell did this fire come from? The next to come out is a coughing blonde woman. Thank God, I'm out of that hellhole. The man turned his attention to her. Janet, what the hell were you thinking? How many times have I told you that this dash, he made a mocking flick of the wrist, isn't putting out a cigarette? Her brows furrowed. It wasn't me. I flick it to the playground next door like decent people. Bethany Beach. July 4th, 1400 hours Eastern Daylight Time. Once Fire had done her routine, they agreed that Fire did it better. Who knew that her elegance and spontaneity also applied to pyrotechnics? Tora did a bit of her own demonstration by making a few ice sculptures. Ben had to admit that they were very impressive. It was a shame that they would soon melt. Still feeling the heat, the three of them hopped into the ocean. Just as Ben tried to surf with Tora's ice board, the sun decided to take a midday break, causing the hero to dip. When he resurfaced, he looked at the sky with interest. Did it just get dark all of a sudden? I know daylight savings time is a thing, but this is ridiculous. Lighting a hand, Beatrice guided them back to shore. Checking her phone, she frowned. It's only 4:30. Tora nodded. Something's happening to the sun. Hold on, let me check the news. He held up the Omnitrix as the interface projected. Azimuth, do you have any idea what's going on? The Omnitrix icon at the top left blinked as it replied. It seems that we have a rogue magic user. I'll relay the news report to you three. The Omnitrix started broadcasting live news in the area. Attention! A Justice League-level threat has been identified. A villain named Votan somehow blocked out the sun for unknown reasons. We are advised to stay away from the East Coast and indoors until the situation has been dealt with. Please stay safe until then. Crap, muttered Ben. Is it that bad? Asked Beatrice. I can't think of any issues because night came early. Tora answered her friend. Normally it shouldn't. However, we're dealing with that wizard guy. Who knows what he's up to? Ben nodded. In my experience, nothing good happens when someone tries to block out the sun permanently. What happened last time? Asked Tora. The alien I was fighting was trying to mind control the entire planet and mutate them into shadow monsters. The girls whistled in shock. That's worse than what I thought it would be. Yeah, Ben nodded. And I don't feel like finding out what this Votan is up to the hard way. In a flash, Heat Blast was back. Let's fly. While Beatrice became fire, Tora waved her hand. I can't fly, remember. Before her friend could reply, Heat Blast laughed while Fire and Ice looked at him quizzically. Let me show you a trick I learned. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Heat Blast. Species, Pyronite. Home world, Pyros. Powers and abilities. Pyronites can generate flames from their bodies in many forms. They can form fire into any shape or make them explosive if they choose to. When infant Pyronites have a temper tantrum, their firepower becomes greatly magnified. Pyronites can channel flames through other surfaces, such as large rocks, to generate jet propulsion, allowing them to surf through the air. Pyronites are fireproof, heat-resistant, and invulnerable to magma. They are also cold-resistant and ice-proof. Pyronites are not limited to simply creating fire. Because their bodies are naturally heat-convective, they can absorb heat, effectively allowing them to put out fires. Despite their water weakness, Pyronites can swim and use their powers while submerged, but with very low intensity. When infected with an earth-cold virus, pyronites gain cryokinetic abilities while losing their pyrokinesis. In this state, they can fire ice beams and an ice ball that freezes everything above the East Coast. Woo! Tora smiled as she soared through the air. To her left, Heat Blast grinned forward, piloting their flaming rock. I told you that it'd be fun. Tora kept herself stable with ice stakes pierced into their platform. Even though the sky was dark, Beatrice and Heat Blast's fire lit the way. She turned to Ice with a smirk. "How's the hot rod?" The three of them chuckled. Tora smiled back. "A bit warm, but nothing I can't handle." A small wave of ice extended down the spices and her feet, keeping her in place. "I have to try that out later," Fire smirked. Heat Blast sighed. "It's too bad a doomsday scenario cut our day short." Beatrice shrugged. "It's nothing. We're used to danger putting a pause on life." Tora continued. "What use is a day at the beach if it's going to be completely dark the entire time? Hopefully, we don't waste the whole 4th of July on this guy." Heat Blast narrowed his eyes. "I think I see something up ahead." He pressed a finger to his headset to zoom into the distance. The Omnitrix symbol on his HUD lit up. "We are nearing the state known as New Jersey." Guys, I don't think Votan's doing this alone." Tora's pupils shrunk briefly as she stared at a massive horde of unknown creatures swarming through the city streets. One of the smaller ones flew by not a second later before exploding into a mess of stone rubble. Heat Blast frowned. "Reminds me of Charmcaster." Fire cringed. "Wow, this is close to your story, Ben." The Pyronite witnessed a green anti-aircraft gun materialize before cutting down stone golems. Nearby, a lightning bolt struck, turning a parking lot into a crater. "Whoa, that must be the League." Beatrice took the lead. As they drew closer, the trio started to notice the scope of the battle. Several heroes were scattered throughout the battlefield. Each of them faced their group of summons. Some soldiers noticed their arrival, and a stray blast of electricity narrowly missed the trio. Heat Blast huffed. "Looks like we're not too late for the party." He looked around. At the center of the enemy forces, a large pyramid had grown from the ground, surrounded by a transparent yellow shield. At the top, the wizard they assumed to be Votan floated cross-legged with closed eyes. The strange object around his neck glowed with fury. Beatrice's sweat dropped. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing? An ancient temple unleashing an army of darkness upon the city," suggested Tora. She slowly nodded back. "Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. I swear, this place looks like a disaster movie." Heat Blast noticed a giant golem flowing with orange light, launching someone through 2 buildings. Some of them are having more trouble than others. "We better split up." Tora's eyes narrowed. "Ben, drop me off below, and we'll all try to help push the enemy line out of the city." Heat Blast started their descent and gave her a thumbs up. "Everyone stay safe. Activate comms." Beatrice started charging her hands. This will certainly be one hell of a story. Atlantic City, New Jersey. Barry didn't expect much when Zatara requested a full League response for Votan blocking the sun. He imagined the wizard floating in the air with his arms raised. They would listen to him monologue for a minute before Superman or Wonder Woman would take him down. Afterward, they would hit the city for drinks to celebrate before checking up on the kids. Barry was way off the mark. If there's one thing he learned on the job, it is that magic is a bitch. The Flash sped through the city, scouring several city blocks to help evacuate any remaining citizens. Barry activated his comms. "Bats, I've cleared the last of the civilians. What's our status?" He hears a loud explosion before the Man of Steel is launched through an apartment building. "Are you okay, Soups?" Superman, the Man of Steel, replied with a heavy groan. "I've been better." Getting up, he stretched his arms. Lousy magic. Gargoyles and wraiths took to the skies as they targeted the sleek bat-shaped jet soaring above. The Batwing's artillery guns fired several missiles at a swarm while being chased by another squad. Batman, the Dark Knight, shook his head. Not ideal. The smoking entities behind him gathered flames in their jaws, ready to unleash. Suddenly, a pair of heroes with giant wings tailed the Dark Knight and the flying squadron. A simple mace crushed the opposition. Hawkman took a deep breath. This is getting old, Hawkman declared. I've taken out like 50 of those things already. Beside him, Hawkwoman rolled her eyes. You're just mad that I'm still in the lead. Hawkwoman snarked before stretching her dominant arm. Still, you're not wrong. We need to pull the plug on this. Batman grunted in acknowledgement. It's clear Votan came prepared for the League's interference. The Batwing fires a hailstorm of projectiles at Votan's pyramid, only for them not even to scratch the magical barrier. Flash ran towards the fray. No kidding. Batman pulled up higher into the air. I need to locate Zatara so we can regroup for a counterattack. Dodging incoming magical bolts, Flash vibrated his fist before punching straight into a golem's torso. I'll get Canary and GA. He switched channels. Canary. Arrow. You copy. No response. Barry groaned before a loud screech echoed a few blocks down. Better than my car keys. Approaching the area, Flash witnessed his friend cleaning up the last of the block. The female fighter with long blonde hair dodged a stone fist. Her distinctive costume included a black one-piece bustier leotard, gray stockings, boots, fingerless gloves, and a blue jacket. Black Canary dropped and kicked a wraith before it dissipated into smoke. With another scream, the stone warrior shattered before catching her breath. Seeing sudden movement in the corner of her eye, she pivots, ready to strike. Just as her heel was an inch from the torso, she glared at the nonchalant Crimson Speedster. Took you long enough. She took the chance to catch her breath. I need a drink when this is over. They heard a growl from above as a stray gargoyle dived for them. Dinah looked at the thing with an annoyed expression. A blur flew by before the beast could attack, freezing it solid before fracturing it into pieces. First round's on me. Flash and Dinah turned to see the Emerald Archer jump down from his vantage point. Late as always, Flash. Green Arrow loaded another explosive arrow, just in case. So, do we have a plan B, or what? I'm not an expert on this magic crap. Batman didn't tell Flash the precise details of the plan. We're working on getting Zatara back, but we must get everyone together. Suddenly, the trio hears a chorus of inhuman wails coming from above. Taking a battle stance, they readied themselves for another wave of summons. To their surprise, lumps of flaming entities crashed around them. Breathing a sigh of relief, Arrow called out in no particular direction. Thank for the help, Soups. However, a much deeper voice replied, You're welcome, but I'm not Superman. The trio's eyes widened before turning above. They were not expecting a flaming bipedal rock monster. Remembering the invasion 7 years ago, Green Arrow quickly fired an ice arrow. Fire Lord. Fire what? Heat blast's eye sockets widened. He leaned out of the arrow's trajectory before attempting to land. The sonic screams following him did not make it easier. Touching down, he quickly put his hands up as the speedster ran toward him, ready for a punch. Hold your fire. Hold your fire. To Flash, the world slowed. He reared a fist back, but as he saw the newcomer, he noticed the familiar green hourglass badge on its chest. Realizing his mistake, Barry stopped his attack halfway, almost tripping over himself. What the heck? Wrath's friends with an Applecien. Hearing Flash, Heat Blast groaned in annoyance. Applecien? Are you serious? He stared at the speedster dryly. Arrow and Canary readied for anything behind the alien. Turn around slowly. Heat Blast complied. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill. He motioned his flaming hands as non-threateningly as possible. Green Arrow raised a brow. Seeing the universal hand gesture for surrender, he lowered his bow. Ironic. So you aren't Fire Lord? Asked Canary. She saw the report of the League's first team-up. Arrow turned to Flash. Who the hell is this guy? Flash pointed at the alien's chest. Judging by that symbol, he's with Wrath. Now that the tension settled, Heat Blast nodded in relief. Pretty much. You mean that tiger lookador-looking alien? Canary walked up to him and eyed Heat Blast. That's so? I haven't seen you around Central City. Far from there right now, too. Heat Blast gave a nervous chuckle. It's not a great first impression for a walking fire hazard to tour the city. He pointed to the blackened sky. This is the exception. Arrow nodded skeptically. Right. Just to be clear, you're on our side. Yes. I am. Heat Blast huffed. I can say all I want, but I doubt you'll believe me until after we clean up this mess. By the way, call me Heat Blast. Flash chuckled. Fitting. It's more of a code name. Where's Wrath anyways? Is he here too? Heat Blast dismissed it. He's got his mission at the moment. Sure, drawled Canary. Getting back on topic, interrupted Arrow. We have to regroup with the League for a coordinated counterattack. Hopefully, you can make it easier to deal with all the monsters. The speedster smirked as he pointed to the Pyronite. By the way, where's that mini-you that Wrath mentioned? Asked Heat Blast. I would have thought you brought him along to this. He and his friends are staying behind. Flash frowned a bit. We disagreed before I left, and I didn't want him caught up in all this. A nearby empty building toppled over. Heat Blast nodded. I see what you mean. In that case, I have good news. The Pyronite smiled. I brought help. Canary raised a brow. Ooh, fire and ice. She remembered meeting them in passing at the watchtower. Canary thought about their powers said. Would you look at that? You fit right in. The alien hero laughed. Just some of the time. The others didn't understand what he meant. Heat Blast placed a hand on his chin. I wonder who they're with right now. Several blocks away, a tall red robot with a blue cape flies upward. Red Tornado evades several thrown objects. John, the probability of our success is slowly decreasing. His hands become cyclones as miniature tornadoes sweep the area. Down below, a tall, green-skinned humanoid turns transparent as the strong winds and numerous creatures phase through him. I am aware of our current predicament. Martian Manhunter pushed out his hands, sending more enemies into the torrent of wind. Several wraiths and golems crash into each other like a blender, leaving only debris and ash. Before Tornado could send out another series of cyclones, his radar pinged, detecting incoming bogeys. Turning in their direction, he noticed a familiar trail of ice and green fire approaching. Our probability of success has risen dramatically. Manhunter didn't notice the arrivals until a wave of summons became trapped in thick ice sheets. Not missing the opportunity, John focused his telekinesis, releasing a wave of psychic energy. The frozen evils didn't stand a chance, shattering to bits. The Martian looked to the sky and smiled at the sight of ice raining down. It didn't take long for him to remember who was always nearby. His expression grew nervous and fearful as balls of green flames scorched the earth around him. Wraiths screamed in pain as gargoyles pushed through the fire. The summon's attempts to escape the fire were futile, as ice trapped them in several frozen barriers. Red, fan the flames, the Emerald Beauty called out, continuing her barrage. Red Tornado outstretched his metal arms and complied. Each cyclone fed oxygen to the fire, burning brighter and hotter. Feeling the immense heat, John phased through several walls to evade it. He drew heavy breaths, safe from the danger. He waited a minute before feeling out for the women. Phasing through the walls back to the street, he gazed at the scorched earth. The area had been cleared, leaving molten slag behind. Looking back up, he saw Red Tornado greeting the reserve members. Tornado shook Beatrice's hand. Thank you for the assistance, Fire. No problem, she smiled. It's why we signed up for the gig. The robot greeted Tora as well. It's a pleasure to work with you once more. I sighed. I hope we can take care of this soon. Looking down, she saw John. Oh, hey, Martian. The green man calmed himself before nodding. Hello to you as well. Floating down, Beatrice waved to the senior member. It's a good thing we got here. Everything is chaos. Martian Manhunter looked at the fiery woman before turning away slowly. Yes, it is. We must get going. Come Tornado, ice. Fire. As the senior members took the lead, Beatrice angrily crossed her arms and turned to Tora. What's his problem? Her best friend simply shrugged. It's been a while since they last met. Maybe it's a Martian thing. With that, the heroes moved out to help the rest of their comrades. Meanwhile at Cadmus, a gray creature sits on one of the desks in an expansive lab as Desmond paces across the center. 7 screens come down from the ceiling. All 7 are active, but instead of pictures, white outlines counteract the blue background. Dr. Desmond, do you require an audience with the light? A man asked, anger clear in his tone. Yes. I'm sorry to disturb you, the doctor replied. Just make your report. Another man spoke up, annoyance clear. His outline had an oval-shaped head. Of course, Desmond said quickly. Well, we had a small fire here at Project Cadmus. The origin is still unclear, but I've heard rumors that it was caused by a cigarette. The screen with a smooth outline growled. This is why I was against smoke breaks. Damn labor unions and their asinine demands. Let go, El. We've heard your rant numerous times. That's why I control my men with strict discipline, the feminine figure replied. Continue, doctor. Anyways, the fire attracted the attention of 3 young men. A sly smile grew. Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash penetrated my security. They went deep into the facility, found and released the Superboy. Of course, as ordered, the Superboy is under my control and turned against his would-be liberators. His attitude went giddy. The 3 are currently restrained, and we don't believe the League knows they're here. With that, he finished his report. The room went silent momentarily as they noted the doctor's change in tone. Yes, thank you for telling us. How do you plan on dealing with them? The gruff voice asked, unnerved by his tone. Now comes the climax of the conversation, why he called them. The grin turned much more malicious. Shall I repeat what I did last time? I can't wait to get my hands on those boys. I'll be able to pull things out of them that they never knew he had. Once again, the room processed the request and the possible undertones. Sure. Just dispose of them after. The deeper voice commands with a little uncertainty. Leave no trace behind. Desmond only smiles sadistically in response. Don't worry. I'll be sure to suck them dry. He turned around to leave the room. The white figures in the monitors went silent. We were talking about cloning, right? God, I hope so. Who was in charge of hiring him? The white figure with devil-like horns raised his hand and giggled. With Heat Blast. After giving Heat Blast a brief rundown on Voton, Flash scouted ahead while the others followed behind. Arrow turned to their new acquaintance. If we're going to stand any chance, we must find our heavy hitters. Heat Blast nodded. According to Google, there are supposedly gods among you guys. Is that true? The sky flashed with light before thunder crashed in the distance. Black Canary waved a horizontal hand. Well, yes, but actually no. It's complicated, summarized the archer. Suddenly, Flash zoomed in front of them. Quick, I found more of the others. He dashed back into the fray. As Heat Blast flew after him, the Omnitrix symbol illuminated. Uncatalogued DNA has been detected nearby. Knowing what would happen if he allowed the Omnitrix to continue, Heat Blast quickly replied, Please hold off the scanning process until I say so. Understood, replied Azimuth. When the trio caught up with him, they'd found a blond man in an orange scale mail tunic, dark green leggings, and golden gauntlets stabbing into the stone beast with a trident. Above, a man in a red costume with a lightning bolt logo grabbed onto 2 gargoyles before slamming them into the ground. Not wanting to be left out, the trio made their moves. Blaze Rush. Heat Blast threw his hands back and propelled himself forward. Landing in the middle of a large group, the Pyronid charged up. Solar Flare. A brief burst of flame lit up the entire area, leaving molten shells of the summons. Seeing the newcomers, Captain Marvel dropped down to Black Canary. Thanks for the assistance. He pointed a thumb at the living torch. Who's the new guy? He's an alien, she replied before screeching in another direction. The captain looked back at the hero and smiled. Cool. The group made their way towards the central spire, fighting many minions. As much as Ben wanted to speak to Dinah, now wasn't an appropriate time for personal stories. The Justice League slowly pieced itself together, even meeting up with Fire and Ice's group. Heat Blast introduced himself to Wonder Woman, Captain Atom, and the Green Lanterns. When Batman flew by with the Hawks, Azimuth prepared genetic scans and analyses. He was most interested in the species cohabiting the Earth. It was surprising to see an Emerald Hardlight vehicle arrive. With the Dark Knight landed and updated on the situation, Batman gave each group specific orders to trim down the opposition. However, he was still suspicious about the newcomer. Several pairs teamed against large stone giants, more swarms of gargoyles and wraiths, and squads of artificial paladins. Heat Blast spun himself around in the air, building up momentum with his arms before firing a flaming tornado at a paladin that caused a massive explosion. Not stopping, Heat Blast moves through midair and grabs a golem before using his free arm to propel himself. He spins himself and his target with thrusters until he gains enough momentum to forcefully slam the magical swordsman into the ground. Collecting himself, Heat Blast noted that if this kept up, the beast would overrun them. Turning his head, he notices green arrow bashing down on a wraith with his bow, his quiver empty. Several more wraiths came over with mouths charged up and ready to fire. In response, Heat Blast ignited his arms and rocketed toward him. Dinah noticed as well and called out to him. Ollie, a blast of purple and green light filled the area. When the smoke cleared, Dinah was both confused and relieved. In place of Heat Blast was a large green turtle shell, its arms and legs wrapped protectively around the archer. The hell? She looked at the two in disbelief. When a new alien released him, Green Arrow got a better look and was also confused. What happened to Heat Blast? Terraspin rubbed his head with a flipper nervously. Ha. Surprise. Dinah and Arrow shook their heads, deciding to save it for later. I demand an explanation when this is all over. Yeah, we all do, added Dinah. Captain Marvel touched down to check up on the archer. I'm glad you're okay, man. He looked at the alien with the same symbol on his chest. Whoa, you turned into a turtle. Are you like a Martian or something? Terraspin raised a brow. Martian. Wonder Woman called out to them before he could answer. I've found Zatara, but he's in bad shape. Following the voice, everyone made their way towards the pyramid. They soon came across a smoking man in a magician's suit crumpled up in nearby rubble. The warrior princess carefully pulled him out before setting him down on the ground with the others on guard. With Dr. Fate currently in retirement, the League's own master of the mystic arts could deal with him all by himself. But with the mystic amulet of Aten around his neck, it was simply too much for him on his own. But even with the help of his superpowered friends, this was proving somewhat difficult. Suddenly, every creature went still. Their glowing eyes slowly dimmed before collapsing into an empty husk. Did we win? Questioned Hal Jordan, putting down his ring. As the last minion fell, the pyramid released an enormous beam of light from its peak into the clouds. Jon Stewart groaned. Why did you have to say that? The light at the apex of the pyramid faded. Zatara's eyes fluttered before he gagged. Seeing his teammates, he went somber. I couldn't stop him. I'm sorry, the magician muttered. Greetings, peasants. The being known as Votan stole their attention, floating down from his temple. Terraspin noted his light blue skin and red eyes. Votan was adorned in crimson robes with several golden lines, appearing like circuitry. The heavy aura of arcane energy permeated from him. The devil-horned hairstyle accentuated his presence. Votan looked down upon the League like ants. You know not what stands before you. The power of the sun is mine to command. From Terraspin's communicator, Azimuth warned, he's building up critical energy. Eyes widened, Terraspin grabbed onto the injured mage and gestured to everyone. Everyone, take cover. Gusts of wind pick up as Votan floats higher into the sky. He laughed maniacally, with surges of magic flowing through him each second. Everyone got out of dodge, braced for impact, or constructed their barriers. Several explosions raged across the battlefield. From a collapsed building, Terraspin vented the dust out of his shell. Thankfully, he could handle magic. He placed Zatara down and asked the man, "What the hell just happened?" Zatara looked at the turtle creature and coughed up a bit of blood. It took a while, but Votan unlocked the amulet of Aten's power. I tried to cut off the ritual, but wasn't strong enough. Now, he has the power of an Egyptian god. Remembering documentaries from the History Channel, Ben knew how serious that sounded. Terraspin looked at the floating wizard crackling with magic, thrashing against Captain Marvel in the distance. Well, sh*t, I might have to bring out the big guns. Green Arrow stood beside Batman and Dinah, safe in a bubble shield with a strained John and Hal. Dryly, he turned to their leader. So, Bats, how's that plan be coming along? All he received back was a deep glare. Half a second before the bombs dropped, Flash raced to the rooftop of a distant high-rise and out of danger. Votan threw spells in several directions. The speedster sighed, seeing his friends taking up arms once again. I'm really glad the kids are safe back at the hall. Meanwhile, 3 teens were trapped in pods as they looked down at their captors. You won't get away with this, the yellow speedster exclaimed. If we don't get out, the Justice League will bring this place down. Dr. Desmond smirked. Oh, you mean this place that's secluded and deep underground, where there's no one nearby for miles to hear loud noises, like, say, someone screaming. Aqualad nodded without hesitation. Yes, exactly. In contrast, his friends grew worrisome. I don't like where this is going, stated Robin, discreetly taking out his lockpick. Desmond shrugged. You won't like what I'm about to do either. It's too bad for you fine young boys that all the heroes are away. Kid Flash went a bit pale. Robin, I don't feel so good. The doctor chuckled. I've been told that I tend to have that effect on people. Now stay still. He stepped over to the terminal, typing out several commands. It's your first time, so I might be gentle. Drift away as I penetrate deep inside you and suck out your life juice. We need an adult. Robin smiled weakly, his right hand desperately trying to unlock his restraints. Desmond grinned at them innocently. I am an adult. His finger pressed down on a large red button. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Terraspin. Species, Geochelonario. Homeworld, Aldabra. Powers and abilities. Geochelonarios can retract their heads into their shell, where an opening in the shell serves as a viewfinder. Their fins become triangular, and their legs combine into a similar triangular shape. Geochelonarios can blow a powerful wind from the holes in their shell, while using their triangular-shaped arms as propellers, allowing varied powers, such as creating winds and spinning themselves at high speed. They can use this blowing ability to fly. Their appendages rotate with their shell, staying static and suspended when flying. Geochelonarios also has super strength. This species also has selective mana and magic immunity. Geochelonarios can learn to use magic. Gotham City, July 4th, 1615 Eastern Daylight Time. Harley pushed open the apartment door with a groan before crashing on the couch. Pam came after, taking a seat to the left. Did you really have to down all that food? The blonde raised her arms. It was an all-you-can-eat special. They were calling to me. Ives? The steak, the shrimp, the butter was so good. Her stomach grumbled in discomfort. Oh, why didn't you stop me? Ivy shook her head. I tried multiple times. I said to pace yourself or have some of my salad, but you said it's a holiday. I can treat myself however I want. Damn you, past Harley. You always make my life harder. That's one way to put it. Ivy handed the TV remote before walking to the kitchen. I'll check if I have any antacid tablets. Thanks. Harley lazily flipped through the channels before landing on a familiar face. Summer Gleason stood on the grass, with several families being thawed or chipped from ice. Tragedy struck this 4th of July as one Mr. Freeze began his reign of terror, as many people were shot by his signature freeze. Thankfully, the Cape Crusader and his young ward put a stop to him. We have more details after the break. I thought I heard his name at the other table. What was that, Harles? Ivy called as she dug through the drawers. Nothing much. It looks like Freeze went out and got caught again. It's the middle of summer. He usually waits for the fall. What the hell is doing in this heat? Don't know. Kinda weird for Freeze to terrorize people. He's usually robbing places. It's not in his profile. You really need to stop profiling us, considering you're also one of us. What can I say? Old habits die hard. Hey, you ever think I should star my own crew? I run solo most of the time, so I don't think I'm the right person to ask. Soon, the sky in the room began to dim, leaving the girls confused, with only the TV partially lighting the room. Who turned out the lights? Hold on. With a wave of her hand, Ivy summoned a bioluminescent bulb. Making her way to the light switch, the apartment went back to normal, relatively speaking. What the hell was that all about? The girls looked out the window to see the entire city darkened. Slowly, street lights illuminated, showing many concerned citizens. This can't be good, Pam stated dryly. Harley waved her off dismissively. Nah, I'm sure the Justice Dweebs has it covered. Atlantic City, New Jersey, present. Terraspin looked at the floating wizard crackling with magic, thrashing against Captain Marvel in the distance. Well, SH**, I might have to bring out the big guns. Just as Votan began chanting another spell, Wonder Woman caught him in her lasso to slam him into the earth, cratering the ground. Pulling himself to his feet, Tora struck him with icy blasts, keeping him in place. Aquaman followed up, striking his chest with a trident, sending him flying through another building. Seeing the opening, Hal constructed 2 jets before unleashing their arsenal down below. It didn't take long for the entire building to explode. With the pause in fighting, John released the shield around some of the members before flying up to his. Was that really necessary? Complained John. Hal shrugged. It worked, didn't it? I think he disagrees. Captain Marvel pointed at the rubble slowly rising. Below, Votan's eyes glowed in fury. Such insolence will not go unpunished. I will have my retribution. He raised another barrier around him, and the material divided and coalesced, changing shape. 10 godly wizards stood in front of the League. All of them grew smirks as arrays of magical beams, and lightning rained from above. This is getting out of hand. Now, there are 10 of them, exclaimed Oliver. I know. If this keeps up, we'll miss the free food and fireworks, added Captain Marvel. Beatrice looked at him incredulously. That's the only problem? Her flame sped forward only to be pushed back by a gold barrier. Captain Adam frowned at the current situation. His earpiece buzzed before a gruff voice spoke. Captain, we are requesting a sitrep. General Eiling, it's not looking great. Votan doesn't seem to budge, and I haven't been authorized to remove my limiters on domestic soil. This asshole blocked out the sun. I've got calls coming in and people online claiming it's the apocalypse. I need you and your associates to nip this in the bud before it gets worse. The Pentagon is currently at DEFCON 3. If not, the Defense Council will make the final decision. Pray that we don't have to. Captain Adam nodded. Don't worry, sir. You may not like the League all that much, but I trust them with my life. The general sighed. That's what I worry about sometimes. Keep us posted. The atomic hero flew back into the fray, landing an energized punch against one of the duplicates. Meanwhile, Terraspin protected the magician from any stray debris in a damaged building. He patted the old man on the cheek to keep him awake. Come on, wizard guy. Please tell me you had a plan. A cough left him. Just let me rest, creature. His eyelids started to flutter. Okay, dude. My cousin may be more magic than me, but even I know that there's a spell, counterspell, or something. We have to fix this. Terraspin gestured to the battle happening outside. A weak smile crept to the man's face. Your words remind me of my daughter. The turtle raised a brow. Your daughter? He slowly nodded. Yes. He blankly stared in the air. It's been rough since we lost Cinderella. Seeing where this was going, Ben planted both flippers firmly on his shoulders and looked him in the eyes. Damn it, man. Pull yourself together. He shook the man a bit. You can't say that and then leave her too. Realization dawned on the tired man. No. He gasped for air. I can't. She knows no one else besides. Constantine. He hissed out the name like poison. Terraspin blinked at the shift in tone. The Magi grit his teeth, sparks fluttering in his core. Constantine. Ben took a step back. Zatara struggled to his feet, denying help. He looked to the ceiling in protective fury and screamed. Constantine. After taking several ragged breaths, he muttered to himself. Slowly, the wounds around his body. The alien hero simply watched the man do his magic. By the time the glowing stopped, Terraspin caught the man before he could collapse. Whoa! The man winced in pain. While the bleeding stopped, the flesh was still sensitive. Zatara was running on fumes. He turned to his companion before chuckling. It'll be a cold day in hell before I let that bastard raise her. Terraspin was just as confused from the start. Do I want to know? I'll save you the trip to hell by saying no. Zatara waved him off. Now, there's a way to stop Votan, but I cannot do it alone, especially the way I am now. We must regroup with the others. Terraspin smirked. On it. In an instant, The strange being changed once more. A flash of light later, a reddish, pterodactyl-like creature wearing a green harness stood. "You are a changeling?" The man tilted his head in slight confusion. The new alien shrugged. "Sure, why not?" With that, Astrodactyl grabbed onto the Magi with his talons and flew to the war zone. So far, the League was not having a good time. Everyone once again fought in groups, but they were losing ground. From the sidelines, Batman, Dinah, and Arrow sprinted around the battlefield, taking potshots and commanding the members. "Damn it, Bats." Oliver fired another explosive arrow, giving Diana an opening to uppercut. "They're kicking our asses, and I'm starting to run out of arrows. Not all of us have an extra weapon cache in the trunk. Your concerns are noted, but we still don't have enough information to properly take him down. Do this incorrectly, and we'll be either killed or in the dark for the rest of history." "Where did that turtle take Zatara, anyways?" asked Dinah. As if answering his question, a voice shouted from above. "Incoming." They looked up, ready to fight. Oliver quirked a brow in confusion. "What now?" A large bird creature with a jetpack swooped down to their location, setting down the previously mentioned mage. "I got a wizard who can solve all our problems." Dinah took a breath at the sight of Zatara. "You had us worried there for a sec." Batman narrowed his eyes with a batarang in hand. "Who are you supposed to be?" His gaze drifted to the green symbol on its harness before he put his arm down. We're the turtle a shapeshifter." "Pretty much," shrugged Astrodactyl before waving to the others. "Hey guys." Dinah and Oliver helped support the exhausted man. "Glad to have you with us again." He smirked at the alien. "Thanks, man, bird." "No worries." The alien waved off. "How are things here?" Dinah rubbed her neck. "Not good. We're lucky that you brought fire and ice along." Bruce shook his head at the newcomer. "We'll deal with you later. In any case, Zatara may hold the key to ending this." "If you say so." Ben turned to the elderly father. "So, Gandalf, what's the plan?" Zatara sat down in relief on a concrete block. "Well, the first step is to break Votan's connection with Aten. The second step is to drain him of his magic without blowing up the entire city." Canary frowned. "Yeah, that would be very bad." Oliver rolled his eyes. "Easier said than done." "I assume there is more to this plan," continued Dinah. "Indeed." Zatara smirked and coughed. "If we're going to win this, we're going to need Flash, the lanterns, and a distraction." He continued to elaborate on what needed to be done. "Batman, you're assisting me in calculations and navigation." The three of the heroes in front of him smirked. Dinah crossed her arms. "I think we can get that done. It's risky, but it's a shot we'll have to take." Batman put a hand to his communicator to relay the plan. Meanwhile at Cadmus, the tops of metal arms broke apart into 4 fingers, 2 prongs on the tips of each one. With no hesitation and a slight electrical buzz, they plunged the prongs into the boys. All 4 scream out, which only increases as the fingers began to pull on their insides. "The screaming never gets old," Desmond said wistfully. He turned around only to see the anthropoid shadow coming out of the darkness. "Ooh," he gasped, taken off guard. "Lurking as usual. You've learned a lot from me. Anyways, get the genomes to download their memories. When that's done, pacify the source material." "For disposal?" "Yeah, sure. Let's go with that." Suddenly, a boom echoed through the containment room, catching Desmond's and Guardian's attention and turning it back to the door, which crinkled as Superboy removed it. He held it over his head with ease. As he did, the torture devices powered down. Then he threw the door away and stalked into the room. Desmond, Guardian, and Double X all made their way towards Superboy. "What the? I thought I told you to get back to you, Dash," Desmond began, but Superboy's right hand swiped him away. His left hand took out both Guardian and Double X. Guardian got thrown into the wall, while Double X and Desmond hit the ground with a thud. Superboy stood tall and glared down at Desmond. "Don't give me orders," he nearly growled. He then stood in front of the teen heroes. "Please tell me you're not going to kill us." Kid Flash relented. Superboy told the redhead, "Come on me if you want to live." Calder shook his head, only now clearing his head from the pain. "What? Go where?" Kid Flash stared at the clone with a shocked expression. "I changed my mind. Death is starting to sound like a very tempting offer." Robin paused his lock, picking to look at the clone. Don't you mean come with you? Superboy blinked in confusion. Why? What did I say? Wally cringed. Dr. Desmond was in charge of your flash learning, wasn't he? The clone nodded. Yeah. How did you know? The speedster groaned. Just a hunch. I don't follow, replied the Atlantean. Just forget it, Aqualad. I'd rather not have that conversation. Robin managed to get his wrist restraints open, then jumped from his pod. Finally, he says, annoyance in his tone as he rubs his wrists. Lucky Batman isn't here. He'd have my head for taking so long. Seriously, that's what you're worried about? Kid Flash groaned. We just got caught by a super suspect, Doctor. I'm not even sure if he was using metaphors or not. That doesn't include the whole league having our heads after tonight, he snapped angrily. Robin shrugged. Still better than Desmond having our asses. Literally or figuratively? Yes. Wally deadpanned his best friend. Damn it, Rob. Just get us out of this thing. Atlantic City. Hawkwoman flew back as a mystical typhoon whisked her into the street. Getting back to her feet, she lashed out and struck true with her mace. A loud clang echoed through the block, tearing the entire arm apart. In return, the duplicate grabbed the mace and swung her body through a minivan. Hawkwoman cleared her throat through the injury. Can we please go back to the rock things? In the background, red and green figures traveled all around the city. On the bright side, fewer targets, remarked Wonder Woman as she came up from behind Hawkwoman. Her lasso restrained a pair of hands, redirecting a spell downward. The magical explosion consumed the immediate area. While the copy was strong enough to harm itself, the body started to piece itself back together. Doesn't make coming through. Wonder Woman backflipped as a brown creature with a familiar symbol opened its mouth and unleashed an energy blast at the copy, staggering it back. Fire flew alongside him and smirked. About time you returned. So what do you call this guy? The avian gave his version of a smile. Astrodactyl. With a wave of his claws, energy whips projected out. Twisting his wrist, the two strands of energy shot outward to a Voton. Crossing his arms heavily, the two fakes crashed into one another. You all heard the plan. Yeah. Tora swept out a wave of frost, trapping two Voton copies in thick ice. While she punched one of the makeshift statues to shards, Beatrice turned up the heat, attempting to melt the fakes into slag. Unfortunately, while their material glowed red, their movements didn't stop. Tora barely had time to erect a barrier before being struck by lightning. At the center of it all, within a golden shield, the true Voton maintained a meditation position, channeling energy from his medallion to his pawns. Just outside the barrier, a red-clad hero unleashed his might. Shazam! A great lightning bolt shook the block, arcing all over the place. However, the shield only shuddered. How did that not work? Growled Captain Marvel. He slammed his fists into the shield in anger. Each hit created distortions. Voton opened his eyes. You have been blessed by great beings, hero, but I have a direct line to one. Voton crossed his arms and separated them. That Enojbi. Just as Marvel was about to strike another blow, he felt something wrapped around his leg. Looking down, he sees his feet sinking into the ground. Before he could fly upward, he was quickly pulled underground. Astrodactyl's eyes widened at the man's disappearance. He was about to chase after the guy someone tugged on his arm. Diana shook her head. Don't worry. He'll be fine. It'll take more than that to stop Marvel. We have to follow Zatara's lead. Over the comms, the man in question spoke. So, this is what being buried alive feels like. Itchy. Ben shrugged at his calm tone and continued to stall time. The copies motioned to attack, only to be halted by a loud screech that echoed through. The familiar blonde fighter advanced forward. Sliding down a stretch of ice, she released another scream as it staggered the metal body. Astrodactyl hovered nearby in surprise. You will be killer on karaoke night. Dusting her coat a bit, Black Canary smiled. Been a while since I was banned. Tora made an ice wall to cover their rear. If we make it out of this in one piece, we're celebrating. Nathaniel stood back to back with Red Tornado, holding off their own partners. Yeah, well, if we don't fix this and fast, the military's gonna dash. He was cut off by his lead communicator going off. Yeah? What is it? He deflected a punch and countered back with a kick followed by an energy beam. Superman. He turned his gaze to the Man of Steel. While he looked roughened up, he still pulled his weight with assistance from Aquaman. He's managing. You want me to do what? How? He paused in his stance before dodging another blow. You do realize how dangerous that is, right? Fine. He turned around. Tornado, cover me. The android's lower half accelerated along with the gales coming from his palms. The artificial tornado masked both heroes from view. The sensors in the android went off as he detected rising radiation levels. In Captain Atom's hands, atomic and quantum energy coalesced, and then a yellow star was born. The intense glow filled the area with light. It's ready. A translucent green hand descended from above and wrapped around the star. Soups, heads up, called out Hal. The energy extended to the Man of Steel and wrapped around his torso like armor. The star was positioned right over his symbol. The effects were instant as Clark's eyes shimmered and his muscles tensed. With a shout of adrenaline, several Wotans were forced off his body. I feel great. Superman felt better than his old self. He quickly caught the punch of one copy and slowly pushed it back. Clark's eyes glowed red, unleashing heat vision into the fake head. Astrodactyl and the other heroes glanced at the rejuvenated Superman. He certainly looks better, commented the alien hero. Aha, that's more like it, laughed Aquaman. He pulled a fist close to his chest as a wave of water carried an unsuspecting drone. He thrust his trident with immense strength, only managing to pierce a few inches. Nathaniel smirked. You're welcome, Soups. Any more, and I risk giving people skin cancer. Thanks for the courtesy, scoffed Green Arrow over the radio. A distance away, Manhunter increased the density of the fist before bashing upon his chest. In response, a circle of flames engulfed the green hero. The burning sensation raced through his body, screaming in pain. He didn't know how long he was aflame until the pain stopped. He rubbed his singed face and arms in surprise before looking up. Above, Beatrice just finished absorbing the flames. Don't worry, I got you. John breathed heavily while recovering. Thank you. She simply smiled and nodded back. That's what friends are for. The Martian smiled back, getting ready to fight once more. The battle continued for a while until all their comms rang. Flash and John finished the connections. Keep them in the area, Zatara yelled. Zatara clapped his hands together before pressing them down against a line in the dirt. Nirefo RUO Tech Atarwas News 8 Morph Sua Raps Red OM Try 8 Yam. Instantly, green light spread through the markings in an intricate pattern. If one were to look from above, the entire city would be engulfed in an incantation circle designed with several geometric shapes and Greek symbols. As the light completed the incantation circle, every copy of Votan, including the original, screamed in pain. Feeling the source of the torment, they attempted to flee further to the skies, but the Justice League would not let them escape. A fist burst from the ground, uppercutting a minion and revealing the missing marvel. Each member attempted to restrain the villainous wizards. Wonder Woman grabbed her tiara and launched it toward a rusting copy. The projectile sliced at its leg before returning to the princess. With him slowed, she threw her lasso to reel him back to the circle. Don't let any escape. Votan's golden shield began to falter, flickering as magic was literally pulled out of him. No! He fell to one knee as he struggled to accumulate magic in his hands. Astrodactyl landed in front of him and wrapped his whips around him, binding the villain's legs. Dude, just give up so we can get on with our lives. You're only making it worse for yourself. Martian Manhunter followed up with a passive expression. Our new friend is right. Please surrender. The foreboding feelings slowly crept. Weak, helpless, vulnerable. The world around Votan shifted to that of a dark cavern lit by fire. Votan looked up at the wall, only to see a shadow loomed over with malicious intent before pouncing on its prey. Votan screamed in anguish, nails driving into the skin and bleeding. Not again. All around him, the copies deteriorated to scrap, and the heroes started to gather at the ready. He will be mine. Batman pulled out restraints from his utility belt, but just as he was about to cuff him, Votan slammed his skull into the dark night. With blurred vision, Votan wrapped his bloody hands around the amulet of Adam. The artifact absorbed the crimson liquid and vibrated erratically. Eat. With that one word, all eyes widened. In a flash, a burst of gold and green blinded the area. Tora stood still, waiting for an attack that never came. Cracking open one eye, she saw her hastily made barrier. Not all the Leaguers had some form of protection or enhanced durability. As the light faded, everyone got a view of a new creature. They saw a muscular black being with one green eye, two antennae, a tail, and the familiar symbol on his chest. Several of his appendages had metal tips that made contact with Votan's body and the amulet. Votan strained to hold on, but his strength was fading each second. His last spell was supposed to vaporize at least half of the heroes, but the gods were not on his side. The menacing aura around him diminished. He stared at the changeling in front of him with utter contempt. Votan's chance at revenge fell from his grasp once again. Almost had us there, but you're going to need to be faster than that. Having drained enough of the volatile energy, Feedback unplugged himself from the villain, who clung to his chest for air. Feedback felt the magic course through him, gathering a bit in his hands, and he smirked. Oh yeah, time to give this planet a recharge. His various contacts plugged themselves into Zatara's seal as it dumped the godly energy into the planet's biosphere. The circle glowed brightly. Across the country, all the plants grew a bit taller. A certain swamp acquaintance and Redhead felt the equivalent of a brief acid trip. When the transfer ended, Feedback stretched his arm and smirked the defeated Votan. Gotta hand it to Zatara. The guy's a miracle worker. Above, the massed shadow disappeared, revealing the orange sunset on the horizon. Damn, that was a close one. Arrow got out from behind Clark and readied his weapons. The archer leveled a tired expression. Done yet? Votan simply looked up at them before collapsing to the ground. We'll take that as a yes. A tired Zatara limped to him before securing runic bindings. So much potential thrown away once again. As much as I would like to banish you to the Nether Realm, the UN will decide your fate. Fire walked up to stretching Feedback and nudged him an elbow. You sure know how to make a good impression. Ice came up on his left and smiled. Not how I would spend the holiday, but it's still exciting. She glanced at the others coming by. Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, Green Arrow, Captain Marvel, John, Captain Atom, Hawkwoman, Hawkman, Manhunter, Aquaman, Flash, Red Tornado, Black Canary, Zatara, and detained Votan walked to the trio. Captain Atom breathed a sigh of relief on his comm. The threat has been neutralized, sir. I repeat, the threat has been neutralized. Thankfully, the higher-ups didn't get the chance to blow them up first. As the Justice League walked forward, none of them seemed to notice the infrared scans. Within the Omnitrix, Azimuth was intrigued by the DNA samples of this universe. Such strange developments in their evolutionary line. Superman opened his mouth to greet the trio, but was cut off. Dude, that was so cool, exclaimed the godly man-child. Up top, Captain Marvel emanated friendliness. Feedback smiled in return. Yeah, the two clapped hands. You weren't bad yourself. What happened after you got dragged down? Have Feedback. Marvel scratched his head. I got pulled down deep. Like way deep. What's that place under the crust called again? The mantle. Yeah, that. Marvel wiped his forehead. Too hot for my tastes. Anyways, we saved the city. An exploding car sounded in the distance. Well, most of it. Damn, we really trashed the place. Just as Ben considered turning into clockwork. All is not lost, my friends. Zatara held up the amulet of Aten. Even after the ritual, there's still enough residual magic in the ley lines and the medallion for one more miracle. He held the artifact with reverence as he chanted. Idicate riaparat riwap ruai asu ewam. Nita, a few seconds later, the entire city glowed bright yellow. Slowly but surely, pieces of buildings floated back into place. Dented metal bent back into place. In minutes, the entire city was back to normal. Seeing the relatively pristine city, Oliver laughed. Huh, who needs insurance when you have wizards? While Hal was happy about the repairs, he sulked at a realization. Are you telling me that we could do that any time we wreck the city? Do you have any idea how many court orders I got before joining the League for property damage? You're lucky that a certain someone could settle those for you. Wonder Woman glanced at Bruce, who turned away. How many times must I remind you that I'm a magi? Completely different. You're a man who makes magic happen. That's good enough for me, shrugged Oliver. Ahem. A cough caught their attention back to the rest of the League. The miniature sun and green armor have since faded away, and the Man of Steel walked up to Ben with a relaxed step. I've heard a little bit about you from my friends. We were having trouble here, and I'd like to thank you, Fire and Ice, for helping us stop Votan. We were in the area when things got dark, so we decided to help out, stated Tora. Beatrice smirked. What are reserve members for? Can't let the bad guys ruin everyone's day off, added Ben. The Man of Steel held out his hand. Superman. Ben smiled back. When I'm like this, you can call me Feedback. He reached out, and the aliens from 2 different worlds shook hands. Well, Feedback, you seem like a nice guy. Fire and Ice seem acquainted enough with you. Heroes stick together. He clapped his hands of any dirt. So, who's down for dinner? My treat, offered Ben. I'm down for that, answered Dinah. It'll be a good chance for us to talk, Heat Blast. She crossed her arms and gave Feedback a knowing smile. The alien hero chuckled meekly. I did promise an explanation. Oliver rubbed his neck. After all that happened today, I could use a drink right about now. Captain Marvel beamed. You're buying? Sweet. It wasn't likely that the beach celebrations would start back up anytime soon, and he was starving. Hal and John shared a look before shrugging. We could eat. I think the only ones available now are Bar Style, which is the next town over. One by one, they were all hopping on board to eat out. Red Tornado didn't mind tagging along if just to socialize. I'm going to have to take a rain check on that, replied Zatara while rubbing his back. Diana nodded. I'll be taking Zatara to the hospital to get looked at before I drop off Votan at Bel Reve, but I can meet up with you all later after I make sure he's okay. Batman was about to chastise everyone until his communicator started blaring. Yes, what is it, Gardner? What do you mean the kids are gone? Yes, this is your fault. We explicitly asked you dash, yelled Batman. Hold on, I have another call. We're not done with this. What? Excuse me. Okay, we're heading there immediately. Everyone was now staring at the now upset hero. What happened now? Complained Dinah. Batman gave the group an irritated look. Our ward snuck out, and Cadmus exploded. It doesn't take a detective to know what happened. Feedback blinked in amusement. Huh, just like the old days on the Rust Bucket. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name, Astrodactyl. Species, unknown to be named. Homeworld, Terradino. Powers and abilities. Astrodactyl is capable of flying with the aid of his jetpack, and his retractable wings prove stability for this ability. He can create a propulsion blast from his jetpack using some kind of internalized star power to enhance his flight. Astrodactyl star power can be used to create different forms of weapons, the most common weapon being energy whips. Astrodactyl can use his star power to fire an energy beam from his mouth. Astrodactyl possesses enhanced strength, strong enough to carry and lift a cerebrocrustacean with his prehensile feet. Astrodactyl can survive in the vacuum of space. Name, Feedback. Species, Conductoid. Homeworld, Teslavor Nebula. Powers and abilities. Conductoids can absorb and redirect any kind of energy from any source. This ability is refined to the point that Feedback can redirect energy at point-blank range. They absorb energy through the conductors on his antennae, tail, and fingers. Any stored energy can be used to generate electrical charges, which can be used as ranged attacks or to empower his punches. By joining hands, they can fire an energy blast. By projecting energy behind them, they can fly like a jet engine. Their antennae can be used to sense radio signals. Washington, D.C. When the Justice League and their new companions prevented the would-be apocalypse, they wanted a short break. Unfortunately for them, dinner had to wait. At the moment, they were all following Jon Stewart and the other members he carried. The other Green Lantern offered the Flash a lift, but the speedster decided to run there. The recently transformed Astrodactyl carried ice while flying alongside Fire, Captain Marvel, and Wonder Woman, who was carrying Zatara. "Come on, please," begged Captain Marvel. Ben huffed. "Like I said the past 5 times, you'll just have to wait until we eat." The caped man frowned. "Fire said that you met the Loch Ness Monster." Ben looked back at the flying woman, who averted her gaze. "And I told her it was a different lake monster in the States." Wonder Woman chuckled with a smile. "I must admit that is a very tempting story to hear." The alien hero shook his head and looked at the Elder Mage. "How are you holding up?" He breathed easy in Diana's hold. "I'll live. My little girl just won't be happy about me being late for our neighborhood block party." Marvel raised a brow. "Wait, you live in a regular neighborhood. How do your neighbors not recognize you from the news and stuff?" Zatara gave him a humorous look. "Magic." Then he raised a brow in return. "Isn't that what you do as well?" "Oh, yeah, me too." The man of many gods nodded back. Wonder Woman smiled. "Don't worry. I'll get you checked out as soon as we finish this Cadmus incident. If all goes well, you can spend the rest of the night without interruptions." Beatrice started flying on her back, resting her head on her arms. "So, what do you think happened with the sidekicks?" Tora quirked a brow. "And what exactly is Cadmus?" "I was wondering the same thing," added Astrodactyl. "Cadmus is a genetics research laboratory," the Amazon answered. Ice blinked. "That doesn't sound so bad." The alien narrowed his eyes. "Wait for it." Diana sighed. "Lex Luthor founded it." Ice nodded along. "Ah, I see your concern. I keep telling you guys, Luthor has changed," retorted Marvel. "I hear he's working with international relations now." Diana smiled softly at him. "I'm aware of that, Marvel. And while I'm happy you are giving him the benefit of the doubt, some of our members still have reservations if his motives are true." "I know," relented Marvel. "I guess we'll see what drew Kid Flash and the others to Cadmus," argued Astrodactyl. "From there, we'll see if Luthor did anything," concluded Fire. Looking ahead, Astrodactyl pointed at a large pile of rubble in the middle of the city. "I take it that's supposed to be Cadmus." Descending, Ben could recognize the protégés from the news except for one. Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and another teen stood in front of the remains of the research facility, each having their fair share of injuries. He whistled at the sight. Wow. When Batman said that they blew up the place, he wasn't exaggerating. His eyes drifted to the strange being still covered in rubble. Who the hell is that? Superman was the first to land in front of the teens, and the rest of the heroes followed. Batman and King Arthur step up next to Superman, and Flash zooms into the area on Batman's left. As Diana set Zatara down next to Astrodactyl, she saw the mentors walking up to their wards. "I believe we should let them talk first," she said. Captain Atom nodded in agreement. He pulled out his communicator and started calling local law enforcement, so they could begin a joint investigation of the incident. The Flash walks up to his nephew and brushes the dust off his shoulders. "You all right, kid?" Kid Flash returned a wry smile. "Yup, that's good." The Scarlet Speedster clicked his tongue. "So, it seems that you three have been busy tonight." He looked at Superboy and then at the hulking being. "Who are your new friends?" Superboy stepped up first, gaining scrutiny in Superman's eyes, but not stopping as he lifted the torn front of his suit, revealing the same S mirrored in his costume. Superman's eyes widened in shock, while Superboy's features softened. The Man of Steel continued to open and close his eyes as if this was all a dream. Superman's gaze turned confused and worried, and Superboy also mirrored his expression. In the back of the large group, Oliver, knowing Clark's age, snapped his fingers. "Soup's at a prom night, baby." As soon as Oliver said that, several whispers were happening in the background. Dinah glanced at Oliver. "I don't think that's what happened." "I wouldn't expect Superman to be a deadbeat dad," remarked Jon Stewart. "Maybe the girl never told him about the baby," replied Astrodactyl. Hal crossed his arms. "It's like one of those episodes of Maury." Superhearing made their banter very clear for Superman. He started massaging his temples to control the development of migraines. "Why me?" Batman rolled his eyes at the other's assumptions and turned his attention to the boy wonder. Robin, is that what I think it is? It doesn't like being called an corrected Kid Flash as he stepped up and gestured his left hand to face Superboy. Superboy took a breath. Superman is inside of me. That one sentence seemed to shut everyone up, causing most of them to make disgusted expressions. Robin pressed his face into his hand. Dude, don't say it like that. Superboy frowned at his new companions. Why? I have another man's DNA inside of me. Wally pinched the bridge of his nose. God damn it. That's even worse. Superboy, Calder, Red Tornado, and Captain Marvel had no idea why the others were upset. Batman groaned at the constant misunderstandings. He's Superman's clone. The other heroes look on in shock and realization. Meanwhile, Clark groaned at how easily they believed he was a teen father, along with the other bombs dropped on him. Batman's eyes zero in on the 4 teens. Start talking. Superboy opened his mouth before the others could. They came here because of the fire, but it started when they met me in the basement. Dr. Desmond, he pointed to the large, unconscious man, took them from behind, tied them down, and tried to suck them dry. Everyone went wide-eyed at the teen's explanation. The doctor did what? Robin and Wally tried to correct them, but Calder cut them off. Yes, that is all true. Immediately, many heroes wanted to rush over to the doctor and pound him into the ground. Flash was doing rapid-fire stomps on the man's arm in an instant. Unfortunately, he was barely making a scratch on the durable skin. He yelled several curses at the man at high speed. With hate-filled glares, Hal and John used their rings to pull Desmond out and wrap him in chains. Ben was considering turning into Humongosaur, but restrained himself. Dinah leaned over to Martian Manhunter with her own glare. I may need to bring out the therapy doll. Bruce sighed at those around him. This is going to be a long night. 1 hour later, everyone seemed to calm down after repeated assurances that they weren't violated in the basement. After talking with the cops and dropping off Blockbuster, many adults needed a 15:46 Eastern Standard Time. Man, that walk took forever. I stepped out of the tree line and finally reached the edge of the city. Before going any farther, I let swamp fire dissolve into green light and return to human form. Jeans, black shirt, green jacket, still intact. Still normal enough. A big green sign welcomed me. Welcome to Central City. Wow, real creative, I muttered. Whatever. Time to figure this place out. Central City was like any other metropolitan zone. Nice neighborhoods in the center, rougher edges on the outskirts, and everything in between. After a half hour of wandering, my stomach growled loud enough to scare pigeons. I reached into my pockets and found nothing. Just my ID and cards. No cash. Of all days, I sighed. Then I spotted a pawn shop. A quick check confirmed the coast was clear. I slipped into an alley and slapped the Omnitrix. Green flash. Diamond head. I planted a hand on the concrete and focused. Over the years, I'd learned to manipulate more than just silicon, so I coaxed a sapphire cluster out of the ground. No diamonds. Too suspicious and practically worthless in reality anyway. Once I had a palm-sized, uncut sapphire, I reverted back to human and walked into the pawn shop. The owner, a gruff man with a jeweler's eyepiece, turned the gem over in his hands. High-grade stone. You sure you didn't steal this? Nope, I said with my best innocent smile. Family heirloom. He studied it again. No cut, no engraving, no serial numbers. Nothing traceable. After a long moment, he shrugged. I'll take it. $10,000 later, I headed straight for the nearest vendor and bought myself a mountain of chili fries. Thank every god in existence that chili fries are an omniversal constant, I whispered between bites. Once fed, it was time to gather information. I found a city library, got myself a card, and slipped into a quiet corner with a computer. What I found blew my mind. Superheroes, villains, metahuman prisons, a planet-wide roster of gifted beings, and something called the Justice League, which worked with the UN. They're basically the galactic enforcers, I muttered. Please don't be jerks like them. Scrolling further, I found a Daily Planet article titled, Superman Prevents Plane Crash. Blue suit, red cape, giant S on his chest. Classic. Swamp Thing had mentioned him, but seeing the photo made it real. So he's the last of his species. Note to self, Maybe add Kryptonian DNA to the archive one day. I searched the League roster. Martians existed too. Interesting. I leaned closer to the Omnitrix and whispered, "Hey, Azimuth, think you can set up my identity here?" A hologram flickered to life. Already on it. The watch connected to Wi-Fi, ran a burst of background computation, then disconnected. All done. You can collect your documents at the district office. A driver's license has been issued as well. I blinked. You gave me a license? Benjamin, you can't walk everywhere. Fair point. With new papers in hand, I browsed Craigslist and found a small studio apartment on the north side. Affordable, modest, and decent enough. The next day, my new apartment was simple. Studio layout, bathroom, kitchen, thrift store furniture. It wasn't much, but it worked. Around noon, Azimuth appeared again. "What is your plan for long-term income, Ben?" "Well, selling sapphires forever isn't exactly subtle," I said. "So I need something consistent." "Oh," I grinned. "Don't worry. I've had a plan for years." Azimuth sighed. "This is going to be something personal, isn't it?" "Yep." 3 months later, 2 young women strolled down a central city sidewalk. One had emerald green hair and stylish black and green attire. The other had snow-white hair and soft blue clothes, more modest but just as striking. Early 20s, flawless, and clearly close friends. "It's nice to finally hang out again," the green-haired woman, Beatrice, said. "I know. Your modeling schedule is brutal," the white-haired woman, Tora, replied. "Ugh, I'm dying in this heat. Can we grab a drink?" Tora shrugged. "I like the heat, but fine." Beatrice hugged her. "You're the best." A quick search on her phone led them to a newly opened shop down the block. Beatrice raised an eyebrow at the sign. "Mr. Smoothie?" "I love smoothies," Tora said, dragging her inside. The shop was modern and cozy. White walls, hardwood floors, wooden tables, potted plants. Empty aside from the two of them. They rang the bell on the counter. Ding. A familiar voice called, "Coming." I walked out from the back in a green apron over my usual black shirt and jeans. "Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. What can I get for you ladies today?" Tora smiled politely. "I'll have a winter melon." Nordic, I noted. Rare around here. I turned to the other woman. She froze a moment too long before answering. "I'll have a strawberry sunrise," Beatrice said, cheeks slightly pink. "Got it. Names. You can call me Beatrice." "And I'm Tora," the white-haired woman added, smiling warmly. I nodded and stepped back to start their drinks. Business was picking up, and so was my life in the DC universe. "You shouldn't have gotten his hopes up about becoming part of the League," answered Aquaman. Diana sipped her tea. "He's not wrong. It's a very serious commitment and responsibility." "Yeah," interjected Fire. "Ice and I are just reserve members. Even Speedy has more privileges than us." Hal smirked at Arkansas. "It's likely the same reason Batman asked you to come by the hall." "I'm being called in for a job interview?" "Something like that. If you don't screw up, you'll be on probation before becoming a reserve member like the girls." "That seems nice." Ark turned to Superman, who stared at his drink. "Is everything okay?" Dinah sighed. "He's still hung up on the new addition to his family." "In fairness, Cadmus created him for the sole purpose of fighting Superman," argued John. "Not the best first impression." "I see." Ark turned back to the sulking man. "How does it feel to be a father/possible mentor?" Superman rubbed his eyes. I don't know. I'm not ready. This is all just happening too fast and out of nowhere. It's all so confusing. The burn of alcohol was just a temporary relief for his troubles." Ark nodded along. "Well, if it's any consolation, you're not the last Kryptonian anymore. Maybe you can toss the football across Metropolis or dive the Mariana Trench," he joked. Superman looked at him, annoyed. "Too soon." "Yes. As entertaining as that would be, we now have to worry about any other people trying to make weapons against us," remarked Martian Manhunter. "Who knows if they attempted to clone any more of the League." "They already tried it on the kids," remarked Flash. "If it wasn't for Superboy defecting, they might have been replaced without us knowing." Ark sighed with a frown. "You have a point there, but your wards seem to handle themselves well enough." Superman rested his head in his arms, still in his own anxious state. Seeing this, Green Arrow ordered a round of drinks for everyone. "Come on, guys. The world may be tough now, but we always pull through somehow. Things have certainly changed for us, but that's life. He raised his glass and looked at Ark and Superman. To new friends and new beginnings. Everyone in the room smiled and did the same. Cheers. They set their problems aside and do their best to relax. Even as a drunk, Green Arrow would beat the others at darts. Arm wrestling was fun until Hal accidentally broke a table. They finished off the night with a bit of singing. As good as Dinah was performing Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, Martian Manhunter killed it with celebrity impressions. He pulled off Diana Ross and Lionel Richie's Endless Love without a hitch. July 5th, 1:05 Easter Daylight Time. By this time, everyone had left the bar and returned home. Who knew that lantern rings could cure drunkenness? Much like before, Ben walked with Beatrice and Tora to their hotel room in their civilian clothes. I gotta say, everyone was pretty cool tonight. If anything, I hope we get to do something like that again. Fire winked. Are you sure about that? You lost most of the games. He laughed. I wanted them to know the real me. Also, I was not expecting Diana to do so well in bar trivia. She's like 80 years old, added Tora, but she doesn't look a day over 25. We really need to ask about that Amazon magic. Fire pulled out her key card and opened their door. She turned around and hugged him, and Tora did the same. Thanks for coming out here with us this weekend. I've said it before. I would regret not spending more time together. Ben placed both hands in his jacket pockets. So this is it, huh? You two will be heading to Europe in about 18 hours. Beatrice smirked. We've had fun this past month. It's been nice while we were back in the States, smiled Tora as she rubbed her forearm. I feel the same way. Ben smiled at the duo. I guess I'll see you guys off at the airport. The trio knew their time together was brief, but the girls wanted to end it on a high note. Beatrice and Tora gave each other sly looks before grinning in agreement. They both grabbed Ben by surprise and pulled him into the room, closing the door. Across the world, the Hall of Justice was known as the headquarters of the Justice League. From what Ben heard, their HQ used to be secret, but it was discovered a few years back, so they had to move and decided to go more public. About an hour ago, he saw Tora and Beatrice off on their flight. They certainly know how to leave a lasting impression. I hope they have fun in Europe. The uniformed hero observed its grand marble structure, much better looking than the Pentagon. Turning to the steps, he saw several families taking pictures on the steps to the building. When Ben first arrived on the grounds, he got a few worried looks from visiting parents. Unsure who he was supposed to meet, Ben went with the direct approach, entering the hall. Immediately, the guard by the door noticed the masked individual and radioed it in. Please advise. We have an unknown super on the premises. You know that I can't hear you, right? He called in again. The super is getting snippy with authority. Officer Johnson walked up to the man with suspicion. Can I help you, sir? Ben sighed. I'm not here to cause trouble. I have an appointment with the League. Johnson raised a skeptical brow. Oh, really? Let's see if you're on the list. This way, please. The officer led the alien hero past reception and toward the administration section. There, a Caucasian woman with green eyes and long black hair worked at her computer. He cleared his throat, bringing her attention away from the screen. Oh, Officer Johnson, how can I help you? Looking behind the guard, her eyes widened at the masked man. Hello, waved Ben. Colbert blinked at the innocent behavior. Hi. She turned back to the officer. I see that we have a unique visitor. I hope to God that we aren't about to get held hostage again. Are we having any issues? She asked nervously. Johnson crossed his arms. He says that he has an appointment with the League. I'm sorry. Did I come at a bad time, miss? Catherine Colbert, she carefully replied. I'm Arkansas. I have a 5 o'clock appointment. I see. She started checking her work calendar and found a new entry from yesterday. Reading it, she raised a brow. I believe this is the right one. Johnson huffed. Looks like you weren't lying. Again, why would I do that? The officer crossed his arms. You'd be surprised by the upstarts that try to sneak in here during the day, hoping to pick a fight with the League. Yup. Coburn nodded slowly. I've had to order rebuilding the south wall multiple times. In any case, I'll message the League's representative, and you can take a seat until they arrive. It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes for someone to come. Johnson placed a firm hand on the young man. Stay out of trouble. You hear? I know Superman. With that, The officer started walking back to his post. At the admin section, Ark sat quietly, not wanting to upset anyone by accident. He saw other workers leading tour groups, and a few stares were sent his way again. It was interesting how the supposed HQ was partially open to the public. Maybe there's a secret elevator to an underground bunker. Catherine called out his name. I got a response. Someone will be here shortly. Like clockwork, one of the security doors opened, revealing the representative, Wonder Woman, or rather Ambassador Diana. Instead of her uniform, she wore business attire. Seeing her new ally from yesterday, she smiled. I apologize for the wait. The session at the UN took longer than expected, and the others still have business to take care of. Ben waved off her worries. Don't worry. It's fine. Being both a government official and a crime fighter must take a lot of your free time. Similar things can be said for your friends. She chuckled at her life as both an Amazon princess and a superheroine. After many years in service, one learns better time management. Ark checked if there was anyone in earshot. So, how's Superman handling the new edition? Similar to last night, sighed the princess. Not that great. That bad. He's not answering his comm, and he's been seen constantly patrolling Metropolis. I think he's just trying to avoid the problem altogether. He should really talk to someone about that. Don't worry. We have a friend working on that. Anyways, I welcome you to the Hall of Justice. She gestured to the building around them. I've seen pictures of it before online, but it's much different in person. I gotta say, though, it really does look more like a museum than a heroic headquarters. Diana shook her head in amusement. You're not the first to say that. Much of the building is dedicated to educating the public on the history of our relationship with world leaders. Ben hid a wry smile under the mask. I don't suppose you could give me the tourist experience? The princess rolled her eyes in amusement. Well, it wouldn't hurt to educate a possible reserve member on our founding and principles. We still have to wait for the others to arrive. Seeing Ark's expression, she elaborated. You will be interviewed by me as well as 3 other League members. Ah, I see. In that case, I'm all ears. Lay it on me. Wonder Woman nodded in approval and led the alien hero to the first room lined with bronze statues of several heroes. At the base of each of them was a plaque with their aliases and a personal photo and autograph. The first statue was of a similar aesthetic to the Flash. Instead of a full-body suit, he wore a simple uniform, consisting of pants, a long-sleeve shirt emblazoned with an upside-down lightning bolt, boots with small stylized wings, and a tin doughboy helmet that also sported stylized wings on the side. The second one wore a cape with a high collar and a domino mask. His tunic had an emblem of a classic oil lantern on the chest. The next one wore a golden helmet covering his entire head. He wore a long, high-collared cape, fastened with 2 large buttons. Beneath is a shirt with an oval set in the chest. He also dons a large belt with a circle in the center and pants with boots. One wore a regular suit and tie with a cape and a fedora. He hides his face behind a gas mask. The last human wore a monochromatic unitard with a cat-shaped hood with large lenses. It had tiny cat ears and a nose. The bandage around his fists and wrists signified the American boxing background. The final figure was a familiar one, Red Tornado. He looked exactly the same years ago as he did just the other day. I'm still surprised someone built an advanced android in the 1940s without alien technology. Makes me wonder what else the world made during that time. Wonder Woman smiled nostalgically at the figures. The JSA's origin began in the early years of the Second World War. I've heard a few snippets on the History Channel, but it must have been a shock to everyone at seeing superheroes for the first time. Indeed, seeing someone who can fly and break the sound barrier caused a major shift in society. Foreign powers thought so as well. The British informed President Franklin Delano Roosevelt of German Chancellor Adolf Hitler's plan to dominate all of Europe through rather supernatural means. Wait, are you telling me that Raiders of the Lost Ark was based on a true story? Diana chuckled at the memory of the film. I can neither confirm nor deny those claims, she answered wistfully. At the time, Congress wanted to stay out of the war. Contrary, FDR tasked 2 mystery men against the Axis forces, the first Flash and the first Green Lantern. That's one way to use the draft. She shook her head. It was entirely voluntary. They could have said no, but they accepted the opportunity anyway. That goes to show their dedication. Art blinked in thought. Is there any relation to the other Green Lanterns I met? Diana chuckled. Interestingly enough, no. While both share similar abilities and names, their origins are different. Now, it wasn't until later that the one known as Dr. Fate joined the crusade against the Axis powers. Ben nodded solemnly. Must have made a huge change in the tide of the war. You're not the only one to think that. With the rise of superheroes came the rise of supervillains. President Roosevelt knew their foreign involvement was inevitable and proposed that they become a formal team to protect America's home front. Thus, the Justice Society of America was born. The duo walked up to a large mural of everyone gathered on the White House lawn with FDR. Once the society was established, they started helping more domestically than overseas. Makes sense. Nodded Arkansas. After introducing superheroes to the nation, you want to show what they can do for society and attract people of similar ideals. Indeed, while there were other heroes appearing in the States, very few were able to join the society. In another corner of the room, they saw a statue of a masked woman holding a flame with both hands. Below, her plaque stated the following: "In loving memory of Firebrand. She gave her life to save another. She will be lost, but not forgotten." Ark noticed the Amazon's forlorn expression and connected the dots. "I'm sorry for your loss." Diana sighed. "It has been years, but the feeling still lingers. She was a noble soul." She took a breath and spoke again. "Come, let's move on." The two would continue through the rest of the museum wing, absorbing the history. Members came and went. War pushed our heroes to the front lines. Wonder Woman and her people reconnected with the world. The World War may have ended, but the JSA was still under threat. The group returned to being the JSA, but they were under fire for allegations of communism. Politics and the threat of civil liberties ensued. Even though the Justice Society instead elected to disband, the public never lost faith in their heroes. Several ex-members of the JSA continued to serve the people on a smaller scale. It took more than 50 years until another group of heroes banded together against a global threat. In the trophy room of the hall, Ben examined the 7 extraterrestrial husks through the plexiglass. Each case had their respective designations: Golden Rock, Wood King, Stone God, Crystal Creature, Fire Lord, Glass Man, and Mercury Monster. So these are the jerks giving Wrath and Heat Blast a bad rep. Azimuth analyzed the remains within the Omnitrix, comparing and contrasting with samples already in the databanks. "I apologize for any confusion between you and the other members." Ben waved off her concerns. "No harm done. I've had to deal with my fair share of alien invasions." "Really?" Diana raised a brow in surprise. "That would have been an interesting story to share with us over drinks last night." Ark sighed. "Some of them are more complicated than I would like them to be." He shook his head. "In any case, tell me about the day you all saved the world." Diana noticed the deflection, but she didn't press. It was 2003 when they arrived. Each one descended on a different part of the country, overrunning entire city blocks to construct strange towers. In turn, Superman, Batman, myself, Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunt went to investigate. Unfortunately, they started attacking on-site. While some of us were busy fighting, Batman and Green Lantern were able to figure out the purpose of the pylons. They were all transmitting hyperspace coordinates. They couldn't complete the invasion with just the 7 of them. They needed reinforcements, deduced the alien hero. Wonder Woman smirked. Thankfully, Batman and Green Lantern traced the signal back to the receiver just before the signal stopped. Realizing that their plan was in jeopardy, all 7 invaders converged at the landing zone with all of us on their tail. How'd the first team up with you all go? At first, it was rocky. Upon reaching the interstellar warp gate, we inadvertently got in each other's way. It took Batman's and my own commanding demeanor to get us organized. Understanding the basics of our skills, we split into groups to hold off the Aplexians and disable the teleporter. Thanks to our coordination and timing, we succeeded. On the verge of defeat, The aliens left their physical bodies and retreated back into space. Ark blinked in surprise. So they got away and are still out there? Sadly, last I heard from the Landing Corps, they're still on the run with their homeworld being monitored. Since that little success of ours, we collaborated more often. By the time 2006 rolled around, we'd expanded and went public as the Justice League, commissioning this haul. And now, I can become a part of it. We'll see. Her phone buzzed, and she read the notification. It seems the others have arrived. We can get started now. Exiting the museum, Wonder Woman scanned her key card, opening the door to her office. Inside, there was the center desk along with 3 heroes in their own respective chairs: Black Canary, Green Arrow, and Green Lantern. Seeing the familiar faces, Ben smiled. Hey guys. They all exchanged greetings before shifting to a little small talk. I would have thought Batman would be here. GA laughed. That's what I thought too, but apparently a lot of crap went down in Gotham during the eclipse. Bat's found a lead on a cold case he's been working on and will be busy for a few days, added Canary. I like to think that he just trusts to be good judges of character, shrugged GL. Diana cleared her throat and showed more professionalism at her desk. Now that introductions are over, are you ready to begin your interview, Ark? Ask away. Harleen forced a smile on her face for the customer on the other side of the counter. Again, ma'am, we do not sell caramel macchiatos or any other coffee. We also have tea. If you like, we have some fresh dragon fruits for. The mother, in her mid-30s, raised a fist in irritation. What kind of Mickey Mouse establishment is this? The 9-year-old next to her sunk her head into her hands. Mom, please. The store is called Mr. Smoothie. At least the kid seems to know better. Harleen couldn't help but imagine strangling the mother. The woman waved the child off. Quiet, honey. The adults are talking. Well, one of us at least. She stuck a finger at the cashier. I demand to speak to your manager. Oh yeah? You want to speak to the manager? A sly grin crept onto Harleen's face. Well, guess what? I am a manager, and I'm asking you to leave. She huffed in indignation. Why, I never. I am a Yelp Elite member. I will ruin you. She grabbed on her daughter's wrist. Come, Jenny. We're leaving this hussy and her dump of a shop. As the two left the store, the kid mouthed a sorry to the worker, waving goodbye. Harley rolled her eyes and waved back at the child. As soon as the door closed, she collapsed against the counter. God, I hate people like that. The back room opened, revealing Ben against the door frame. I must say, you handled that better than I expected. He chuckled. Although this is my first time hearing about your promotion to manager. Harleen crossed her arms. Consider it a temporary position of power. Isn't that how you deal with them? Especially since you're the owner. Ben shrugged. Kinda. I still try to be nice to them, but don't accommodate unreasonable people. What about the fake reviews? Don't worry. If I find any fakes, I can sometimes find their picture. From there, I match it up to the security tapes. After I report it to the admins, they usually remove it. Smart move. I swear I would have strangled that bitch. She made the hand motions only to notice Ben's flat look. But I didn't. Not with her kid there. Right? That's the issue I had with the strangling. How about you have an early break while I take over? She sighed in relief. Thanks. Harleen dropped onto the shop's couch by the window. Ben started wiping down the counter. I'm surprised that you're feeling this stressed already. I thought you blew off some steam during your weekend in Gotham. He paused. Actually, I don't think you told me what you guys did. What's fun in Gotham this time of year? Harleen went stiff at the question before straightening herself a bit. Well, we did some bird watching, flew some kites, and tried one of those escape rooms. Unknown building. Gotham City. 1945 Eastern Daylight Time. Saturday, July 2nd, 2010. A man in a green suit decorated with a question mark appeared on the monitor. Welcome to the think tank. Riddler grinned wide. If you don't find your way out in time, you'll either lose your life or your mind. In the middle of the dim room, Harleen and Ivy stood, staring irritatingly at the man. Thanks a lot, Harles. The blonde raised her arms in indignation. Oh, come on. How was I supposed to know it was a trap? The Riddler rolled his eyes. I was saving this for the Batman, but you'll do well for a trial run. Besides, Penguin asked for a favor. Damn it. I would have thought he would have taken a day or two to recuperate his resources. You two blew up his most recent shipment and escaped on kites. The monitor showed a recording of an explosion at the Iceberg Lounge. His reputation and profits took a serious hit because of you. Oh, he started it. Yeah, well, I'm ending it. He gestured through the screen. If you look behind you, you will see several doors leading to different rooms, each with a different theme and array of tricks. Ivy raised a brow. Wow, you're really pushing the Saw Death Trap inspiration, Nigma. Kinda. Riddler shrugged. Less overcoming your personal struggles and more mind games and bodily mutilation. Harleen crossed her arms. Nigma, I've read your file numerous times in the past. I know how you tick. It's never the obvious answer. Also, you cheat, like a lot, added Ivy. Personally, I don't really care if you two live or die, but I don't feel like cleaning up your bodies when Batman gets his turn. Harleen deadpanned. This helps us how? Okay, fine. The Riddler held up one hand with the other on his heart. I promise that I'll go easy on you and not cheat. There. Happy. Ivy rolled her eyes. Yeah, real reassuring. Whatever, Riddler. We'll play your games. The blonde smirked. In fact, I'm sure we'll get out of here in less than an hour. The redhead pressed her face into her palm. I just wanted to have a good time this weekend, and that doesn't include dying. So, there's no way we'll lose to you. Riddler huffed. I'll believe that when I see it. Choose your theme. Without a second thought, they chose the second door on the right. Predictable. Go ahead and choose your number of hints. I do not care. We don't need you, Dash. Ivy covered her friend's mouth. We'll take as many as you can give. Very well, but I doubt you'll be able to find the exit. Begin. The door opened, and as soon as the duo entered, it locked behind them. Ivy saw a potted plant, thinking it would be their easy ticket out, but it turned out to be plastic. In the corner of the room, a TV displayed several question marks. Immediately, Harley opened stuff randomly. Ivy kicked away the broken vase. Harley, what are you doing? I'm trying to find a key to the door, duh. Well, yeah, but we're supposed to work on the other locks first. Do you even know how these things work, let alone how to solve an escape room? Harleen dismissed the concern. So what? Joker and I robbed Thinker Toys last year. I don't think this is so different. This is going to be a long day, sighed the redhead. It's a miracle that we made it out of there alive. We must have used God knows how many hints. I think at one point Nigma just wanted us out of the building. That last one was a mind-bender. We improvised some stuff on Sunday, but it was nice. What did you and the girls end up doing? Oh man, we ate out a lot. I'm a sucker for food. We did a lot of tourist stuff in the first 2 days. We were at the beach when the whole eternal darkness thing happened. Considering how dark it normally is in Gotham, about half the city didn't care. The other half decided to have fun apocalypse style. The GCPD hasn't been that active since the Arkham incident. Ben ignored the voice in his head, saying that Harleen and Ivy were part of that other half. Well, you came back in one piece, and the city didn't burn down. That has to mean something. Ye of little faith. She placed a hand dramatically on her heart. You wound me. He chuckled. Yeah, the governor put us in a state of emergency. Everyone had to stay indoors until the situation ended. So much for their last day in the States. Thankfully, we found a way to pass the time before they had to leave. Oh, I'm sure you did. She scoffed. What are you on about? Hey, don't think I haven't noticed that dumb look on your face when you got back. Ben groaned in irritation and slight embarrassment. Come on, Harleen. She resisted a laugh. Hey, I ain't judging. I'll let you know that I was talking with a group interested in my services. Oh, really? The blonde raised a brow in skepticism. You met sponsors? How'd that go? Something along those lines. I like to think it went pretty well. They said they would call me after some more checks. Hall of Justice, Washington, D.C. 1750 Eastern Daylight Time, Monday, July 5th, 2010. The 4 representatives of the Justice League took their respective seats in front of their new recommendation. Black Canary placed a smartphone on the desk. For our records and future reference, do you consent to have today's interview recorded? Art shrugged. I'm fine with that. Thank you. Diana handed him a packet of paper. Since the Justice League has a charter with the UN, they have provided their own set of questions in addition to our own for the recruitment process. I must warn you that some of them are rather blunt. Green Arrow nodded. It's important that we reiterate that this is an interview, not an interrogation. You are free to answer or not answer any questions that you feel are uncomfortable. We hope to understand your character better to see if you are a promising fit for the league. If things go well, we'll have you fill out any necessary paperwork, added Green Lantern. Canary brought up her clipboard. With that in mind, we will start with the simple ones and work our way up. Any questions? Ben thought for a moment and came up with nothing urgent. I think I'm good for now. Diana smiled. All right then. Why don't you start off by telling us a little more about yourself? GA agreed. You've spoken of a few of your endeavors last night, but we still have questions. Considering your current uniform and alias, it's safe to say that you prefer to have a private identity. You would be correct. I have insight on what it's like to go public. Ben groaned at the thought of having another will harangue. It would be a weight off my shoulders to not have to deal with the media and interference in my personal life. That's perfectly fine, acknowledged Black Canary. It's important for people to be able to have a balanced lifestyle. Devoting oneself entirely to a single goal would be detrimental to relationships and possibly health. I agree, added Diana. People are more than machines. Even Red Tornado has desires beyond his initial programming. So, could you tell us what it was like when you started in this line of work? Asked GL. Ark chuckled at the memory. Well, it all started when I accidentally set a forest fire. They raised a brow at his admission. As I said before, I was 10 at the time. My life stopped being ordinary during the first few weeks of getting these superpowers. I started fighting all sorts of bad guys, including mad scientists, clowns, and alien bounty hunters. Clowns? Repeated GA with a snicker. Hal's expression went stern. Wait, what bounty hunters? His thoughts went to the Guardian's most wanted list, showing a gray alien with dreadlocks on a flying motorcycle of all things. Ark held his hands in defense. In that order, it was an evil clown that practically tried to steal my family's and me's souls. The quartet stared at him blankly from the declaration. I know. It sounded weird to me, too. I'm starting to see Bat's paranoia regarding Joker now, thought Green Arrow. As for the hunters, one wanted to mount my pelt on his wall, and another cut my left hand off. Eyes drifted to the still attached appendage. I was able to get it back on. Lantern shook his head. All right, let's move on. We've seen a few reports of your work in Central City, and you seem to be doing well. With that in mind, why do you want to join the League instead of staying independent? Ben leaned back against his chair. Whether or not you have the power to change the world, fighting on your own can leave an empty feeling. I've had family and friends by my side, giving me different perspectives or even pointing out my mistakes. I'd like the opportunity to work with others again. I understand the sentiment, replied Arrow. Helping Star City was a difficult task. I started building up my own little group. Once I met with League, we started sharing advice and resources. Things have been much more positive since. Yeah, my old partner Rook was really by the books, but I would trust him with my life. Dinah coughed into her fist. On a more sensitive topic, have you committed any criminal offenses? Ark raised a brow. Am I including vigilantism? For the sake of this interview, no. He started listing things off on his hands. Well, I trespassed on an old military base to stop a time wraith. I technically entered Egypt illegally when I crash-landed after I was fighting a ghost and a knockoff Frankenstein in space. Not for the last time did the four heroes look at their recruit in surprise or disbelief. Oliver stood from his seat and walked to the nearby liquor cabinet. I think now's a good time for a quick drink. Ark tapped his foot, eyes narrowing at the supervillain now tied up before him. Let me get this straight. You wanted to defeat the Flash. The captive wore an orange and blue striped shirt and a midnight cape. His pants were half orange and half yellow with blue polka dots. Exactly. For I am the trickster, his greatest archenemy. The alien hero blinked. I was walking down the street and saw something sticking out from behind the warehouse. He gestured to the Rube Goldberg machine of assorted objects and weapons. Lo and behold, I find you stuffing a bowling ball into a turkey. Yes, it is one of the ways that I will overpower the Scarlet Speedster. He snapped his fingers. I never had a chance to set up the crates of Orbeez and marbles. Before Ark could reply, the familiar speedster finally arrived. Ark, I got your call. Thanks, Flash. Art pointed a thumb at the trickster. We were just talking about you. A yellow blur soon followed with a red-headed teen from before coming in. I came as fast as I could, Flash. Art smiled. Hey, it's Mini Flash. Hearing the name, the protege frowned. It's Kid Flash. No one gets to call me Mini Flash. Yeah, only I get to do that, declared the trickster. The teen rolled his eyes before staring at the man. What, James? You relapsed. Ark raised a brow. Am I missing something here? Flash apologized. He's got a medical condition. We know who to bring him to. He walked around the contraption for a bit. I have to say, James, this might have been your most complicated work yet. The villain smiled. Thanks, Flash. That means a lot. That's not a good thing, replied KF. He looked at Arkansas. So you the new guy? Yep. Nice to finally meet you. Flash has said a lot about you. The teen laughed. Good things, I hope. He mentioned how you kept crashing into walls when you first started. I figured. Kid Flash rolled his eyes. I heard how you helped out the League against Voton. You turned into a bunch of different aliens and kicked his, but, man, I wish we could have joined you guys. I mean, I helped, but Zatara took control of the situation. It was a battle of magic, after all. KF scoffed. Magic? Yeah, sure. He walked away, smelling something good coming. Ark noted the tone, but he didn't press on the matter. Meanwhile, James was chatting with Flash. I was hoping we could try it out later today, but never got a chance to finish. That's for the best. We'll take care of you in a bit. Flash turned to Arkansas. On lighter news, the League finished reviewing the paperwork, and they want to see you again today about your probation membership. Ark smiled. That sounds like good news. The Scarlet Speedster turned to the teen, too. We would also like to see you and your friends. Kid Flash stopped disassembling the contraption and held a turkey with a bite removed. You guys are keeping your word about giving us more freedom? Something like that. Batman will explain it better than I can. Flash walked over to the trickster and picked him up. The two became a blur, and a few seconds later, Flash returned, dusting his hands. Kid Flash gave a thumbs up. Great. Let's get to the alley. Ark blinked at the teen. What? Kid Flash pressed his face into his palms. Oh God. It's happening to me now. We have a teleporter. Flash turned to Arkansas. Unfortunately, as a probation member, you won't have access to the teleporters, systems, and other League services without a registered member with you. Ark shrugged. Understandable. Soon, Flash, Kid Flash, and Ark stepped into the derelict-looking phone booth and disappeared. However, they never noticed a man in a Victorian lab coat standing on a rooftop not that far away. He tapped his cane against the floor. It seems things are all coming together. He checked his metal right hand. I better not be late for the God of Knowledge. Who knew being let in here would lead to this? Checking his pockets, he pulled out a red fez. I hope my old friend is right about this sort of gift. I'm not sure if they're still cool. In an instant, he disappeared from this plane of reality. Mount Justice, Happy Harbor. 10:58 Eastern Daylight Time. Thursday, July 8, 2010. The trio exited the portal to see cave walls and various advanced hardware. Several heroes were moving equipment and cargo. Kid Flash ran further into the cave. Whoa, this is so cool. Ark smiled as well. Nice place. You got here. Thanks. It's old, but it'll do. Flash walked over to the other Leaguers. We still have time before the rest come, so let's help with cleaning. Overhead, Green Lantern and Captain Atom lifted the last large pieces of equipment around the mountain. They were ready to start the meeting in the central command room. For teens dressed in civilian clothes stood before them. Batman, Aquaman, Flash, Hawkman, Black Canary, Red Tornado, and Captain Marvel. They had Ark stand to the side until the latter half of the discussion. Batman stepped forward. This cave was the original secret sanctuary of the Justice League. Due to recent events, we're calling it into service again. Since you four are determined to stay together and fight the good fight, you'll do it on League terms. Batman gestured to the others. Red Tornado volunteered to live here and be your supervisor. Black Canary requested to be in charge of training. I will assign your missions. Wearing a pair of dark sunglasses, Robin spoke up. What kind of missions? Objectives will vary, but you will be deployed when the League cannot respond, replied Batman. Flash spoke up from behind Kid Flash's right shoulder. The League will still handle the obvious stuff. There's a reason we have these big targets on our chest. The Cadmus incident proved that criminals are getting smarter and the League can't be everywhere at once. Aquaman said before turning his head towards Batman to continue the conversation. That's why we've decided to try something new. Batman nodded and turned to Ben. After further discussion, we at the League would like to welcome you as a probationary reserve member. Ark smiled as the rest of the room congratulated him. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you all. However, what does all this have to do with me? He gestured to Mount Justice. As part of your probation, you will shadow the League's senior members for the next few months. I believe that assisting Black Canary in training, for now, will be beneficial to you and them. Ark nodded at the offer. I see. That doesn't sound too bad. I'll do it. Batman turned to the teens. With that out of the way, the 5 of you can get acquainted as a team. Cool. Wait. Robin blinked. 5. Batman only looks over his protégé's shoulder, and they turn to see Martian Manhunter stepping out of the shadows with a green-skinned, red-haired teenage girl. This is the Martian Manhunter's niece. Miss Martian. Ben waved at her and the other adults as another genetic sample was logged. She raises her left hand, giving them a small wave and smile, then a shy hi. Kid Flash quickly introduced himself while skimming over the others. I'm honored to be included. Miss Martian clasped her hands in front of her to enunciate her point. Upon greeting Aqualad, she gave him a wide high five. Waz up. She then leaned back to the right while snapping her fingers. The Atlantean teen smiled. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. While Aqualad and Aquaman shrugged off the unusual greeting, the others in the room looked at each other with raised brows. Green Arrow leaned to John. Where did she learn that? Oh, she and I have been watching much Earth television to understand the local culture, he whispered. From what? The 90s? Yes. They were highly recommended online. As this was going on, a dedicated camera in the cave focused on their new probation member. There was a fine line for caution. Elsewhere, under Cadmus's reconstruction, Guardian spoke to XX and the scientists from the Endeavor. Cadmus changes today. With Desmond out of the picture, the board has placed me in charge. He turns to the scientist. Dr. Spence, you're acting chief scientist. No more genomes suppressing our wills. No more secret breeding projects. This is a kinder, gentler Cadmus. XX insured Guardian. Then I will, of course, help in any way I can, brother. Unknown to the group, the entire conversation is being watched. Hashtag Ocean Master hummed in contemplation. Can the light afford to leave Guardian in charge without the genomes? Lex Luthor shook his head. We have a subtle means of control. What concerns me are the 2 new pieces on the board, the children and this shapeshifter. L7. Did you know of Votan's plans? Clarion shrugged in indifference. I mean, yeah, it was supposed to keep the League distracted, but how was I supposed to know their kids would intervene? My interest in this shapeshifter and its possibilities, added the brain. Vandal Savage nodded. We shall deal with these new variables carefully. We may be able to use them to our advantage. Even the temporary loss of the weapon may prove useful. Eventually, everyone sees the light.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.